How are you, Tanisha?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Well, I'm great because we're on Acronym-A-Thon day, and it's also a day we celebrate the power of a word. And the holiday was made for this day. It was called
Right.
Nerd Word Day. Nerd Word Day
Nerd
is for
Word Day.
all those people that see the power of a word. And then we have this new book coming out that I'm just so excited about. We've never done an event before where a book is the product of an event.
Right. It's our first time producing it, and we have some great people connected and excited to do this book. And hopefully, we can get a few more even to add in because what kind of person doesn't want to open up a book and find a great word to like start
Uh,
their day?
It
I
gets
mean,
better than that, but Tanisha gets way better than that. So it's not even a hopeful. I'm saying that anyone that doesn't get in this book for the whopping $99 investment, look at this book. I just want to show it to you. This is the cover, and
amazing.
Dr. Roz was the one who coined the phrase acronym We may be putting that somewhere on the cover because I think that's a word by itself. I think
It is.
Miriam will put that in. But this is a sample of what the pages will look like. You'll have your picture. You'll have ways for people to hear your actual video for today. Um,
Beautiful.
if you're an author, there is certainly some possibility of getting your book up there. I know that all our Perfect Publishing authors are getting their books in there, and then of course there's the Acronym-A-Thon logo, and then you get a nice social media piece to put on your Facebook or your LinkedIn or
Oh,
whatever is
there.
that nice span. And a big shout out to
Yeah,
Daniel Pedimonte, our brilliant designer who does everything
it's amazing.
cinematography friendly. So this is the cover. It's a whopping $99. I put the value at right around uh, I'd put around $2,500 would be the value from a standpoint of all the marketing, the collective community, but it's easily $1,000 just because all compilation books, when you pay to be in them, are typically around $900 to $1,200. So anyone that wants to be in the Acronym-A-Thon book, you're in a book that's like a directory. You're in a book that has a connection to your actual video, your spirit, your soul, your word, and most importantly, I think your your happy face and your bio. So I think that's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully, people will be, not hopefully, we
Yeah,
encourage people to join in because it can't do anything but have a positive impact and influence in your life and in the lives of others because we have an opportunity to take words and increase their value. Words are already valuable, and then making an acronym out of it takes it to another level. So,
it does. And I mean, Cameo said it best when they said word up. I mean, come on.
oh,
So I got up this morning and I was so invigorated because I got up and I said, ABC. And, I've been working with Beth Robbins on this Seize the Smile. And we go with the A, like, add this, drop this to have your day better. Add this, drop this B, add this, drop this C. Well, I get up this morning, I go, oh my gosh, God, thank you. I just saw the light. Today is the beginning of A. It is an acronym book. And we have a book to show that's actually made. But next month, we have the big B. We have Black. Yeah, the
yes.
Black History
Super
Month is going to
excited.
be honoring bold leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. And we are looking at 168 speakers, leaders. But here's the kicker. This is what I love. Times two, because everyone that speaks honors someone that actually created and made a difference,
Yes.
inspired humanity to. I mean, you think about the people that are being honored. They overcame some serious odds and they still made big things happen. So there's no excuses in the world, right? And then here's
Yeah.
what it comes full circle. Letter C, Carpe Diem Day. So Carpe
Oh,
Diem
yeah.
Day is going
February
to be
26th.
that's going to be a book too, though. That's my point is ABC.
We did it.
I don't know what D is yet, but and I don't know if there's going to be 10 books this year. But what I was really receiving right now is that we are creating a community that's so powerful that they become a book. They become a community in a book. They become a community that gets to touch and communicate and support each other and become an Amazon bestseller. So
Love
I'm
it.
just I'm kind of giddy. And if I hadn't used the word smiles today, I would have used the word giddy.
You are definitely giddy.
Well, and it's like I would have to give the G to God, like right there.
for sure.
And then I'd give the I.
He did his big
I'd
one
have to go inspires. And then
day by day.
delivers daily. Um,
Come
I
on,
don't
get
know
that
what
why.
would,
Come on, get that why.
well, why could be just you, gives daily to you.
I love it. And doesn't he inspire and deliver daily?
He
He
does.
delivers daily because we opened our eyes this morning. That's a deliverance of its own. And so
It,
I'm excited. I'm super excited about the things that we have going on this year. And starting out with the bang with Acronym-A-Thon, and then the B that you said with the Black Hour of Power, but we skipped over one that is also an A, and that's the Author-A-Thon. Wow. If you have a book, I mean, this is the greatest. This is just Acronym-A-Thon times 10 because you get to share your book with the world, have an opportunity to tell them about it and give them access to your book. But the greatest part about the author-a-thon is the connection that authors get to make with one another, supporting one another. I buy your book, you buy my book, I write you a review, you write me a review, and it's just
Oh, and there's more.
reciprocal.
And I post that I did a review for you, and you post you did a review. Let me show people that
Yes,
this is not even something that's theoretical. This is in its fifth volume right now.
right.
So this is with a cover, and inside it is are the pages of how you can actually link. You can actually hit this and buy the book, and then you can see who the people are that are reviewing. And we consider the person who reads the most is the leader the most. So, and then these are the actual YouTube channels so that you can actually experience who they are. I mean, you know, when you do reviews for some people and they go, do this review for me, and you don't even know who they are, you're like, okay, double why? Why are you saying this to me? And who are you?
Right, right.
So you get to hear, but I love the Acronym-A-Thon. And guess what? I heard that the Acronym-A-Thon had this little bump and a little break, and we restarted it. Something like that. Was that?
Yes.
So that wasn't like some people would say, "What happened?" And other people like us would say, "Oh, we get to talk. We get to do an ad. We get to share with people another opportunity." So we are going to go backstage, and we're going to let the next person speak. Right? The
Yes. Thank
Acronym-A-Thon
you guys.
continues.
We're on.
And this was just a one lap baton handoff.
Boomstick.
Boom stick. Word up.
Well, hello, my name is Dr. Michelle Moras, and Acronym-A-Thon, when Dr. Smiley invited me to do this, I'm like, yes, I'm in. Now, what is really cool about acronyms is that I use them all the time, but mine tend to be very, very long. And what I was telling one of the hosts this morning is I get full out sentences that I teach for hours at a time. And we don't want to do that on the Acronym-A-Thon. So my word is uplift. And it was a much longer sentence because I think it actually was unapologetic. And so now it is uplift you unapologetically. So uplift is unapologetically procure love and inspiration through fundamental teachings. So unapologetic, that's kind of my theme, is basically you live life without worrying about, oh, am I going to do it right or am I going to do it wrong? Can I do this? Blah, blah, blah. Unapologetically, as you own who you are, go do it. Procure means obtain through care or effort. Normally it's a food or something of that nature or in law. But I figured procure in this nature is that you are feeding other people's souls. You're feeding other people. You're uplifting them. So you're procuring love and inspiration, and giving love by caring, and inspiration by giving them a word that moves them to another level. And so unapologetically procure love and inspiration. How do you do that? Through fundamental teachings. So fundamental teachings is what everyone is doing today on this Acronym-A-Thon, because everyone is sharing a word, an acronym with words within it, that within the words are lessons. And it's really cool to be able to do this, because when you have the opportunity to, oh no, when you have the opportunity to share live, I don't know if you can hear this, but my dogs have just started going nuts outside. I am snowed in Colorado. So anyways, unapologetically procure love and inspiration through fundamental teachings is basically what I love to do as a speaker coach and communications coach and an author, and now a singer. I love acronyms because it's a great way to spread out lots of knowledge into one segment. So I would normally teach unapologetically procuring love and inspiration through fundamental teachings for like an hour or two by breaking up each segment. But I'm able to share with you in 3 minutes all of that with one word. So acronyms are a very amazing and wonderful thing. And if you have an acronym in your life, and if you don't, if you do, share it more often. If you don't, keep listening, keep watching, because everyone today has an acronym to share about how they move others by fundamental teaching, by sharing their love and their inspiration. So my name is Dr. Michelle Moras, and I think, well, Dr. Smile, Roz, and Tanisha, and Dr. Smiley for inviting me to be part of the Acronym-A-Thon. I am part of the Perfect Publishing back end. I'm in the advisory side, but I got a chance to come on live with all of you today, and thank you so much for all of that. So I am wrapping up and pulling up the next person. Have a fantastic day. Welcome to the new year. Remember, when in doubt, uplift, unapologetically procure love and inspiration through fundamental teachings. And if you want to learn more about Dr. Michelle Moras, just go to michellemoras.com. I'm there. And all 38 of my books are somehow linked in there, and YouTube too. So hope to see you again somewhere down the line. And until then, enjoy the Acronym-A-Thon and share the link.
Okay, hi, I'm Cindy Helmer, and I am an author of a children's book called Everyone Knows My Name. And I have an acronym that is WORDS, words. And the first one is write, show and tell. That means make sure that you have your story has actions, sentences. You share the sentences and details that are part of your story so that you can engage your reader. And the next one is be open to imagination. I think sometimes we have to cultivate it, challenge ourselves, but just don't stop imagining. Sometimes if we get stuck, we can go out and read more, and we can go out and observe and just clear our mind and start our challenge over. And R, respect the process. Writing is a process, and while I'm fairly new to this, I've learned that, and sometimes that requires patience, sometimes determination, but you have to be prepared to do redos and rework your story sometimes, and I'm learning that part of the process. And then D, deliver your story, right, with purpose, because you want to deliver your story with purpose. Ask yourself, does it have the lesson you want, or is it entertaining that you want? Is it funny, adventurous? The bottom line is you are creating it with a purpose, and so you want to deliver it with a purpose. And then the last one, spark. I think the goal as a children's author is I definitely want to spark the imagination of children. And sometimes I think that you can go out and you can practice your stories by reading them to the children that are close to you, or go to a local library or even a bookstore and set up an opportunity to read your story and just continue to grow your ideas. And one of the things I say often is just do it. And sometimes I tell myself again, just do it. And redos are pretty normal for me, but the whole process is so much fun. And the things that I'm learning have been fantastic, and the people that I've met. So just keep working at those words, and your stories and your author journey will grow with you. And feel free to check out Everyone Knows My Name. It's about a little boy that's 6 years old that's starting school, and he doesn't want to go. He's not too sure about it, but he goes because he's encouraged to, and he finds that he has some other challenges, but he quickly learns that he likes school. But it's a story that'll make you smile, and I think you'll enjoy it. So go out to heykids.com and take a look.
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Walsh. I'm an IT executive coach. I help IT people become better versions of themselves. I was invited to this Acronym-A-Thon by Dr. Ken Smiley. I appreciate that he was able to bring me on one of the last few slots, I think. So today's acronym that I want to go over is called CLAIM, and it's CLAIM. And where I came up with this acronym is actually the process I take my clients through, and anybody can use it, but it's really to create a better version of yourself. So really claiming a version of yourself every day. So it's not becoming someone else. It's not chasing a title or a trend. It's about growing into who you meant to be with integrity, purpose, and intention. That's the heart of CLAIM framework. CLAIM isn't just an acronym, it's a direction, a decision to step forward with clarity, purpose, and confidence when life gets loud. Let's walk through it. So C is clarifying your vision. Most people have goals. Very few have vision. Vision isn't a task list, it's a direction. It begins with one question: who am I becoming? When you answer that question, your choices line up, your calendar aligns, your energy strengthens, and clarity isn't motivational, it's foundational. L, lead with your purpose and with mission. Purpose is your why, mission is your how. Purpose sets direction, mission determines how you show up. Real leadership isn't about authority, it's about alignment. When you lead with mission, you make decisions that reflect who you are, not just the responsibilities you have. And A, assess your skills and your network. If you clarify your purpose and tell where you're going, the assessment tells you what you bring to the table. So assess your strengths, assess your gaps, assess your relationships, who's in your network and who's not in your network that should be in your network. This is a step of honesty, not emotional, not judgmental. It's a clear view of the resources you have and the ones you'll develop. And I is initiate action with time management. Action is where vision becomes visible, not any action, intentional action. Time management isn't squeezing more in, it's aligning your time with who you are and the mission you lead. Initiation doesn't require perfection, it requires movement. So small, consistent, actionable steps compound faster than big plans that never leave the page. And the last is your M, master FUD. FUD is your fears, uncertainty, and doubts. Every meaningful step forward introduces FUD. Fear whispers, uncertainty distracts, and doubt questions your capabilities. Master FUD doesn't mean eliminating it. It means refusing to let it decide for you. Name it, normalize it, move anyway. That's how you maintain momentum when everything inside you wants to quit. So that's Claim, a simple, practical way to become a better version of yourself. Clarify your vision, lead with mission and purpose, assess your skills and your network, initiate action with precision, and master your FUD, fears, uncertainty, and doubts. Claim isn't about becoming someone else or someone new. It's about stepping more fully into who you are, with integrity, with purpose, and with intention. So claim that version every day and become exceptional. Thank you.
My apologies. Let me start again. My name is Lisa Whitman, and
Lisa,
yes,
you were on mute.
I
Start again.
So should I get back in?
No, you're still on. I'm just going to
Okay.
leave to start again.
Thank you so much. I apologize. My name is Lisa Whitman, and if you are a book author, a teacher, a thought leader, a speaker, and you've always wanted to amplify your brand and help boost whatever it is that you're doing and your ideas, I help people have confidence on camera and help create done-for-you video content for demo reels and to promote your book and your thought leadership through my business, Digital Stories Media Group. I would probably not be a good Scrabble player or a good Boggle player because my acronym today isn't found in the traditional dictionary, but it is FOLI, F-O-L-I. And I've been using this word for a very long time because I am the mom of 5 children. And as you can imagine, when my 5 kids were very, very young, I had to rally the troops to get anything done. And so I felt like it was really important for me as a mom to model what it felt like and looked like and acted like to be the first out and the last in for any project that we were doing. So FOLI stands for first out and last in. So when it came to my kids, it would mean if we had to rake leaves, if I needed to mow the grass, if we needed to fold clothes, if we needed to, get a chore done, I was always going to model what it looked like to be the first out and the last person to come in with the rakes and the sweepers and all those kind of things. How does this apply to us in business? Well, I think that we all have incredible opportunities to show up and serve and support others. And while it can feel overwhelming because our schedules can be really overwhelmed, it is really important for us to take that concept of being the first out and the last in as we support and serve others in our community, as your audience, for those that are reading what you're writing, that you are always giving to others out of your own thought knowledge and the way that you serve other people. So I love the concept of bringing the FOLI, the Foley. I know it's not a boggle word, it's not a Scrabble word, but to be able to understand that we have a responsibility and an opportunity to always be the first out and the last in with anything that we do when we support and serve people in our community, with our words, with our actions, with our teaching and our explanation, and being able to inspire and transform people by what we do. So thank you so much to Dr. Smiley and to the team for allowing me to be here. Thank you for all of you who are doing the great work that you've been called to do. And I would just encourage you to take that acronym with you as you go into the following days and weeks and months so that you can serve others by being the first out and the last in. My name is Lisa Whitman, Digital Stories Media Group. And if you need any courage on camera or to be able to create content on camera to be the first out and the last in, then please contact me. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time it is we are. My name is Troy Mobley. I am the founder of Matrix Connect Group, an agile and Zoho consulting firm based in Maryland. We serve startups, small businesses, and especially underserved communities is what we focus on. I come from the world of project management as well as agile, Scrum Master. I've lived in the tensions that we all have lived in, trying to grow a business while also building a meaningful life. Uh, there was a time in my days driven by chaos, scattered tools, manual work, and there's never time to shut down. If you know what that feels like, feel free, stay behind. We can have a conversation, or you can message me at some point in time. We can discuss it. Um, my acronym is Matrix, which is also the name of my company. Matrix, the acronym we use for Matrix is Modular, Agile, Transformation, Resilient, and Integration Experts. Again, we are a reseller for a solution called Zoho, and Zoho is a CRM at its core. However, there are 55 applications that accompany Zoho. And by the way, shameless plug, it's only $47 a month, and you get all 55 applications and no upsell, no extra charges whatsoever. So when I was looking for my business, looking for a CRM for my business, that's when I came across Zoho. And I was so enamored with the tool that I became a reseller 5 years ago. So without further ado, we'll just go through what the acronym stands for, Matrix. The M stands for modular. Modular um, Modular, meaning that there are different components. We implement and consult with the iterative mindset, meaning that we don't need to get all the requirements up front. We get enough just to get started. And iteration means just incremental, but also iteration. The main definition is you get feedback. So we are big components of making a plan, but modifying the plan as we get new information. So the old adage of make a plan and stick to it is antiquated. You make plans, and then you modify those plans as you get new information that applies to life as well as business. So again, the M stands for modular. Um, you don't have to fix everything at once. You start with one powerful piece in business that might be turning on just Zoho CRM, Zoho Books, so you don't stop losing leads and finally see your money clearing up. Excuse me, have a little cold. In your personal world, it might be one new habit, protecting yourself, focused on your day-to-day activities, and you're not just starting every morning in chaos. One module at a time, one application at a time, one habit at a time, one boundary, and you stack your wins. You're building something that can grow as you grow, and you can always add or adjust the next piece. So that's modular. Agile, which is just what it is, agile. Agile is simply this. It's try to learn, adjust over and over again as you get new information that I stated earlier. In your work, instead of a giant project that takes a year, you run short iterations or sprints, if you would. 2 weeks focused on better follow-up, then you can look at the results and adjust. And also, if you're doing this for your client, then you want their feedback. So the quote unquote widget that you're building is specific to what they need. That includes, any additional information that you uncover or marketing additions that may have changed. In your life, 2 weeks of intentional time for health, family, then you can ask yourself, did this help? What needs to change? We call that retrospectives. So we all should do retrospectives to evaluate, what went well, what didn't go well, what needs to change, etc. Agile gives you permission to Agile gives you permission to say, when I get new information, as I stated, I give myself permission to change. My mother coined the term, is called at this time. So I've adopted that as well. So anything that I typically say, even though I am committed to many things, priorities change. So I typically say, if I give a commitment, I'll say at this time so that I don't feel the pressure or the lack of integrity if I choose to change my mind. So that's what Agile is all about, the ability to pivot. And that's really where real growth happens. And now we're at the T, transformation. T is for transformation. Transformation, the T of the matrix, that is. Transformation is not one big event. It's the sum of all those small, honest adjustments. And as we know, there's a big difference between telling the truth and being honest, but we can talk about that another time. um, as your tools and processes connect, you get more than efficiency. You get mental space back. In your work, that looks like leads, invoices, support flowing without you chasing every step. In your life, it looks like less panic, more presence, being fully there with people you care about, not just physically and mentally. You are transforming every time you choose a better response that day. And yes, and as you do your retrospectives from yesterday, or however you decide, you determine you want to do your retrospectives. Now we're at the R, resilient. Resilient of the matrix is resilient means that you can take a hit, you can take defeat, you can take failure, if you would, and keep moving. Because as we know, failure is not a person, it's an event. So many people on their laptops, one spreadsheet, or a person away from, collapse and risk their lives in your body. So we have to be resilient in all that we do, both life and business. By standardizing certain workflows and automating certain things that are repetitive, the work keeps moving even when life happens. So there's a lot of benefit to many automations. So you don't have to physically manually do everything. And that relates to Zoho, the solution which I sell. In the personal world, resilience in the mindset means that we say this setback is information, not a life sentence. I will adjust and continue. So there's a huge benefit to having this resilience and being self-aware enough to know where you are. Now we're at the I of matrix. Integration. Integration is a big component. Being in corporate America, being a branch manager, production specialist with Konica Minolta, Ricoh, Xerox, I understand the value of integration, and I understand the value of iterative integration. And the iteration, again, just to reiterate, has to do with feedback. So as you're integrating, you want to set the expectation that the stakeholders must provide their feedback. You don't want to wait to the end of the project, end of the building the proverbial widget, and uncover that the widget that you built was not what they wanted or needed, for that matter. So when your tools are scattered, when you have these disparate tools, usually disparate tools, go to a disparate, of a scattered mind, integration in your work. So all that being said, I'm short on time, so I would love to have a conversation with you to continue to let you know what expert is. We touched on integration. So that being said, please feel free to reach out to me. And I look forward to meeting and growing with you all. Thank you for this time, and I look forward to meeting you at a future time in person or virtually.
Hi, everyone. I'm Preeti, and I'm here because Dr. Smiley invited me over. And so I wear two hats in my work. I'm the founder of Wondering Pages, where I create children's books, and with Wonder EA, where I support entrepreneurs and leaders. At first glance, these two worlds look very different, but at the core, they're rooted in the same philosophy. Growth happens when the right seeds are planted early and nurtured well. So in my children's books, whether it's my Mystic India for Kids series or the Everyday Superpower series, I focus on planting those seeds through stories. I call this philosophy SEEDS, SEEDS. And SEEDS isn't just an acronym. It means stories that empower emotionally developing souls. And it's how I think about stories, values, emotional growth, and honestly, how humans of all ages learn to become who they're meant to be. So, what does it stand for? So, yes, as stories. So, everything begins with a story. So, in my Mystic India for Kids series, mythology becomes like a living, breathing world. And there are characters who exhibit cleverness, ancient wisdom, and timeless adventures. And in my everyday superpower stories, feel closer to home. It's more patience, courage, kindness in ordinary moments. Stories give children a safe space to explore ideas, identities, and possibilities. They are the doorway to meaning. And E stands for empower. So every story is designed to empower, not by preaching, but by showing children that they have agency. When a character pauses instead of reacting or chooses wisdom over fear, children see themselves reflected back in capable decision making. Empowerment starts early, and it's something I later see echo in my work with adults entrepreneurs through Wonder EA. The next E stands for emotional. So emotionally, so seeds grow emotionally. Stories help children experience and name feelings like wonder, frustration, empathy, and joy. Emotional literacy is not a soft skill, it's a life skill. When children learn to navigate emotions through stories, they are building resilience that carries forward into adulthood. The D stands for developing. Development is about more than just knowledge. These stories develop character, values, and inner strength. In Mystic India for Kids, children absorb courage, integrity, and cultural wisdom. And in my Everyday Superpower series, they see how small choices shape who they are becoming. Growth happens quietly, page by page. And the ES stands for the soul. At the deepest level, Seeds is about nurturing one's soul. These stories aren't just entertainment, they plant imagination, moral courage, and a sense of belonging. They stay with children long after the books are closed. So, whether I'm writing children's books or supporting leaders, the philosophy for me is the same. Real sustainable growth starts from within. We don't force it, we plant wisely, nurture patiently, and trust the process. That's what seeds represent to me, stories that empower emotionally developing souls. And my hope is that every child who opens one of these books carries those seeds forward, growing into thoughtful, grounded, courageous humans. Thank you for giving me this space to share this vision and for being part of a world that values what we plant today for tomorrow. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, again for giving me this opportunity.
Good morning, everybody. This is Dr. Buddy Thornton from Path to Knowing Academy. And I'm here thanks to my relationship with Dr. Smiley, but I think pretty much everyone can say that. I've known Dr. Smiley for a while, and he was instrumental in getting my books on the Jumbotron in New York City, which is my backdrop. You know, my acronym is very easy. It's CHOICE. The reason I use CHOICE is because when I went back to school to get my master's and my doctorate, I focused on human behavior. And my favorite behaviorist is Dr. William Glasser, who is the originator of choice theory. So when you break down choice, what it means is character holds obligation and integrity compels examination. What I teach based on what I learned in school is I teach people that core introspection is the most important thing that we can do for ourselves. And it's the number one thing that we have to anchor into our habitual day. Most people think introspection, I can kind of dig into myself once or twice a year, maybe once or twice a decade. But that's really not an effective way to really understand who you are and how to ensure that you're projecting who you are to the world around you. When I started working with Dr. Smiley and I met him at the Military Influencers Conference, the first thing he did was walk up and hand me a card that says smile. And we talked, and, he lives the way he believes. And that's why choice is so important. You have to have character, and character, if you really understand it, requires you to chase obligation. If you have integrity, then that's going to compel you to examine yourself so that your self-integrity stays intact and you maintain everything you're supposed to do over time. I don't believe that people understand what choice is. They think choice is, I get to decide what I'm going to do. I get to decide maybe how other people are going to do what they're going to do. And choice theory says that's impossible. You only control yourself. You control your thoughts, your actions, your deeds, your emotions, and at the end of the day, your outcomes. Because everything you do in life as an outcome reflects the choices that you made to get there. Again, I'm Dr. Buddy Thornton from Path to Knowing Academy. My series of books are available, and The Slippery Slope is the title of all of them. They just have different subtitles: ethics, morals, human behavior, different modes. And Dr. Smiley, thank you for giving me an opportunity to get in here and share my wisdom with the world. And I want everybody to recognize that regardless of who's giving you an acronym, take it to heart, think about it a little bit, and then apply it to yourself. Because again, in choice, you got to do that introspection. You guys have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Great morning or afternoon or evening, depending where you're at. My name is Russell Thomas. I'm a consultant. And one of the things that I do is meta. So I meet with people. I interact with them via networks, Zoom calls, individually. And then afterwards, like I said, I meet with everyone. So, I try and make sure that I meet them where they're at and how I can help and serve them. And then treat. You want to treat people with respect. You want to make sure that you understand them and do the things in order to make sure that they feel comfortable interacting with you. And then finally, be attentive, because you need to listen and hear them out and understand what their needs are so that you can accommodate their needs. So this is meta. So meet everyone, treat attentively. And in that space of connecting people, it is truly a pleasure to be able to serve and also make sure that people feel comfortable as you're doing the book of service. Thank you.
Hello, I am Chrislyn Benjamin, known as a beacon of hope. There was a moment in my life when everything stopped, not just the noise around me, but the noise within me. That gave me a powerful revelation. I realized that there are so many people who wake up each morning who feel unfulfilled, not sure of their path. They are successful on paper. They've done everything that they know they needed to do, but yet they still felt unsatisfied. And because of this, it made me create the acronym REACT, which is reflection. In the moment of reflection, that's when we pause to ask ourselves honest questions. What is no longer working for us? What am I tolerating? What is asking to change? Then there is the truth. We then evaluate ourselves. And then we go to the next letter, engagement. Engagement is when we stop living on autopilot. When we reflect on our values, we reconnect to our gifts. And that small inner voice, that is when energy returns. action. Action is not a massive leap. It's just intentional, aligned steps. That's when your truth comes out. It replaces what we fear. And when we replace that, hesitation fades and clarity grows. Decisions become easier. Our confidence level rises. Clarity is not about having the right answers. It's about what's true for us. And moving from that place into where we want to go. Transformation. It's not just about becoming someone new. It's about becoming who you are truly meant to be, without apology. React works because it meets people exactly where they are, especially those feeling stuck, overlooked, or unsure. It honors our lived experience. It restores agency. And for me, I have a mantra, which is, I pause to reflect. I choose to engage. I'm ready to act. I step into clarity. And I rise in transformation. Transformation react works because it meets people, like I said earlier, where they are. So if you are in a season of transition, personally or professionally, react gives you that way forward. Not through pressure or comparison, but through awareness, intention, and aligned action. Your next chapter doesn't require permission. It requires a decision to react. Because awareness is the beginning of freedom, and react is how you step into it. Thank you. I want to thank Dr. Smiley for giving me this opportunity to take part in this acronym event. At first, I was a little reluctant, but I'm ready to rise. And so I took advantage of the opportunity. So thank you once again, and to all of you, thank you.
Hey, Mark,
Yeah.
whenever you're ready, you can start.
Oh, okay.
You introduce yourself and then you share, okay?
Go.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Mark Roddy. I'm a new member. I'm a published author, and I'm a new member of the Perfect Publishing client family. And I really appreciate this opportunity to share with you my acronym and what it means to me. My acronym is the word QUALM, Q-U-A-L-M. I find it ironic that I've chosen that word because, as you know, the definition of qualm is something that causes unease or doubt or worry. And what I hope to do today with this particular acronym is help erase doubt, fear, and worry. So I think many of us, if not all of us, are concerned or have qualms. See, I use the word as it's supposed to be defined.
in asking questions. What if the other person doesn't like my question? What if they don't understand my question? What if they don't like me? What if, what if, what if? Well, for me, perhaps because I'm hard-headed, I ask a lot of questions. I always have, and I hopefully always will. And it's not because I'm trying to show somebody up or I'm trying to prove how smart I am. I'm asking questions because I want to learn. So let me tell you about how I've done this. To be honest, in one of the educational situations I found myself, I got a lot of razzing for asking questions. But inevitably, after I asked my question, someone would come up to me and say, "That was a good question." Well, I asked them, "Well, thank you, but why didn't you ask the question?" Their response, they'd shrug their shoulders and walk away. So I didn't realize how deeply ingrained asking questions was to my way of doing things until I was getting ready to leave my last assignment overseas. I'm a retired aircraft maintenance officer from the Air Force, where I was the assistant chief of maintenance at the largest fighter wing in Europe. The staff of our maintenance operations center, which were the eyes and ears of our activities on the flight line and in the maintenance shops, gave me a plaque. And on the plaque were the words, "Ask the question." So I asked them, "Why did you come up with that?" And they said, "You're always telling us to ask the question so that you and your boss, who was the chief of maintenance, have the information you need to do your jobs." So my advice to you is this: ask the question. Don't be afraid to ask the question, particularly if you're trying to learn something, be it in an educational situation or just in life. I mean, let's be really honest. What are they going to do to you? Are they going to take away your birthdays? Are they going to force you to live on planet Earth? No. What they're going to do is say no in one way or the other. But what if they say yes? What might you learn, or what might you accomplish? I asked a question 15 years ago of the rectory staff at the St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. My wife and I wanted to renew our wedding vows there on our anniversary, which happened to be on a Sunday that year. And I figured that if we were lucky, we might get to do it on one of the little side altars, or perhaps in the main chapel, which is behind the main altar in the cathedral. Well, what happened? We did get to renew our vows on our 40th wedding anniversary on the main altar of St. Patrick's Cathedral at noon on that Sunday. So my advice again to you is ask the question. You might be surprised at the answer you get. Thank you very much.
Hello, I am Francine Julene, otherwise known as Princess Francie. Princess Francie is my inner child, and she runs my business. I teach children and adults how to sparkle with confidence. And one of the ways I do that is I write children's books. And Dr. Smiley is my publisher, and he invited me here today to talk about Sparkle. And my acronym is Sparkle. And what does that mean? The S. I see my strengths. So many people just think about what they are not or what they can't do. It's so important to see your strengths. And number two, the P, I practice courage. And I help other people find theirs. Practicing courage is sometimes just getting up and out of your comfort zone and trying it, whether you think you can do it or not. And that tells your brain, hey, I did it. It didn't kill me. I can do it again. The A in Sparkle is I accept myself. Once we accept who we are, everything in life just gets better. And that's what this book is about. Let your sparkle shine. In this book, each of the campers at Camp Confidence have a piece of themselves that they are unsure about. And Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie help them find their sparkle. Okay, we talked about Sparkle Feathers, so it's time to bring this little guy out. This is Sparkle Feathers. Sparkle Feathers is Princess Francie's special friend who helps her teach children about having confidence. Now back to Sparkle. We are accepting ourselves now. We're letting our sparkle shine. And then the next one is the R. R is I rise when I fall. Making a mistake isn't the end of the world. It's getting back up and trying again that's important. The K in Sparkle, I choose kindness. Not only kindness with everybody around you, but have some kindness for yourself too. We're all humans just playing this human game, and we're here to learn. And when you're learning, well, you make a mistake. Making a mistake isn't the end of the world. It's how you choose to come back from that mistake. I rise when I fall by showing myself kindness. And the L, love who I am. And that is the message of let your sparkle shine, because when you love you, everybody else will love you too. And now I have a sparkle pledge that I teach children and the adults I coach. But I want everybody to take this pledge, but don't just say it. Please go into the comments and tell everybody how you are going to take action with this pledge. The pledge is, I will sparkle today by using my voice, trusting my heart, and helping others shine. I want to see how you're going to make that happen today. Put it in the comments, please, and don't forget, let your sparkle shine. Francine Julene, signing out.
Hello, I'm Steve Higgy, and I was brought in here by Dr. Smiley, so I'm very excited. So thanks for taking some time to listen to my Acronym-A-Thon. Words have impact. For me, it's life. Living individually, free, every day. This isn't just a slogan. It's a way of moving through the world. Most people think life is something that happens to us, a series of milestones that we're told to chase. But somewhere along the way, many of us, we wake up, we realize we're alive, but we're not living. Today, I want to offer you a different way to view life from a different lens. Now, for me, life is not an abstract idea. It's not just an acronym. It is a daily practice. It is a decision. It's a reminder that life isn't something we postpone or negotiate later, not someday, not after things settle down, but every single day. The L stands for living. Living is not the same as existing. Existence, that's automatic, but living is intentionality. To live, not just to be busy, but to be awake. To live individually means listening inward before reacting outward. It means shifting from trying to operate from an effort to an alignment. Living asks a simple but sometimes yet an uncomfortable question. If someone watched me, how I spent my time, what would they know that matters most to me? Living doesn't require a dramatic leap. It just requires you to be present in conversations, even in discomfort, but also present in joy without rushing past it. Living begins the moment you stop postponing your aliveness. It shows up and it begins internally, long before it ever shows up externally. Now, freedom isn't doing everything. It's doing what's true to you. Follow your dreams and let your heart lead the way. Now, every day I wake up determined, and I like to go to bed satisfied. Doesn't always happen, but not because everything went perfect, but because we lived honestly. We didn't chase balance. Have you ever heard the term work-life balance? Well, I choose work-life harmony. Balance implies opposition. Harmony, that implies integration. There is more purpose in what we quietly whisper to ourselves each day than anything we declare out loud. Every morning, I like to take a brief pause before I get out of bed, regardless of how I feel, to practice intention. I live a life of passion, purpose, and intent. These are my core principles. They're practiced every day in and day out, and woven into everything that I do. And this matters deeply because health is not built in an exam room alone. Health is shaped by our living circumstances, by our environments and what we silently speak to ourselves, how we work. Do we feel valued? Do we have a purpose? Some of us have a greater purpose, and whether we belong or not. But every day we're given hundreds of chances and opportunities to support our own health through connections, through gratitude, through safety, through meaning. That's not extra. That is foundational. The heart is where opportunities lives. And our gifts, how we receive grace, where our gratitude becomes medicine. So that's how I choose life. Living individually free every day. Not perfectly, but intentionally. And that choice, made daily, is where the real power begins. So I encourage you, go out there and live your life. I'm Steve Higgy. Thanks so much.
My audio is unmuted. Here we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Paul Barra, also known as Paul the Connector. I hope everyone is having a peaceful, productive, and a positive day so far. I'd like to thank Dr. Smiley for giving me this opportunity to speak today. So I want to speak a little bit about myself. I'm a graphic designer, web developer, and throughout my career, I spent a lot of time on the computer behind the camera, and I was kind of like in isolation a lot. So it affected the growth of my business because I was, by myself a lot, spending time with my own thoughts, and it kind of stopped me from actually growing and expanding my business. So what I had to do was I had to become more visible to the marketplace. If you're trying to sell your products and services, and if people don't know that you exist, then you're going to have a problem generating sales for your business. So my word for today is connect. Okay. And the C and the first C is for collaboration. So when I first started collaborating with different individuals in different industries, my business started to grow more because I started to become more visible in the marketplace. So after that, O is for opportunity. So I started to get more opportunities the more visible I became. So you need to focus on creating more, positioning yourself as an opportunity so people can realize exactly what you're doing and bring it to the market. The next letter is for N, is for networking. So you have to focus on building the community around your products and services so people can feel more connected to what you're doing. So either online and offline, you need to have like a some type of community that people can go to that will help them, connect better with what you're doing and how they can actually grow their businesses as well. The next letter is for nurture. It's for nurture. So you have to be able to nurture these relationships, which is kind of on one of the biggest problems when you're out there networking and building relationships, is actually staying in contact with the people that you meet. So it could be very challenging to do this. I use AI and automation tools to help me follow up with people so I can better connect with them. And it's actually helped me to generate more booked appointments on my calendar. Next is empower. So we need to empower each other. When we're out there meeting new people and we're connecting with each other, we need to empower each other on how we can actually help each other grow our businesses. Next is creativity. We need to use our imagination and our creativity more in order for us to deliver our messages that we have. And then the last letter is T, is for transformation. So when you're out there networking with people, you need to focus more so on having a transformation in their life instead of being transactional. A lot of businesses, they focus on just trying to get a sale or a lead. But what I realized is when I actually have a transformation in people's lives, that I connect with them a lot better. So that's just a little bit about me. I'm Paul the Connector. If you want to find me, you can find me at paultheconnector.com. I'm a web designer, graphic designer. We also do print as well. And thank you. I appreciate for the opportunity.
Well, hello, everyone. And first of all, let me give a big thank you to the person that told me about that and is my sponsors. That would be Dr. Ken, as well as it would be Paul the Connector. So who am I? Well, I am Sam Partman. I'm the founder and CEO of Sam Partman Speaks, where I specialize in empowering leaders, nonprofits, and young adults on how to reach their full potential. Now, through personalized executive coaching, of course, targeted personal development and leadership programs. I help them to really unlock their full potential. I believe that we all have a full potential and achieve their extraordinary results. And I think that we're all given some God-given talents. And so I am just here to be able to just give you one of the acronyms that is so very important to me in my business. Now, it is obviously as a leadership coach, that word would be leader. So what does the L stand for? Well, for me, it's leverage, influence wisely, right? Leaders should use their leverage wisely. Don't misuse the opportunity to impact someone. What does the E stand for? Well, execute with excellence. If you want people to be able to become better leaders, then you have to lead by example. So execute with excellence. Be willing to, for the A, adapt to change. The environment is constantly changing. Our work environment, our regular living environment. So be ready to adapt to the change so you can always be an effective leader. What does the D stand for? Well, for me, it's decide with clarity. Make it a decision on which direction you're going to go. Be very clear when you're coaching someone or you're leading someone as to what your expectations are for them. Be very clear with that, because if you're not, then that's going to affect your results, obviously. The other E, empower collaboration. We can't do everything on our own. And you, as a strong leader, you have to be willing to collaborate with others, other leaders, people that you are leading. Be open to having those difficult conversations, but be able to have a collaborative process that's at the end is going to help everybody. And finally, the R, always, always respond with purpose. You are an example of what you want others to do, and they should see. So always have a clear path, always respond with purpose. I thank this organization for allowing me to have a word. I hope I've impacted someone. You could always follow me on all the social media channels. You go to Sam Hartman Speaks. That's Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn. I hope to see you all soon, and everyone have an amazing day on purpose. Thank you so very much.
Hello, this is Dr. Smiley, just taking a moment to share. So excited about all the people that are doing the Acronym-A-Thon. We have 100 people that are sharing powerful words. What a new lexicon and a new meaning you can have for your new year. I do want to share that we have a book that is resulting from this event. Very excited about that. It is called All, and let's just bring this up real quick. The All campaign is acronyms live loud. So wanted to share this with you. So for those of you who are in the Acronym-A-Thon, you are certainly encouraged and welcome to participate in the book version, which is A Word Can Change the World. Acronyms live loud, and a sample page of what you'll look like. Obviously, if you're not bald, you won't look like this person here, but you'll have your picture, you'll have your name, your title, credentials, and a bio, as well as your word, the acronym, and of course, some nice QR codes to share your video you did today. And for those of you who want to buy the book will be made available roughly in about roughly 30 to 60 days from now. So we look forward to releasing this book. This is our first book being delivered from the Smile Channel as a result of all the amazing speakers, relationships, leaders, and people that we're amplifying that are making a positive difference in the world. I'm so looking forward to not just the book, but to embracing these words. And think about it. If you have a new word a day, you have a new way of looking at the day, a new perspective, a new vision, and a new way of inspiring others. So we're going to continue the show very soon. And make sure you share these and do a thumbs up when you have somebody. Hey, look at who it is. How are you, Dr. Carla?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, I'm going to give you the floor. We're so happy you're here. Have you been impressed with the caliber of people and also the words they're picking?
Oh, so much. So I'm learning so many different acronyms, so many powerful ones.
Well, I love your backdrop. I love your backdrop. I love the logo. It's very peaceful, and you're actually the complement of the color of the theme of the event. Was that on purpose, or is that your color?
Just by accident. That's my color. That's my
Okay.
color.
And are you excited about the book as well?
I'm so excited. I love writing books. I love sharing knowledge. So it's always good.
You're an author already, right?
I am.
Well, I'm going to exit the stage. Please take 5 seconds, breathe, and then start so we have an editing spot here, okay?
All right.
Enjoy.
Thanks so much, Doctor. All right, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Dr. Carla Gajaka, and I am a nutritionist and educational psychologist. And my passion is really to empower family and kids to become the best version of themselves. So let's talk about my acronym. Let's learn the 5 essential skills every child needs to have before they even go to kindergarten. So let's talk about kindergarten, where by the time 90% of the brain has already grown, right? So what happens to the brain before that age? So that means that most of the wiring, attention, emotional regulations, learning capacity, stress response is already in place before that child even goes to kindergarten. So why do we wait until kindergarten to worry about really being ready to thrive? And at the same time, today's children are growing up with the most cognitive disrupted environment in human history. Children, by the age of 6, they usually spend about 3 hours per day on screen. So most of the kids are not struggling because something's wrong with them. They're struggling because something very crucial and essential is really missing. Fewer conversations, less movement, less emotional connection, less shared reading, and more ultra processed foods. So why this is happening and how that affects our kids. When we step back and look at decades of neuroscience, child development, nutrition, and emotional research, 5 skills consistently predicts readiness for life, for academic success, for professional success, and that's the word learn. So let's quickly go through the 5 essential skills. This is not a curriculum. It's the operating system of the developing brain. So L is for listening. How many real back and forth conversations does your child have every day? Listening is how the brain learns how to focus and process and connect, right? Screens do not teach them to listen. E is for emotional intelligence. So how many real back and forth conversations does your child have every day? Emotional regulation in preschool predicts school adjustment, academic success, and also professional success. Emotions are not soft skills, they're learning infrastructure. The A is for active body and mind. Kindergarten readiness is not about sitting still and paying attention. Physical activity improves executive function in young children. When movement disappears, self-regulation disappears with it. R is for reading. Reading is not about teaching kids to read, it's about teaching the brain to think. Yes, shared reading activates language, imagery, and comprehension networks. So a child read to is building a brain prepared to read and to learn. And the last one is nutrition. What children eat become brain chemistry. Early nutrition affects everything: cognition, attention, emotional regulation, and success. So learning begins in the body. What children eat become energy and information. When the body is nourished, the mind wakes up and learns to listen inwards. Movement then brings balance. An active body teaches the brain how to regulate, pause, and reset. From that regulation, listening becomes possible. Real listening with focus and presence. And when children can listen, emotions become easier to manage, not overwhelming. From a calm body and mind, reading begins to flow. Stories land, imagination opens, and learning becomes meaningful. This is Learn. This is not a checklist. This is a system. And when we support the whole system, learning becomes natural. Thank you so much for having me, and let's learn. Thank you so much, everybody. It was a pleasure.
Good morning. My name is Ronald Randall. I'm a native of San Diego, California. I pastor a community of believers, not necessarily in a country club. My acronym is LOVE, LOVE. Love is the word that stepped out of eternity into time. It was himself. Love, live optimistically, voicing excellence. That's LOVE. All of life begins with family, and it ends in love where it began with him in eternity. We all enter into time, and it's his story, and we're going to spend eternity somewhere. So as we live, it's because of him that we live and move and have our being. And to be optimistic about the word, which is who he is, folk get caught up in a name and they represent the name and not the character. The character is love. And when you look at the fruit that produces love, you will see the difference in going along to get along in this theological perspective that have missed the mark. So when we live right, act right, talk right, be right, and love right, we will help others become right. So watch this. We live optimistically, voicing excellence. The voice is the word. And when we allow the word in us to be the word, it will operate through us. And here is why the word teaches us that if any man be in Christ, he's a new creature. We have the ability and the authority on earth to do what he does in heaven, and that's speak things into existence through our own words. But if you don't believe that, it's because of the doubt and the fear and the self-imposed nonsense that's been employed by other folk who don't stand under his authority, which is the final word. And with that, I'm going to leave you with this. The word W-O-R-D is who we need to know, to K-N-O-W. And when you know love, love will demonstrate who he is through you, and we will all come to a place of loving humanity and not just me, my four, and no more. Out of one blood, God created every nation of man to dwell upon the face of the earth. Life begins with family and it ends in LOVE, where it began. And I'm on a park right there.
Hey there, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to get on here real quick. And thank you for Dr. Smiley for inviting me. My name is Matt Fleming, and my acronym is MUSCLE. Stands for Mindset Under Spiritual Control and Lifelong Effort. And that goes perfect with me and who I am. And I'll tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Matt Fleming. I'm 35 years old. I live in Santa Barbara, California, and I'm a coach, speaker, soon to be published author. and overcomer, I think would be the best way to put it. My book is about my story. You know, growing up wasn't easy for me. I grew up in a very abusive household, and along with that came a lot of insecurities and other things that I share in my story. As I got older, I found alcohol, and for the first time, I felt okay with being in my own skin, which I didn't feel like I was okay with for a very, very long time. That progressed fairly quickly, and by the time I was 23 or 22 years old, I was using a needle every single day to shoot up heroin and meth. With that lifestyle came severe consequences. You know, the county jail, rehabs, they became a revolving door for me. If I wasn't there, I was on the streets, and homelessness quickly became part of my story. And you know, I spiraled out of control. Just continued to pass lines I swore I would never cross. And you know, by the grace of God, I was given another chance at life. It wasn't easy. You know, in my near decade experience of being homeless and living on the streets and doing all the things that I've experienced, my life hung on the line multiple times. One of the most serious consequences was when I ended up in the hospital with endocarditis. My blood went septic, and I had an abscess in my spine that nearly paralyzed me. And again, by the grace of God, I overcame that. But I didn't learn my lesson until another year after that, you know, when I experienced an overdose from fentanyl. And I remember waking up from that overdose in my SUV of my in this empty parking lot that I was in, and you know, God came over me. It was a moment of clarity. For the first time in a long time, I didn't feel like dying, which I had felt like for so long. And I put a plan into action to better my life. I had gotten sober previously before this incident, so I knew where to go. And I went to the drug and alcohol services and asked them to help me find a detox. I admitted I needed help, and I was willing to do whatever it took. And they found me a bed, and it wasn't pretty. You know, it wasn't a very luxurious place. I didn't have any resources. I had burned every single bridge to the ground. I had no money. I had no one helping me, nor did I deserve to have those things. But I put in the work, and I knew the entire time I could just feel it inside me that everything was going to be okay. I didn't see the whole step, every step of the journey, but I knew which next step to take. And in God's perfect timing, He's revealed every step of the way for me along that path. You know, today my life's amazing. I have over 4 years of sobriety. I live next to one of the most beautiful beaches in California. I have an amazing group of people. I have an amazing career. I've got back into the fitness industry. Now I'm more so in the coaching space, helping men transform their lives not only through fitness but mindset, nutrition, and all the things that I've done in my own life to better myself. I now get to teach other people and share that to help them get out of whatever situation that they're in. Coming across Ken was a huge blessing. Him and I met through social media, and he inspired me to write a book, which had been something that I have been wanting to do for a very long time. And I don't believe in coincidences. I believe everything happens again in God's perfect timing. And so we've set out on that journey together, and it's been quite the experience. It's taken me a little bit longer than I expect, but it should be out here within the next month or two. And I'm very excited about this project, man, because I've poured my heart and soul into this. A lot of things I wrote about were not easy for me to talk about, but I feel like authenticity is necessary. It's relatable, and it's what's going to grab people's attention and really get them to understand that we can overcome anything in this life. I truly believe that if I can overcome the things that I've come from, you know, if you knew me from my past, you would agree no one was betting on me to ever get sober, including myself. And God will make a way where it seems that there is no way. I feel like I was on the closest possible line to crossing that edge that never you're not able to come back from, you know. And again, my mind has been it's been renewed, just like it says in the Bible. So again, my name's Matt Fleming. I think thank you guys very much for allowing me to get on here and share just a glimpse of my journey, and thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carol Hodges, and my word for today is anchor. Why anchor? Well, I'm known as a life change navigator. And as you can see, when you're out sailing, there's two times that you're at anchor. Before you begin, you're at anchor. And when you've had your journey and you've completed it, and you're safe back at harbor, you're at anchor again. So it's very pivotal to both beginnings and endings. I'm going to give you anchor to remember a process that allows you to improve your life. So at the beginning of your journey, your anchor is first to ANCHOR. A is for answer. Answer the call. You may notice that you have your own longing and discontent, that maybe your life's okay, but you just wish something was better, or you just had it with something. And it might be something with your health. It could be something in your job, your relationships, but answer the call. You're wanting some change. Now, N in anchor is for noticing. One of the most important things is noticing what you're noticing. That's another word people use for that is metacognition, but it's noticing the little thoughts that you have. Notice how you're feeling. You may have a situation and you suddenly notice, gee, when I talked to that person, I sounded annoyed. By noticing, you have an opportunity to make changes. So first answer the call, then notice what you're noticing. Then the C is for choose your life. Not just change, which is also C, but choose. Choose that area of your life that you really want to make a difference in. And it's a turning point because if you're just thinking about it, you're not taking action. But when you actually choose the life you want, the world can open up. Next is H, ANCHOR. H is for harness inner courage. Courage is facing that voice within yourself. We all have what I call paradigms. And I have a little cup I keep right in front of me to remind me to sip from the cup of courage. Because when you're doing something new, often you may think, gee, I don't know, I've never done it before, I'm probably no good. You have thoughts that can hold you back. If you want change in your life, it's outside of your comfort zone. So C is for the courage to do that. And then ANCHO, open the possibility. You're ready to shift how you think and feel. And suddenly you see opportunities that were invisible before. So doors open, ideas emerge because you stay open. And finally, R is for receive. Receive your good. Quite honestly, we do things to ourselves where something may be right in front of us and we think, well, oh, is that really for me? And I'm here to tell you it is. When you have good, receive your good. So that's it. Remember that acronym, anchor. It can change your life. I'm Carol Hodges, the Life Change Navigator. Anchor your life.
Well, well, well. Thank you, Dr. Ken, for having me in this wonderful, beautiful morning. And why am I here? Check the background, check my face, and check if you're having one of these on your face too. Everybody, my name is Marcus Weiss, and joy is my jam. And why is joy my jam? Because it's a tough world out there. That's right, it keeps coming at you one event at a time. Am I right? And at the same time, what do you all do out there? You're sitting on their couch, you're signing up for one more, yes, webinar, which is absolutely fabulous. But here's the thing, it starts with you. It starts with you. And usually we hear that and it's bad news, but no, 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 it's good news, everybody. Because what's closer to you than you yourself? And today I am here to help you and myself, that is all of us, live more joyful lives, which is my acronym today, by the way, joyful. And that is just own you for uplifted living. Let me say that one more time. Just own you for uplifted living. That is, it starts with you. Life be lifing, everybody. But stop. For goodness sake, stop looking out there to change what's in here. And look, I get it. I get it, everyone. I've been there and I've done that. There was a time when I would wake up every morning and my first thought when my eyes opened was, oh no, not again. Because all I saw out there was stress and overwhelm and anxiety. Because that's the story that I was telling myself about every single day leading up to that, including the one right before it. So I saw it ahead of me, and what did I get in my life as a result? Was more stress, anxiety, and overwhelm because I headed straight towards it. Because when you vibrate in that frequency, you magnetize exactly those things towards you. And so I struggled. And I had a wonderful wife, and I had beautiful children, and I had jobs and friends all around me. And yet, on the inside, I did not feel well. From the neck down, I did not feel joyful. And as a result, I could not enjoy life at all. And then when my head hit the pillow at night, my last thought was, thank God that's over. And my favorite time of the day was when I was unconscious. That level of ingratitude was just eating away at me until I got super depressed. And this face happened, and these feelings happened, and this happened in my body. Until one day, my angel of a wife nudged me into an event, yes, online. And a speaker, just like myself, all of a sudden was jumping up and down on stage and sharing all sorts of amazing energy. And through the screen, I felt something. And I found myself jumping up and down and moving and actually doing things that made me completely think differently, feel differently, and do different things. And as a result, I headed out into the world and started to make things happen. And people came back to me and they were like, Marcus, what did you do? And that's when I realized, oh my goodness, I can actually share the things that I learned with other people. And I started doing that in my life, and life started happening. I started getting jobs. I started speaking at events just like this, affecting people's lives. And now it's what I do for a living. The joy experience is what I feel from the inside out, is what I step into each and every day. And it is what I hope is I am influencing in this moment right now. And now I can't wait to get up in the morning. Now I don't want to go to sleep. Now my first thought in the morning is, it's going to be a great day. And my brain believes me, my feelings feel it, and my body follows. And at night, I feel like, oh no, the day is over. What do you mean the day is over? That can't be possible. And I have much better dreams both at night when I'm sleeping as well as during the day when I'm awake. I'm always dreaming, my friends. In here, so it affects here, so it affects here, so it affects here. In fact, this is what I would like you all to do out there. Now, I can't see you, and I have faith that you will repeat after me. Everybody take those beautiful hands of yours, unless, of course, you're driving. Take those beautiful hands and repeat after me. As I think, so I feel. As I feel, so I do. As I do, so I have. And as I have, so I give. And that's what showing up is all about. So take those hands that I know you still have, bring them together in quick succession to make sound, and applaud yourself. Applaud yourself. And what does applause mean? Applause is confidence and energy. It's a confidence that that was a good thing, and it's the energy to want to do more of it. And what is that more that you want to do? That is get into a joyful state, to be joyful. Because what else are you going to do in this world of ours? Because it'll keep happening. Look, life be lifing. As my wonderful friend and mentor Les Brown says, life will always be lifing. In fact, before this webinar, life lifed a whole bunch for me already, at least half a dozen times. And I have ways to recover. I don't stay in suffering, everybody. And I hope that today I shared with you one way that you can live a even more joyful life. And it is to start with you. Start with mindset, which feeds into your heart set, which creates the energy for you to create the magnetism in your life to head towards and attract those things that you want, those things that serve you. Now, I celebrate you for being here today. I applaud you for showing up, for doing the one thing, because you and I both know that you are here for a reason and that you should not do anything on your own. So please stay connected with me or any of the wonderful speakers here. Again, thank you, Dr. Ken, for this time today. I love all of you unconditionally. My name is Marcus Wise, and joy is my jam. Thank you very much.
Well, that was great. I appreciate that. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today? My name is Brian Livingston, and I'm here today to talk to you about my acronym ticket. So what we do is my business, we fight traffic tickets for people. And I don't care where you got your traffic ticket, as long as you can get a hold of all of the evidence against you. Okay. Then we can actually help you review that and get you ready for court. But to quickly go to the acronym today, the acronym ticket, first of all, the T stands for technical. We look for technicalities. Okay. For example, was the radar calibrated properly? Was the LiDAR calibrated properly? How did they go about doing that? We go through all of those things. We want to make sure that they've done that part of their job properly. Believe it or not, a lot of cops are very lazy in actually doing this. And when we get a hold of the disclosure, that's all of the evidence against you, we actually find a lot of these types of things missing just in the technicalities. Okay. The next is we're looking at the infraction itself. Okay. So I stands for infraction. What charge they charge with? The law that was written to then be able to see, is this actually the appropriate charge? Okay, the police officers use a cheat book. And so the cheat book is a very, very simplified definition of what the charge is. But what you charge, sometimes the infraction they've charged you with is not actually laid out in the section that they've actually used. So we want to go through that, make sure that the infraction actually applies to what they're alleging against you. Okay. The next part is that we're looking at what's called case law. Case law are prior rulings that have been done in court that can help in regards to our defense. Okay. So there's lots of rulings made by judges all the time. And so we want to see, can we find multiple case law rulings that support our defense so that we get in front of the judge, we can then let the judge know about all these because they don't always know about them. And so we want to inform them of the case law so that that will then give us a stronger defense for our client or even yourself to be able to get out. Okay. The next part is we look at our overall knowledge. Okay. We're former police officers, we're former prosecutors, we're former collision analysis experts. Myself personally, since I quit being a police officer, I've been fighting traffic tickets in court for over 22 years now. Okay. So we have a vast knowledge between me and my team, regardless of the type of ticket you got, whether it's a personal ticket, whether it's in a commercial vehicle, whether it's alcohol related. We've dealt with it, and we've literally dealt with it thousands of times. Okay. The next part that we look at is we look at the E for evidence. Okay. We want to go through and see everything that the police officer is alleging in his notes. Okay. We also want to see what, if there are witnesses, what their evidence is. See whether or not we can find any inconsistencies in their evidence to actually support our case and weaken the police officer's case. Okay. And then the final T for ticket is testimony. Okay. We get the police officer or their witnesses up on the stand, and then we cross-examine those witnesses to then try and further the defense of our client. Just for example, in the book that I've written, How to Beat a Speeding Ticket and Smile, we give you a massive list of questions to ask in relation to the type of speeding ticket that you've got to try and weaken the police officer's evidence. Okay. I can tell you in 22 years, I have lost count of the number of times that we have run a trial. And once the police officer got up on the stand, he literally just made a fool of himself. Okay. So just because they've made the allegation, it doesn't mean that they're actually going to be able to get the evidence into court properly. So we look for weaknesses, we look for the inconsistencies, and then we cross-examine their testimony to then try and be able to, once again, further the defense of our client. And then, if applicable, we also put our client on the stand and him through pointed questions to be able to get the evidence out that we need to defend our client. Okay, so it's a simple acronym to remember. Remember, it's ticket, and that you can get the book, How to Beat a Speeding Ticket and Smile, on Amazon. And, like I said, you get a ticket anywhere in the world and you can get a hold of the evidence. You're legally entitled to the disclosure. So if you request it, you can then come and get a hold of us at thetrafficticket.guru, and then we can review the evidence with you and get you prepared for court. So I appreciate Ken and everybody's team being able to fit me in today. I had some other related issues that forced me to be in my car, but I want to thank everyone for the opportunity. You're all wonderful, and I really hope, everybody, that you have a really great day, and I hope you never get a ticket, but if you do, make sure you reach out to us because we can help you.
Hi there. My name is Patty, aka Patricia Hudak Kennett. My business is New Horizons Transformational Life Coaching, and my services specialize in offering evocative coaching for women recovering from divorce or loss and tapping into the power within themselves that may have felt a little unreachable up until now. My acronym came to me while I was in a luxurious bath with essential oils and salts after I set my intention to receive this message. And my acronym is ALAM, A-L-A-M. The definition has several meanings. And the ones that resonated with my message are universe or nature, sufficient or enough, knowledge or wisdom. The first A stands for attention. By noticing our thoughts, which are actually pictures in our mind that tell us where our energy is going, because we know energy flows where our attention goes. How those thoughts make us feel also is another thing to pay attention to. The L in alarm stands for listen. You want to listen to the signs through noticing thoughts regarding your longing and your discontent. How long have these thoughts and feelings been playing in your head or in your heart? What has it been costing you to keep thinking these same thoughts? What if you could just change the channel and say to yourself, not today, and then ask the question, what would I love? Have some fun dreaming, creating, envisioning just for you, for your growth and your self-worth. The other A in alarm stands for answers. Ask your higher self, what step could I take today from where I am right now to get towards a life that I would love? Then just allow. Take time to listen. No push energy, just allowing to let the answer come through for your highest good. Start from where you are. Be the person you are envisioning until you become it. Which brings us to the M in alarm, which is mentorship. You have a built-in mentor from the divine, universe, or God. It is the power that is the same power that's been breathing you all along. It speaks just to you, to be, to do, to have, or to give anything that you desire. With my help, I can guide you to tap into this gift inside you and keep you on track every step of the way. When I decided to be a transformational life coach, it transformed me. From the loss of my marriage of 26 years, I went back to my roots of loving, helping others, doing massage therapy, body, mind, acupressure, theta healing, and being there for my brother with a traumatic brain injury. Helping people personally has always been my favorite vocation in life, and my evolution has brought me to you. Message me for a free discovery session, and I'll see you soon. Patricia at New Horizons Transformational lifecoaching.com. Again, I'm Patricia Kennett. Thank you, Dr. Smiley, for this opportunity. Have a blessed day.
Hello, my name is Pam Moyo, and I am the Queen of Vision, where I take my clients from chaos to clarity so they can live the lives that they absolutely love living. And my acronym is VISION. And the V stands for visualize. So whatever we see in this world, it started with a vision. So you want to visualize and define the life that you actually love living in detail. And that starts with the simple question, what would I love? So you can ask yourself that question. The I is intention. That is choosing to move from your old default thinking that has kept you stuck to an empowered vision of the life that you would love to live. And I like this African proverbs that says, a cat that wants to be a lion must lose its appetite for rats. So that's you losing the appetite for the old thinking. S is strategy. That is having the tools and the support system to support you, to move you from your old thinking to that vision of the life that you would love living. And I is influence. This is where you master your thoughts, and so you can influence your outer results. So you don't get what you want, you get what you are, which are your thoughts, your beliefs, and the perspective of the world. and O is opportunity. This is having that clarity and uncovering the opportunities in your life that you thought they were not there, but they were actually right in front of you and you didn't see them. And N is now. That is take action now. Nothing materializes from thin air without your input. So take inspired action that aligns with your vision to achieve the life that you would absolutely love to live. So that's my acronym, and thank you very much. This acronym came to me because I realized that having a vision is what moves me forward. Thank you.
Hello, this is Gina Irby Hill. Let me take my glasses off so you can see my eyes. This is Gina Irby Hill coming to you on our esteemed Acronym-A-Thon. I want to thank Dr. Smiles, Ross, Knighton, Warfield for inviting me to be a part of this. We have several authors and those who just love acronyms. Must say that she invited me. I said I didn't have any idea of what, but then she reminded me of my business, which is Love Marks. I have an autistic son, and Mark has inspired me to create a business called Love Marks, and that's the love taps, not necessarily just the child. We just use his name, but Love Marks so that we can help and encourage, inspire, and provide resources for other caregivers of children or adults with autism. A lot of times the caregiver gets left out. So we have the esteemed privilege of sharing and being in relationship with some of those who may feel like they've been left out, and sharing love with them, just as the business says, love marks. So Mark, M, is for mercy. The scripture I chose says, because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his mercies never fail. The meaning is that mercy is the foundation of Love Marks. Caregivers often, as I said before, are unseen and feel burdened. Sometimes they are met with judgment and with no mercy. So we have that understanding and we like to extend that grace to them. A, advocacy. Oh, definitely an advocate for the caregivers and for the individuals living with autism. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. That's truly my mantra. That's Proverbs 31:8. Then the A stands for a voice for them, for the individuals, for the caregivers, so that educating and supporting is and ensuring that caregivers are seen. You notice that I mentioned that twice because it's very important. We seem left out in a lot of instances because, or we feel that way because there's so much going on and the industry doesn't lend as much to autism as it does other handicaps or other disabilities, should I say. R is resilience. The scripture for that is, but those who hope in the Lord will serve and renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. Isaiah 40:31. Caregivers are resilient. Necessity dictates that we have extra strength. We draw from that strength, and therefore we have resilience, renewing weary hearts, and reminding caregivers that God supplies strength to the weary and those who run low on any strength. Compassion is C. C is compassion, should I say. Finally, all be like-minded, be sympathetic, love one another, compassionate and humble. That's 1 Peter 3:8. Compassion is love in action. Love Marks creates safe spaces for caregivers as they are met with empathy and encouragement and genuine care, because no one should walk this journey alone. Support. Support. The scripture there is Galatians 6:2. Carry each other's burdens. And that's what we are attempting to do, to carry those burdens as we walk this journey and help each other. Support is the heartbeat of Love Marks, whether emotional, spiritual, or practical. We walk alongside caregivers, lifting burdens together just as Christ calls us to do so. In closing, I'd like to say that I chose the name, as I mentioned earlier, because it's a play on my son's name, but it's rooted in mercy, strengthened by advocacy, upheld by resilience, guided by compassion, and sustained through support. Inspired by my son, we created Love Marks, Inc. to exist, to make love marks that truly matter, and to remind caregivers that they are seen, they are valued, and never alone. Thank you so very much, Dr. Smile, for just reminding me that I did have something that I could talk about. Thank you, Dr. Smiles and Smiley, both of you. For Dr. Ken has the Perfect Printing Publishing Company. So we just thank him so very much for his relationship with us, having met Dr. Smile and then thus meeting all of us. So we are so appreciative. I am in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and that is where we start, but our hope is that we can create love marks all over the world for people who are in this unique community. And you can find me, Gina Irby Hill, on any social media platforms. I either have Gina Irby or Gina Irby Hill, but you'll be able to find me. God bless. And thank you all so much for this awesome opportunity again.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, hi, my name is David Blackford, and I am the founder of a movement called Christians on Purpose. And that is my acronym for today. So COPS, COPS, because the world needs more cops. Our movement kind of came about in a sad way, but it's a celebration. We lost our senior pastor, and that was a few years back. And during his celebration of life, I discovered a book that was his favorite book called The On Purpose Person by Kevin McCarthy. And reading that book, I found out, let me tell you the story. So this is how it came about. So I picked up this book, On Purpose Person. I read it, and I ended up, I kind of set it down, set it to the side, and I didn't pick it up again until the following year. And that was 2023. And I did the exercises the next time around, and it really kind of transformed my life. And it made me realize for my spiritual side what my most important goal was. And that was to bring out this book to as many people as I possibly could. I thought, wow, wouldn't it be nice that I could bring as many people to be on purpose as I could? And so anyway, that was September 4th, 2023, the day that I bought christiansonpurpose.org. I bought the website, and I looked to see how I could get a hold of Kevin McCarthy. I wrote him a note, And the end of that year, I was actually in a men's group, and I was sitting there telling the gentleman about what I was doing. And there was a gentleman sitting on the couch, Coach Gary, and he said, "Hey, I know Kevin." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "Yeah, I know Kevin. If you ever need to get a hold of him, I can help you." Well, I said, "Okay." And I waited and I waited and I waited, and I didn't hear back from Kevin. Turned out he had been emailing me, trying to get a hold of me, and Coach Gary connected us. And since then, um, not only have I created a curriculum for Christians on Purpose, which is a combination of personal development and Kevin's book, The On Purpose Person, but I now have brought it to our church. And we just wrapped up, just right before Christmas, we wrapped up our bringing it out to our church. And I will be bringing it out hopefully soon to another church locally. And I think it could be the start of something very beautiful. We had some great response at our church. Uh, didn't end up as many people as I wanted it to be, but it appears that, God works in those beautiful ways that it definitely got into the right hands. And we have some people that is going to be our nucleus of this group, and bringing it out to the new church that we've reached out to. I just see it multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. And again, it's going to be, the world needs more cops, more people on purpose, more Christians on purpose. On the flip side, we're going to bring more purple, more people to Christ. That's the flip side of it. Our senior pastor now, he was asking me, "Hey, okay, cool, bringing people to get them on purpose, and that's really good, but what are you going to do for God?" And so the flip side is we're going to bring more people to God and bring more people to purpose. And that's pretty much it. How you can get a hold of me, you could go to christiansonpurpose.com, or excuse me, christiansonpurpose.org, or you could shoot me an email at christiansonpurpose@gmail. I haven't really set up the emails for our website yet, but anyway, that's it in a nutshell. And I don't know how much time I have left, but I just hope everybody has a great year. Blessings to you all. And yeah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Blood, and I thank Ken, Dr. Smiley, very much for inviting me to be here today. And my acronym is KISS, Keep It Simple and Spiritual. And the reason we want to keep it simple and spiritual is because my entire life, I was a rock singer in Australia, and I had a near fatal car accident, and I was in the hospital for months and months and months. And one of the things I came out of, whenever you have something horrific happen, it can really change your life to the positive in so many ways. And it did something to my heart, to my soul. I went on a quest looking for the light, looking for higher consciousness. I ended up working all over the world, singing and speaking with Bob Proctor, Dr. Deepak Chopra, Wayne Dyer, and so many others, until eventually I was so blessed. I was speaking to Bob Proctor one day, and I said, "I've got this heart glow and I don't know what to do with it." And he said, "You need an enlightened teacher. That's what you're looking for." And so 16 years it took me to find an enlightened teacher. And I went off the grid and studied with her for over 10 years and eventually awakened myself. Now, one of the things I've always loved since I was a little girl is prayer. I love to pray. And what I noticed after my awakening was that I started getting all these students I was teaching meditation to, and I love to do my affirmation music that I write for them and pray for them. And what we decided to do 2.5 years ago was create a prayer app. And it's not a particular religion, but it's filled with beautiful prayers for you. And the results that people are getting is just really miraculous. And so it's got hundreds of prayers, lots and different categories, even for people that get jealous, resentful, self-sabotage, to gain self-esteem, to find that enlightenment within yourself for success and more wealth. So many great affirmations. And also, it's also got morning meditations, videos training you about what prayer really is. It's not, you don't have to be spiritual, you don't have to be religious to get yourself to be prayed for. It's absolutely beautiful. It's called True Prayer. You just go to trueprayerapp.com. Getting back to keeping it simple and spiritual, I find that keeping that stillness within you and meditation, you don't have to be spiritually inclined to meditate either. You will find that it will lower your blood pressure, keep you extremely healthy and happy, and make your life one of joy and inspiration. Because when you can't feel which way to go, do I go left? Do I go right? Do I go up? It's because you've got this beautiful diamond, your higher self, and it's clogged. It's clogged with all the past hurts and experiences that you've had. So you can't feel your higher self, your higher consciousness. And so with the prayers, it's like people feel tingling at the top of their head when they're listening to these beautiful prayers with the music. And it absolutely changes your life. My brother saw it the other day, and he's definitely not religious, and he just said it's the most incredible thing he's ever heard. He said, I felt tingles at the top of my head, and he's not very spiritually minded normally, but he just adored it. And people from all over the world are just loving the True Prayer. So whenever you want to feel good about yourself, just go to trueprayerapp.com. And you can have a listen to some of the sample prayers, and you can also watch some of the videos about what prayer really is and how miraculously helpful it is. It really works. It's amazing. So I thank Dr. Smiley again for inviting me here today. It's been wonderful to speak to all of you. And just remember, keep it simple and spiritual. This is Michelle Blood saying thank you very, very much for having me.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are joining from. Hi, my name is Tanika Wynn, and I would like to first thank Dr. Smiley and the Perfect Publishing family and Dr. Smile, I call her my Auntie Roz, and everyone that has been a pivotal journey in my life. So that's just kind of some disclaimers. I'm gonna call out some friends and family. I may forget someone, but if I do, please charge it to my head and not my heart. I want to just thank my parents. Hi, parents. They're going to be celebrating their 51st anniversary coming up soon. To my sisters, my siblings, my nieces, my nephews on the Winds and the Deal side of the house, my in-laws, everyone, and all of my sister friends. I have a lot of sister friend groups, and I have the Faithpreneur community and the Trucking God's Way community. But I want to tell you a little bit about how this word strive came to be. So strive stands for strength, tenacity, reach, inspire, victorious, and empowerment. And as I said, I have a lot of sister friend groups, so you'll be hearing about them soon. But last year, I sent Dr. Smile a note. And in the notes, I said, can you help me with this acronym STRIVE? At the time, she couldn't, because I call her my acronym queen. And she didn't have anything to give me at that time. She said, let me pray on it. But then as she began to say, let me pray on it, I began to put some things in action. I started to think about my friends groups and all of the women who have shaped who I am. As first, God is the head of my life. He's the source. But you have a village of people around you that shape you as well. And so I thought about my friend April and my friend LaTanya, Courtney, Crystal, Ebony, Kirsene, Latasha, Treva, and Kelly, and I have another group of friends from Dayton, Ohio that I've known for 30 years, and my friend Yamika and Felicia. And I start thinking about all of the things that we have talked about in our lives, and that began to shape Strive. So in 2023, I was driving from Richmond, visiting my oldest daughter, and the Lord told me that I'm going to write a book with my friends and I'm going to have a conference. And as I began to listen to the voice of the Lord, I waited a few months before I let my friends group know. And they said, well, can we see this in writing? Because, you know, we want to see it on paper. So I wrote it out. And at first the name was Wives Who Strive because most of us are married. The story began with two Marco Polo groups that joined together. And in that joining together, it was the Virtuous Wives from 2010 and then the Divas in the City from 2016. And we all came together and I created the Virtuous Wives 2 group. And then I transitioned that to the Wives Who Strive. And someone's like, well, I'm not married or I'm going through a transition and or, you know, a spouse passed. And so I'm not a wife anymore. So then I said, you know, I want to make sure that it's all inclusive. So that's where Strive came to be. In those Marco Polo groups and videos, we prayed, we cried, we gave testimonies, we proclaimed what we wanted to do in our lives. Some said we want to have babies, we want to, you know, get remarried, we want to get a new job, we want to accomplish our educational goals, we want to purchase homes and do all of these things. And we did. We accomplished those things. And so as I began to think about the strength of each woman, the strength means the quality or state of being physically strong, the capacity of an object or substance to withstand great force. And the scripture that grounds me is I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. We were tenacious, you know, tenacious or tenacity means the quality or fact of being able to grip something firmly, the quality or fact of being able to be very determined. And again, therefore, my scripture that I stand on is, my brethren, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, for as much as ye know that your labor is not in vain. And then reach, to attain, to stretch out an arm in a specific direction in order to touch something, to arrive at or get as far as. And so we were reaching for goals. We were setting those goals and we were accomplishing those goals. And then another one, inspire, a feeling of influence that sparks new ideas, creative, victorious, having won a victory, triumphant, and then empowerment, the authority or power given to someone to do something. And so in that strive, it became evident that we were accomplishing those goals. And so I want to eventually have a conference where I will honor all the women and that have been an inspiration to my life, that we could come together and break bread and I can celebrate them. I do have a jingle. I just posted it on my social media. It's Tanika Wynn. You can find me on social media. I have Tuesdays with Tanika podcast. I'm on TikTok. I'm on all of those social media platforms. I wanted to try to share the jingle, written and produced by the inspiration of the words, strive, let your strength take flight. This is my daughter's image that I got from ChatGPT. So please go find the video that I just posted on my page, introducing this platform, because I don't know how to share it right now in the webinar. But again, I thank you, Dr. Smiley. I thank you, Dr. Smile, for inviting me. And I'm going to yield, and I love you all. Have a wonderful day and be blessed.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. My name is Denise Armstrong, and I'm an author. I'm a Christian counselor, and I'm also a life coach. I was invited on here by Auntie Roz with Kingdom Authors and Shanice. I want to thank Dr. Smiley and Dr. Ross for allowing me this opportunity. My acronym is GREAT. It's great because my life was at a point where I didn't even feel like living on this earth anymore when I lost my son. My son was killed, and it felt like my life stopped, actually. As I spent more time in my word, I started to realize that it's better to be in the living and living with God on my side. So great to me stands for God is working. All things work together for the good of those that love the Lord and are called into his purpose. Up until that point, I didn't even have a purpose. I had no purpose. I had no way of, trying to figure out, where do I go from here? What do I do? I spent some time being homeless and just really not caring. So being with God, doing that opportunity for about a year was great for me. The R stands for rest, rest in his word. I spent a lot of time resting and being in the presence of God. He taught me a lot of things in my life at that time. E stands for embrace, embrace his will. Embrace also is a way of me saying, okay, I submit. I don't like what's going on. I don't like what's happening, but I'm going to totally submit to your will, God, so that my life can start have meaning and purpose, so that I can be able to help someone else at least get through what I had to go through. A stands for accept. Accept the way that God is allowing me to heal. Accept the way that however the healing is supposed to go. For me, it was extremely hard coming from my background, coming from being homeless, coming from a lot of things. I had to accept that God is God. God knows what's best. I don't. We don't. And I believe that everybody has a purpose, and we don't always like the way that purpose goes in our life. But when you find out what your purpose really is, what God has in store for you, you realize that he's the author and the finisher. So it's better to submit to his will and not try to do it your way. T stands for trust. One of my favorite scriptures is Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, which says, trust the Lord with all your heart and don't lean to your own understanding. In all of your ways, that's not some of your ways, but all of your ways, acknowledge him so that he can direct your pathways. For me, that was extremely hard, but it's something that I've lived by for such a long time. Because when things happen in our lives, when there's a death or a tragic or something, things start to ravel apart. We don't know how to accept it. For me, it was like, God, my life has already been hard. Why are things looking like they're looking? What's really going on? So as God has healed my heart, I've been able to, as a Christian counselor and as a life coach, I've been able to help so many more people because of my background, because of the things God has allowed me to go through, understanding that my purpose in life, the tragics that happen to me, the things that go on in my life, he only allows that so that I can go and help another person. My pain is somebody else's gain. And actually, I have said, okay, Lord, if that is the way life is supposed to be, I appreciate that. I will accept that. And that is who I am. So great is something for me that is life-changing. When I'm counseling someone, there's a lot of acronyms I use for maybe specifically that person and what's going on in their life. I love my purpose in life. I love being a life coach. I'm loving being a published author. I have many more books inside of me, and I can't wait to get them out. because I know when it's all said and done, I'm going to be able to do what I was called to do. And that is fulfill the purpose that God put me on this earth to fulfill. Yes, my pastor used to say, use that pain to help somebody else. And my life has been so full of pain and tragic that it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity and a blessing to be able to be a life coach and to be able to take those next stands to help many more people, because hope in this world right now is what we really need. So great is something that's really important. Remember, great is God is working, rest in his word, embracing his will, accept his healing, and trust him. If you want to reach me, you can. My email is lightinbrokenplaces@gmail.com. My number is 949-909-9021. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I'm so grateful and so blessed. And if you think you can use my services or believe I can help you in some way, I would be honored. Thank you very much and have a blessed day. Bye.
My name is Yorona Boster, and the incomparable Dr. Smiley invited me to be here today. So let's jump right in. There's an idea that runs through all the work I do. Parenting is a relationship built on signals, spoken and unspoken. The way we show up, the tone we use, the boundaries we set, and even the patterns we inherited all shape how our children experience security and connection. So I wanted to take the word parenting and turn it into a simple framework, one that captures the core skills that help us raise emotionally secure children. Each letter represents a principle we can practice every day in small, meaningful moments. So let's start with the P. P is for presence. Our children read us long before they understand our words. Presence is about noticing the signals we send, our tone, our posture, our energy, and choosing to show up with steadiness instead of reactivity. It's not about perfection. It's simply being there in the moment with awareness, which brings us to letter A for awareness. So much of parenting is inherited. We repeat what we saw, or we swing to the opposite extreme. Awareness helps us pause and ask, is this coming from me or from the patterns I grew up with? Awareness gives us choice. R for reflection. So children mirror what we model. My son, when he echoes my frustrated driver tone, it isn't a moment for me to feel ashamed. It's a moment to reflect. Reflection helps us understand our impact on our children and then repair with intention. E is for empathy. Empathy lets us see our children as whole humans with their own inner worlds. It also helps us hold compassion for our parents, for the tools they lacked and the wounds they carried, without dismissing the impact those wounds had on us. N is for nurturing autonomy. Children are not blank slates. Half of who they are comes from biology and the rest from the environments we create. Nurturing autonomy means giving them room to practice being themselves while still offering guidance and security. T for tools. Parenting, unfortunately, doesn't come with a manual. Most of us are doing the best we can with the tools we inherited. But tools can be learned. Skills can be practiced. Progress matters far more than perfection. I is for intention. Intention shifts us from reacting to choosing. It helps us decide which patterns we want to pass forward and which ones to release. When we parent with intention, everyday moments become opportunities for connection and growth. N is for nervous system safety. So children thrive when they feel emotionally secure. Our consistency, our tone, and our ability to regulate ourselves becomes the blueprint for how they learn to regulate their own nervous systems. Safety doesn't mean shielding them. It means anchoring them. G is for generational healing. Every parent stands between what came before and what will come after. We carry stories, wounds, and hopes, and we get to choose what continues. Even small shifts in our parenting create ripples of healing for the next generation. Ultimately, parenting is not about having all the answers. It's about noticing the signals we send, spoken and unspoken, and choosing the ones that help our children grow into capable, connected, emotionally secure adults. We prepare the child for the road, not the road for the child. And we prepare ourselves one intentional moment at a time. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Imani Cothurst, and I was invited by Cyrus Prescott. He said I should check it out. My acronym is In the Know. It's basically my business. NTK. So we know who you need to know. I basically help people network, and it's been a referral-based business. So people make referrals to me mostly by word of mouth. In my business, I have helped people network at Fashion Week and gotten them coverage and brought them to fashion shows and music events and industry events here in New York City. And that's pretty much the main acronym that I use is NTK. So it's in the know. So NTHEKNO. My email is NTHEKNO@gmail.com at the current moment. And my business number is 347-471-0186. If you need help networking or you're interested in networking opportunities, that is something that I do. That's it. All I had to say. Thank you, everyone.
Hi there. I'm Eltron. I come from Malaysia. Lights, camera, action. Who wants to become Brad Pitt? Who wants to become Angelina Jolie? And who wants to become Samuel L. Jackson? Those are those famous movie stars that you know. I'm a talent scout for acting in Malaysia for TV commercials, movie dramas, viral videos, episodes, photo shoots, and camera ads and cinema ads and all that. So what I do is I help and inspire wannabe actors from ground zero, starting as babies right up to elderly people, to step into the acting world, and you do not ever regret ever since. As then the roles after roles they land on it, be small or big, just propelling them to giving them more opportunities and getting onto the acting career. My acronym for today is HOPE, that I'm helping other people exuberate. So when it comes to the word exuberate, I have three E's, which is energize, empower, and elevate. So what I do is I give them opportunity and elevate them onto the camera screens and acting gigs. For example, giving them opportunity to land on auditions, like the favorite roles and all that. And one of my accolades are supplying talent in the movie called Crazy Rich Asians. It's a Warner Brothers movie from the US, but it was never filmed in the US. It was filmed in Malaysia and Singapore. And it was a backdrop of New York airport where they have some Caucasian actors acting in it. And I supplied some of the background actors in there. And besides that, I also started my acting career at quite a late stage. I'm a chemical engineer as background from Adelaide University in Australia. And from then, being an actor has never been on my journey or even my roadmap. Because in the secondary school, I always loved chemistry and knowing molecules like H2O for water and CO2 for carbon dioxide. So when I graduated from Australia, I come back to Malaysia. I was ended up in a job in Singapore as a safety chemist, and it's on board of the shipyard. So basically, after that, I gone into the oleochemical industry, which is the palm oil industry, raw material making soaps, cosmetics, toiletries, and all that. And eventually, after a certain time, I've doing export of commodities. So eventually, I go back into my passion. Because when I was young, I loved watching movies, like the Hong Kong dramas and all that. So I started acting at the age of almost 40 years old. And now it's really almost a decade into the actorpreneur business, which is actor plus entrepreneur. So I've been supplying and landed many talents, thousands of talents on the screens of many TV commercials like McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Toyota, Honda, or even telcos and all that. So eventually, I even sent some talents to Japan for acting and also some talent into Indonesia for TV commercials and all that. So eventually, what I love in this industry is that it's so diverse. Anybody. I have a motto here in Malaysia called "Everyone can act." So I always give opportunity for them to go into that business. In Malaysia, there's an airlines, a no-frills airlines called "Everyone Can Fly." So I'm just using that motto. It was run by a business tycoon over here in Malaysia. So I've been doing this for quite some time now. So eventually, I like to give people always this opportunity and to connect with me. My name is El Chan Talent Scout, and you can look me up on LinkedIn as well as Facebook as El Chan Actopreneur. And this is me. I've been doing this, and thank you very much for the opportunity. All right.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Jimmy Owens, and I'm an author, a speaker, a coach. Matter of fact, I've coached USA Swimming for over 30 years. I've also run an entertainment company. Whoa. Gotta turn that off. I'm sorry. My acronym today is SWIM, SWIM. And I'm going to ask you a quick question, all the listeners out there. Anybody had a heart transplant? Anybody ever had a lung, kidney, liver transplant? Well, in 2023, I received a new heart from UCLA Medical Center. While I was in the hospital, I chose to create what I call the SWIM philosophy. The S standing for seriousness. This can apply to whether you're an athlete, whether you're a parent, whether you're a student, whether you're a business owner. You've got to decide what it is you want to be serious about. Make a decision that that's what I'm going to go for. You've got to learn to set goals to be serious. You've also have to decide being serious means I'm going to do whatever it takes each day to make a change. The W stands for winning. And that doesn't mean you've got to take first place. What it means is you've got to want to be better than what you are. As a matter of fact, my favorite coach of all time, John Wooden, said in his Pyramid of Success that success is a direct result from peace of mind, knowing that you did the best you could do to become the best you are capable of becoming. With that being said, everybody's different. Everyone's not going to take first place, but are you going to get better than what you are? The I stands for inspiration. Inspiration is one of those things that you have to sometimes fight for. There were mornings when it was pouring rain and cold, and I did not feel like going to practice. With that being said, I went anyway. And the couple of kids that might have showed up at the swimming practice inspired me to give my best to them. And that in turn inspired them. Inspiration is not something that I do to help you. You have to have inspiration yourself. Do you want to get out of bed? Or do you want to have a job and jump out of bed and work for somebody else? When I said this could work for athletes, students, business owners, I mean everything. It depends on what it is you want to be serious about. Do you want to win? And can you inspire yourself? The M is what puts it all together, the motivation. And there's many days we are not motivated to get up out of bed. There's many days when we are more interested in sitting there and watching TV and relaxing than actually getting up on our computer and doing work that we have to do. Sometimes that AIC, button seats makes you actually decide what you're going to do. And I just want to let people know that the swim philosophy, which I created in the hospital, helped me in my rehab. I spent 5.5 months at UCLA after receiving a heart, and every day was a struggle. There were days when getting out of bed was the hardest thing I'd ever done. Felt like swimming a mile. There were days when walking around the nurses' station, was it a gold medal achievement? No. For me, yes. Many days I created that swim philosophy to help me because that's what I taught the kids. So many days it inspired me to keep me motivated. Anyway, that's my acronym, and I did write a book about it. Matter of fact, the book was published by Perfect Publishing. Never, 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 never give up. And I used 4 nevers in the book title because it's dedicated to the human heart, which has 4 chambers. Your 2 atriums, your 2 ventricles, and then all the different valves in the heart. And if one piece doesn't work, the whole thing does not work. And it's kind of like the swim philosophy. If you leave one part of it off, you're going to have problems with what you're doing. Anyway, I want to thank Ken. I want to thank Perfect Publishing. I want to thank all the people that inspire me every day, that give me motivation to want to do more, like Craig Duswalt, who might be coming up here soon. Other members of our mastermind, Larry Broughton. I just want to thank some of these people for being such great role models and mentors. Again, my name is Jimmy Owens, and I'm really easy to be found. You can find me under Jimmy or Jim at jimmyowens.com, Jim at jimmyowens.com, or jimmyowenspeaker.com. All right, thank you.
Hi, Tanisha. Can you please unmute yourself?
Thank you. Thank you.
You can start again. It's all right. Things happen. Best of luck.
Thank you for coming, and thank you for being a part of this amazing event. We just wanted to take a pause for the cause just to say thank you to all of you who have participated so far. And for those of you who are on your way up next, we have an amazing gentleman who's going to share. But I want to make sure that you are broadcasting this YouTube everywhere that you can share it. Go ahead and share the link on Facebook, on X, on through your email list. Go ahead and share it and invite people to be a part of this acronym opportunity. And so thank you so much. And we're bringing up our next guest, Mr. Mark Rohde.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Mark Rohde. I was invited to join the Acronym-A-Thon by Dr. Smiley. I'm a published author who is a new client of the Perfect Publishing client family. And I'm really excited and appreciative of the fact that I get to do this today. My acronym is QUAM, which stands for Question and Learn More. I find it kind of ironic that I've chosen this word because, as we all know, the word qualm means to have doubts or fears or worries. And what I hope to do is use this word this acronym to help diffuse those doubts, fears, and worries. So let me tell you a little bit about how I got this way and what's going on here. I think a lot of folks have qualms, and see, I'm using the word as it's supposed to be used. In asking questions. We're concerned about what's the other party going to think. What if they don't like me? What if they don't like my question? What if, what if, what if? Well, for me, maybe because I'm hard-headed, but I always ask a lot of questions. Now, in truth, I've had some issues in some of the schools I've gone to in asking a lot of questions. But inevitably, after I asked one, someone would come up to me afterwards and said, "That was a really good question." And my response to them was, "Well, thank you, but why didn't you ask the question?" And their response was, they shrugged their shoulders and they walked away. I don't ask questions because I'm trying to show somebody else up or I'm trying to prove how smart I am. I ask questions because I'm trying to learn. And I didn't realize how deeply embedded into my way of doing things was my asking questions until my last overseas assignment. I'm a retired Air Force officer, where I was the assistant chief of maintenance at the largest fighter wing in Europe. And our maintenance operations center, which was kind of our nerve center and eyes and ears to what was going on in the flight line and in the back shops. When I left that position, they gave me a plaque that said, "Ask the question." I asked them, "Why did you come up with that phrase?" And they said, "You were always asking us to ask the question to find out what was going on. So you and your boss, who was the chief of maintenance, had the information you needed to do your jobs." So from that point forward, I recognize that I ask a lot of questions and I continue to do it. So my advice to you is this: ask the question. Don't be afraid to ask them, because if you're trying to learn something or you're trying to figure out something in life, this is one way to do it. And I mean, let's be honest, what's the worst that's going to happen if you ask a question? Are they going to take away your birthdays? Are they going to force you to live on planet Earth? No, they're going to say no in one way or the other. So what if you do ask the question? What happens if they say yes? Well, by way of example, I asked a question about 15 years ago of the rectory staff at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. My wife and I were coming up to our anniversary, and we wanted to see if we could get our wedding vows renewed somewhere in the cathedral on our anniversary. I figured it would be in one of the side chapels or perhaps in the main chapel that's behind the main altar. Well, what happened? We renewed our wedding vows on the main altar of the cathedral at 12 noon on the day of our wedding anniversary because I asked the question. So all I can say to you, and my final parting to you, is ask the question. You might be surprised by the answer. Thank you again, and I look forward to doing more of these with you all in the future.
You're good, Mr. Brenna. You can start when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Debrina Glasservan. I am a disabled veteran.
1 second. Do me a favor. When I leave, count to 3 and then start.
Okay. Hi, my name is Debrina, and I am a disabled veteran, and I was invited here by Roosevelt Williams III. My acronym is RECREATE. My company is called Recreate Universal. That's REK RE and the number 8. Recreate actually stands for resilience. It stands for empowerment, kindness. It stands for representation. It also stands for equality. And the 8, if you turn it sideways, it stands for infinity. And this is what I do. I like to empower our disabled community because I am a disabled vet. And what I do is everyone's inclusive. I do fashion shows for the disabled community. And it's called Recreate University, a movement built on a simple but world-shifting idea. Okay. What if everybody was seen for their infinite possibilities and not perceive their limitations? Let that sit with you for just a moment, okay? Because for far too long, society has measured people by what they think someone can't do, and instead of recognizing everything they can do. And if, for example, I suffer from traumatic brain injury. And that's where Recreate comes in. It comes in because people perceive you to be a certain way. And you, because of your disabilities doesn't mean you can't be successful. At Recreate, we choose to see resilience, empowerment, kindness, representation, equality, and infinity. The idea that our potential has no ceilings at all. These aren't just values, they're foundations of the world where everyone belongs. I want to share a moment that changed everything for me. I was an athlete and I was in a wheelchair for 13 years. I was 400 pounds. And people perceived me as a very different type of person. I even perceived myself as a different type of person. And someone once told me, I'm tired of someone's inspiration. I want to be someone's equal. Okay. And, people say, hey, you inspire me to be better, but I want to be someone's equal. That sentence hit me hard. It hit me hard when they told me, hey, you inspire me, because it reveals something we don't talk about enough. People with disabilities don't need to be put on pedestals. Okay, they need to be seen, heard, included, and respected, just like anyone else. Recreate isn't about creating heroes. It's about creating space where people of all disabilities can lead, create, innovate, and shine. So what does Recreate actually do? We create the narrative. We challenge systems that say you can't. We amplify voices that have been muted. We build platforms where people with disabilities aren't guests, they're leaders, creators, models, speakers, and decision makers. We don't wait for permission. We define the standard. And the name Recreate, it's more than just a name. It's a blueprint. Resilience for the R, E for empowerment, K for kindness, R for representation, E for equality, and 8 for infinity, prosperity, and abundance. Our mission is to build a world where abilities is not measured by conformity, but by courage, creativity, and authenticity. So here's my ask for you today. I want you to recreate the way you see people. When you meet someone with a disability, don't focus on what you think they lack. Focus on what they bring. See their resilience, see their brilliance, see their infinite possibilities, because the world doesn't change when people change. The world changes when the way we see people changes. Recreate Universal it's not just a movement for some of us, it's a movement for all of us. And together we can build a world where everyone, everybody, every mind, every story has the space to rise. Thank you for listening. And remember, the future isn't something we wait for, it's something we recreate. Thank you so much. I thank you for giving me this platform to speak. I thank you. And remember, Recreate Universal is all inclusive, it's everyone. Everyone at some point had to recreate their lives. During 2020, everyone had to recreate their lives. If they have special needs, disabled family members or people that they care for, they had to recreate their lives in order to accommodate their special needs person. Bless everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Have an amazing day.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Amaya Mayette. The person that invited me is my amazing publisher, Dr. Smiley, Ken. I'm sure he's known by other names, which I don't know, but he is the one that invited me here today. My word is LEAD, LEAD. That acronym stands for Leave Ego at Door. Leave ego at the door. Leave your ego at the door. Why is that word so important? Why is that acronym so important? Listen, we live in a world, and it is a world, even though I'll speak mainly about the United States, but we live in a world that is horrifically fractured, that is full of fear and anger and scarcity and all kinds of things. I assert that it is ego based, that it is fear based, that when we pay more attention to looking good, getting outside validation, which is all ego, making decisions based on how is this going to impact me only versus how does this impact humanity. I assert that is why one of the reasons why we are in the state that we are in the world today. This is not political. This is not generational, like different age generations. This is not gender based. This is not ideology. This is nothing other than when we only look at things, decisions, people, situations, choices, initiatives, projects, innovation, when we only look at it from one area, which is how good is this going to make me look? How good is this going to make me feel? How is my name going to be up in lights? How am I going to get paid? We we actually are causing harm, right? Because unless we're looking at things from a win-win, no, I'm not saying we should make people happy. That is, you can't make other people happy. Happiness is an inside job. But when we only look at things from me, how do I look? How do I feel outside in, ego strokes outside in, we cause harm because we stop looking at how this can actually work for the world. And we start only looking at our small piece of pie from a very egotistical place, which is how do I look? How am I? How do people think about me? Well, how's my name going to go down in lights? When you are a leader, in a leadership role, because you can be in a leadership role and not be a leader. I know, raise your hands, y'all. I know you've worked with them. You may be one of them yourself. Self-awareness is good to have here. But if you're in a leadership role and you are not understanding what it means to lead, to go first, to try on, to make sure that people have what they need, you're causing harm. And if you're causing harm to the people that follow you, you're also causing harm to all the people that they touch as well. So, yes, I am calling everyone out, everyone. Lead yourself first. Look at how you deal with circumstances. Look at how you deal with life. Look at how you deal with disappointments, heartbreaks, failures. Lead yourself through that. You'll have an entirely different relationship with the word leader. Now, I've worked for some amazing people in leadership roles that were leaders, that led that way, that role modeled what that looks like, including everybody gets what they need. And your shareholders get it, your customers get it, your employees get it, your partners get it, your vendors get it based on who you're being. See, if you're not being a leader in a leadership role, who are you being? Now, I'd also like to invite all of you to hop on over to Amazon because my book, Leadership, The Shit They Don't Tell You, talks more about ways of being and the impacts. And so I welcome y'all to come on over there and take a look at it and give me feedback. I love you. Happy 2026. Leave ego at the door. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you all on this January day. Just want to say thank you first and foremost to Dr. Smiley for having me and to be able to spread some love and kindness around the world. And that's what I'm going to do today in this 5-minute section. It's going to be all about brain health. As you can see, I am extremely passionate about the brain. And it wasn't always this way. In fact, my brain health used to be awful. About 12 years ago, I was assaulted outside of a nightclub by a bouncer, believe it or not. It was the wrong place and the wrong time. And from that point, I suffered from seizure disorder, mental health issues, memory loss, issues with my cognition and impulsiveness, et cetera, et cetera. You get the picture. But the most important point is that ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me, believe it or not. The very best thing was getting assaulted outside that nightclub because it led me today to create this passion of brain health and teaching that to others that not only can you recover your brain, but you can get it back and sharper than ever before. And I believe humbly that I'm living proof of that. So I'm going to talk to you today about the acronym that I created in what I call as the rebound method. I believe that we all can rebound our brain health just like a basketball. And this is the acronym that we're going to talk about today that I spoke of in my best-selling book, Brain Rescue. A 90-day blueprint to reclaim your brain health after a brain injury or a concussion. But I want to make no mistake about it that even if you haven't had a brain injury or a concussion, if you're just struggling with your memory, if you just want to get things back on track, this acronym and this book will help you do that by the same principles that I use to recover my brain health. Now let's talk about the rebound method. We have different stages. So stage 1 is called refocus. And this is all about refocusing your attention and your energy on where you do want to go versus where you don't. So these principles really help you. We start to focus on rest, exercise. We're focusing on things like observing, understanding, and supplementation within that acronym that are going to help you first get the physical aspects of your brain health on track into a better way. And so I think of it like a mountain. You want to focus on your climbing this hill of recovery or of getting your brain better. And you always want to focus on where you do want to go versus where you don't. Step number 2 is engage. So engage is all about activating our brain, beginning to activate it in a very precise way. We're talking about targeted brain health exercises, and we're talking about whole brain exercises. And just like a muscle, just like a bicep curl, you can target your brain and engage it consistently over time. It's like targeting different areas and muscles of your brain, and they'll start to grow and form new neural pathways. Step 3 is probably my favorite. And why? Because it's called brain. It's called brain, my favorite subject. And brain is all about the 5 principles of neuroplasticity that you can use to reclaim your brain health better than ever before. So we're talking about systematic ways that you can use to also reclaim your brain health that I'm so passionate about. Next is observe. So now that we've refocused, we've got the brain engaged and activated, and we've implemented the 5 principles of neuroplasticity, which unfortunately I don't have time to cover in depth. But nonetheless, next is all about observation. Why observation? Because we need to start to look at ourselves from the bird's eye point of view. Neuroscientists call this metacognition, which is so amazing because humans, we have the ability to think about our thoughts. They call that metacognition, becoming aware of our own thoughts. I don't think any other animal in the animal kingdom has that power due to the size of our outer brain, aka the neocortex. Next, we're moving on to unconscious. Now, I'm not talking about knocking yourself unconscious or just going unconscious throughout life. I'm talking about the power of our unconscious mind, the subconscious mind, if you may. And this controls 95% of all of our behavior. It really is the roots that produces the fruit. So unconscious, and you can read about this more in Brain Rescue. And next is nexus. We're talking about the nexus point of all connection. So quantum scientists found that we are more connected than anyone can ever imagine. And in fact, there was a beautiful study that found that when they separate 2 photons and they carry them off into the distance, 18 miles, and they stimulate the 2 photons that were separated, they actually communicate instantaneously at the speed of light, faster than the speed of light, excuse me. Why is that why is that so cool? Because I'm not disconnected with you. We are all one. And the science proves that. And that's what Nexus is all about, to give us a better understanding. And lastly, but not least, it's all about dedication. We're talking about dedicating yourself to lifelong learning, dedicating yourself to consistently improving yourself and your brain health, dedicating that you will become the best version of you every single day, whatever that looks like. Now, I'm so inspired to be able to speak about dedication because I think we all can dedicate to something, whether it's a loved one, whether it's a family member, whether it's a life mission. It doesn't matter what that is, but it's important to dedicate to ourselves long term because it's the long term game. It wasn't the turtle that won the race. Excuse me, it wasn't the hare that won the race. It was the turtle because at the end of the day, the turtle took those baby steps and those pinky moves in the right direction, and it adds up over time. You don't exhaust yourself. So it's really those daily tiny habits, those habitual thoughts that we can change, those habitual emotions, and that's when our life changes. Um, Thank you very much for this opportunity, Dr. Smiley. Just I'm just so passionate that it doesn't matter where you are right now, doesn't matter what happened to you. You can rewrite your story. Our brain, when you think about it, carries all of our thoughts, all of our emotions, all of our life experiences, every single thing that ever happened to us. And the fact is we can't change the past. In a lot of ways, it was already written. That's okay, right? We have to accept what happened. But on a day-to-day basis, the story was already written, but day by day we can pick up the pen and begin to rewrite our story, right? We can begin to change our thought patterns. We can begin to change our actions, which ultimately become our habits. And our habits ultimately become our character and our life story. So, wherever you are right now, no matter what you're going through, just always remember that you're in the driver's seat and that have a lot more control of your personal life than you think. Begin to pick up that pen, begin to rewrite that story step by step, and understand that our brain is a focus machine, that if we're focusing on all the crap that's going on in the world right now, which there's a lot of it, we don't have to. We can refocus on what we do want versus where we don't. So if we're climbing that mountain, yeah, we can look back. And see how far we've come. That's great. That's perspective. But we also have to step by step focus on where we are right now if we ever want to make progress up that mountain. And that mountain is sometimes going to have ice. Sometimes we're going to have setbacks. Sometimes we're going to slip. And that's okay. The most important thing is that we pull up our britches and start to move forward. And this isn't just inspirational. This is neuroscience. This is psychology. These are all of the principles that work for me. And I guarantee you, if all you have to do is be consistent, all you have to do is focus all your attention and energy on what you do want versus you don't.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. My name is Cyrus. I was invited by Mr. Ken Rochon, Dr. Ken Rochon, who him and I have become very good friends over the years just because of the nature of the synchronicity that we have. But my acronym today is AM, which stands for Authentic Momentum, which happens to be the title of my book, which also happens to be the brand that I carry and the culture that I carry, because everything is about authentic momentum. It's about being who you are authentically all the time, minute to minute, moment to moment, which is easier said than done most times. Often we find ourselves being multiple variants of who we think we are, various levels of onion layers that we have to peel off to be able to express ourselves as real, genuine people. And that becomes difficult because those onion layers become rooted as regular habitual overlays that we then take on to be us, which it's all facade. And the more of the facade that we choose to alleviate or to release or let go, we then can become true to ourselves, which then makes us true to others around us. It then brings about the reality of the types of people, the types of situations and circumstance. And essentially, it's how we create our reality. Being able to create the life you want, being able to have the type of work or live in passion, purpose, and freedom requires you to be able to remove all of the additional layers of baggage that you're holding on to. So in the words or in the direction of authentic momentum, the goal is to literally, one, be in a state of gratitude, maintain your peace, always move towards what takes you and keeps you in the best, most positive light. Because anything else is you being dragged into negative emotions, negative feelings, fear, which is not being authentic, because there's something in you that's restricting you from living in your love frequency. That is the only place to be. Well, not only. You could live in other states of mind, but if you want to live in harmony, peace, and purpose, and attract the things that you want in your life, and not by any, uh, woo-woo law of attraction means, it's literally just creating the habits that's going to build and generate more good habits. It's as simple as it is. So I will say this: be in peace, purpose, and harmony, and live in your authentic momentum. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Craig Duswalt. I'm a speaker, author, and I have the brands Rockstar Marketing, Rock Your Life, and Impact. And that's basically what I do. I teach entrepreneurs how to be rock stars in their business because I used to tour with Guns N' Roses. I was Axl Rose's personal assistant, and before that, I toured with the band Air Supply, and I was the band assistant. And I want to thank Ken Rochon, Dr. Smiley, for inviting me to this acronym-a-thon or acronym-a-thon. Yeah, say that 10 times. Anyway, so my acronym is Rockstar, Rockstar. I've been using it for years. I also have another acronym, which is Impact, that I'm starting to use now because I'm doing Rockstar Impact events because I just believe that people need to impact the world if they're entrepreneurs. Anyway, my acronym is Rockstar, and I will start. The R is for reach. It's how to build your audience. I always say this in my seminars, the one with the biggest database wins, because if you don't have a database, then you can't market to anybody and you can't tell everyone that you exist. And don't think that everyone will do it for you. You have to do it yourself. So R is for reach, to build your audience. Very, very important. The O is the offer. Everyone must have some sort of offer. We call it an irresistible offer, where you offer them the world, the kitchen sink, everything. So there's no way they won't sign up for your product or service or your coaching or whatever you do. So, but you have to create an irresistible offer. And that could be like a free webinar. It could be a 6-week course. It could be an event that you do. So O is offer. C is probably the most important letter in this, is content. You need to create content. And even more, you need to create consistent content. The putting posts out on Facebook, Instagram, Reels, YouTube videos, content all the time. And you have to be strategic about it too. Like podcasting, that's amazing content creator, because if you do a podcast at least once a week, you're putting content out there and you're probably interviewing someone that will share that podcast with their database as well. And that's how you grow your database. So C is content. K in the acronym Rockstar, I took a little what's that called? Creativeness with this one, is capture. I already had the C, and content was more important, but K, capture your leads. I know it's KAP. I get it, but we have to, have some leniency here. Capture your leads. Attention is great, but leads are better. And I show you how to turn emails, registrations, direct mails, in funnels, all that into capturing a lead. I personally use Kartra, but you need one of those online CRMs to capture leads. It's very, very important. The S is sell. Everybody, you have to understand this, everybody is a salesperson. You have to sell in order to make money to pay your bills. So there's so many people that go, well, I hate selling. Well, you better get another job then, because you have to sell and you got to learn how to sell. And confident sales conversions. You have to be confident in your product or service in order for you to sell. I teach you how to do that. The T is trust. People buy from people they trust. You have to set up trust. That's with authority, social proof, testimonials, all those things. You have to get the word out there that people trust you. A is automation. Systems that scale you. And this goes back to a CRM, but there's funnels and systems. So anyone that opts into my website, they go through a funnel to get them to either come to an event or come to a free webinar or something, but it's automated. And that's why Kartra is so great, the one that I use, because everything needs to be automated. You set it up once and then it just runs. And that's how you make money while you sleep. And the last one is R for Rockstar, is repeat. The real secret is repeatable success. How do you track what works? How do you refine it? How do you run the same proven process over and over again so your business becomes predictable? Repeat everything, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. How to contact me? My website, my main website is craigduswalt.com. My name is in the Zoom, DUSWALT. Also, rockstarmarketingspeaker.com is a great way to get in touch with me. Once again, my name is Craig Duswalt. Thank you, Ken. You rock.
Well, hello, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you all. And I want to thank Ken Rashan for inviting me to this event. The Acronym-A-Thon is right up my alley because I have the word hope. And hope is a very strong word in my life. And it's helped me to create something for everybody else here. And I want to start with a question. If one small decision you make today could create a ripple effect that blesses people for years to come. For me, that ripple started when my daughter was leaving home for college and I was turning 50 all at the same time. Suddenly I realized my whole identity has been wrapped up in being a stay-at-home mom. And then the role shifted. I honestly didn't know who I was. And maybe you've had a season like this in your life, retirement, loss, divorce, or just a transition that shakes your foundation. Out of that experience, I created Hope for Empty Nesters. And it's a community built to encourage and support empty nesters, but also never nesters, retired people, those who are divorced, grieving, or going through a major life event. Because the truth is, we all need hope. And hope isn't just a fluffy word, it's an acronym in my world. H stands for happiness, finding joy again. O stands for opportunities, discovering new dreams and adventures. P is perseverance, because life isn't always easy, but we keep moving forward. And E is encouragement, because sometimes one kind word can keep someone going. In our community, I've seen people rediscover themselves, make new friendships, start believing in themselves again. And that's important because the beautiful part is when one person finds hope, it doesn't stop with them, it spreads. Just like tossing a stone in the pond, the ripples keep going, touching lives we may never even see. That's what this event is all about. You don't need to do something huge or, to change the world. Sometimes it's simply just showing up, listening, or offering encouragement. Hope multiplies. And if you'd like to be a part of that ripple effect, I'd love to invite you to join my community, Hope for Empty Nesters. Thank you. I've got a free gift for you waiting if you go to hopeforemptynesters.com. So let's keep creating ripples together. Let's keep choosing hope. Because when we do, the impact will reach farther than we could ever imagine. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, my beautiful humans. My name is Paul McFadden, and I was invited by Dr. Ken Roshan, Dr. Smiley. And I work in the intersection of human performance, leadership, and alignment. And before I share my word or my acronym, I want to share a little bit of what I've learned. And I've learned both personally and professionally a couple of things. Number one, most people don't feel lost, empty, or disconnected. These are really just symptoms from what they really feel. And what they're really feeling is the deep, subtle effects of something called misalignment. Now, life keeps moving, opportunities expand, responsibilities keep increasing. And somewhere along the way, the inner compass gets really quiet. not broken, just unattended. And that's why alignment matters so much to me. And it's that realization that has led me to do the work that I do and to the idea that I want to share with you today. So I want to take a closer look at that word alignment and kind of tell you that first, alignment isn't a destination. It's an art, A-R-T. And I use the acronym ART because at its core, attention reveals truth. And alignment begins the moment that we're willing to take a look, not to judge, not to fix, but simply to notice what's real. The art of alignment has three simple movements, not steps to perfect, but practices to return to. So the A stands for attend. Alignment begins with attention, not fixing, not forcing, not immediately trying to figure everything out, just a willingness to pause, just long enough to notice what's true now. Most alignment isn't something that's really dramatic. It doesn't show up as failure or collapse. It usually shows up as subtle tension, as effort where things used to be easy, as success that somehow feels heavier than it should. To attend is to stay present with the signal without judgment, because awareness isn't weakness. Awareness is the beginning of integrity. Now, that R stands for reset. Now, once you attend, something becomes very clear to you. Some momentum that you might be carrying no longer belongs in the season or to the season of your life. A reset isn't about starting over, though. It's really about stopping the carryover. It's releasing the roles, the expectations, the identities that once made sense but no longer fit. Reset restores internal coherence. And when coherence returns, clarity doesn't need to be forced. It stabilizes on its own. And then what's left is the T. T stands for transcend. Now, when attention is honest and the reset is real, transcendence becomes natural and authentic. Not as an escape, but as an expansion. You don't transcend by abandoning who you are. You transcend by becoming more aligned with who you're becoming. And then from that place, decisions get cleaner and more clear. Energy consolidates and the forward motion feels more grounded instead of urgent for you. Now, here's the most part that people miss. Alignment isn't something that you achieve once and then keep forever. It's a living practice. It's daily moments of attention. It's daily small resets. It's daily quiet expansions. Repetition becomes consistency. Consistency leads to sustainability, and sustainability over time becomes a living, breathing practice. And that's why alignment is an art, not a formula. So now, if the idea of alignment resonates with you, you're welcome to connect with me. You can find me online at I am Paul McFadden on LinkedIn or other platforms, or by just searching for the name Paul E. McFadden. And most importantly, I hope to leave you with this. If something deep within you knows it's time to realign, trust that signal. That awareness isn't a problem to solve. It's an invitation to come back into coherence. And it's from coherence that everything begins to move differently. Thank you again for the space, for the presence, and the opportunity to share. I'm grateful to be here.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're going to just take a pause for the cause as we prepare for our next speaker, Ms. Savannah Mitchell. And we just want to encourage you and let you know about something amazing that is the culmination of this Acronym-A-Thon event. The culmination of this Acronym-A-Thon is that we are creating a book. We are creating a book filled with the acronyms that we're sharing today. And so those who are a part they can just spend $99 and join this book. This is a $2,500 opportunity just for $99. That's a good deal, don't you think, Savannah?
Absolutely.
And so I want to just let everyone know that this is not just a moment in time of people sharing their acronyms, but are later this year going to have the opportunity to pick up a book that has many of these acronyms listed in it, and you can get one to guide and to help support and encourage your day. And so now Savannah is ready. She is going to share her contribution to the Acronym-A-Thon. All right.
Hello, everyone. I am Savannah Mitchell. I'm the owner and founder of Sunday Morning at Savannah's, which is a full service bed and breakfast and coffee lounge and event center. We own our own coffee brand called Sunday Morning Coffee. And all of this was a 30-year dream of mine that came true. I believe that dreams come true because we are all a creation of the master. And as being a creation of the master, we are all called masterpieces. And that is my acronym. When you are a masterpiece, you are mission driven. You understand that you have a purpose. You were created with a purpose, and you dig in deep to find and understand your purpose. When you know that you have a purpose, because every single one of us were born and created with a purpose, you are now in alignment with the Father. So, with that alignment, He automatically downloads your instructions. He gives you the ways to go, the ways not to go, the things to do, the things not to do. As having a purpose, it is your gift. And that means you are to steward over your gift. So that thing that you were created to do, you have to be responsible for it. And you take care of it because that is your jewel. That is the thing that you were birthed for. So you protect it, you share it. You are gracious with it because that is part of your purpose. When you're stewarding over your purpose, you are thoughtful in your gifts and how you spend your gifts and who you spend your gifts with. Extremely important that you're thinking about how it is to be shared. You're to
Greetings. My name is Leonard Casiple. I was invited here by Roosevelt Williams III. Thank you, Roosevelt. I was raised in martial law. I'm an immigrant, lived in public housing. I joined the Army with a GED and a green card, became a Green Beret, and now I'm about to complete my doctorate in law and policy. And my acronym today is JUMPS, which represents the 4 types of tears, with 1 letter as the bridge. There are 3 types of tears: for strength and 1 for weakness. And this is for the veterans who are struggling. I want to help end the 22-a-day suicide rate. This is for people who have been abused since childhood. This is for people who have fixed their mistakes yet are being reminded by friends, family, or loved ones that they still need to feel ashamed. I acknowledge you. The history is that by the time I was 12, I had a score of 9 out of 10 on the adverse childhood experiences score. And as an immigrant, I was bullied all the time. When I was 16, Some kids held me down and tattooed this green dot on my forehead. I quit school. I was angry. And then I became a Green Beret. But after I was medically retired, I kept being angry. Nothing, no drinking, screaming, fighting could fix it until I went to Save a Warrior, where I learned that tears are very powerful, but it has to be the right types of tears. It can't be a head tear or a chest tear. It has to be a tear that comes from the gut, from your essence, where you get ugly tears. And so the first type of tear is the weakness, the M, which is to manipulate. It's fake. It has zero value. The second is physical pain. When I get hip surgery, I'm crying. It's a tear of strength. And for sorrow, S is for sorrow. In our culture, we can cry for a dead singer, a dead neighbor, a dead movie star who we loved, yet we can't cry for our sorrow, our mistakes, our grief. But then to get to joy, right? I'm happy for you, I cry for you. But to get there, to get to joy, you have to get ugly tears. But they're not ugly tears because you're ugly. They're the ugly tears because you believed that you are not worth it. You believed the shaming, you believed the hits, and you believed all of the kicks on your body, and you don't deserve that. I acknowledge you. So, but to go backwards, you have to get to joy, you have to go backwards. You have to address all of your sorrows. Then you can pass over the physical pain. Then you can be aware of those who use tears to manipulate. And those ugly tears, they're not yours, but you carry them, and it's time to put them down so you can find joy. Thank you. Wishing you great health.
Good. Hello, everyone. I am Savannah Mitchell, the owner and founder of Sunday Morning at Savannah's. I have a full service bed and breakfast and coffee lounge and event center. We have our own coffee company called Sunday Morning Coffee, in which we provide at our illustrious bed and breakfast in Carroll County, Maryland. I am living my dream because I was created by the Master. The master, I am made in his image, and therefore I am a masterpiece. This is who he's made with all his children. My acronym is masterpiece. When you are a masterpiece, you are mission driven. Every one of us were born with a mission. Every one of us was born with a purpose. And it is your goal to discover your purpose. When you understand your purpose, you are in alignment with God, because that is what he is talking to you about, how he wants you to fulfill your purpose. He gives you all instructions. When you are in alignment and you realize your purpose, you must steward over that purpose. That means you're responsible to take care of it. You're responsible also to share it, because you were given it so that you can serve humanity. That is the stewarding over your purpose. Then you have to be thoughtful in everything you do, because your purpose was designed to be shared with others and thinking of others. So our gifts were never meant just to keep within ourselves and our small circles. It was meant to think of others. And in everything you do, you must be excellent. Excellent is the standard. So that reflects who you are and whose you are. When you perform in excellence. You are refined. Being refined, you are absolutely going to be standing out from the others. When you stand out from the others, people will know who to gravitate to. When you understand how to move about being refined and excellence, now you could tell you are a purposeful person. You are moving with intention, and being purposeful is important. And intention is the I. You must be direct, you must be deliberate in knowing every day what you're doing, why you're doing it, and who you're doing it, which is all again in alignment. There's nothing like seeing a woman who's elegant in her walk and in her grace, and a gentleman who's able to conduct himself in an elegant way. And then, in this world, we run through obstacles. The way you could tell someone who is very much being and operating in their masterpiece is you're composed. So when you run into obstacles, when you run into problems and you run into challenges, you remain composed and using wisdom. And then lastly, you endure. You endure the long road. Being a masterpiece is not a short run. This is a marathon. So you're enduring all of your ups, downs. You're enduring the good times, the bad times. You're enduring the challenges that would break those who are not operating in their masterpiece. So this is my acronym. Again, I believe in the impossible. I believe in fulfilling dreams and being fulfilling your dreams. You are able to become your masterpiece. You can find me on social media, Sunday Morning at Savannah's. My website is sundaymorningatsavannahs.com. I would absolutely love to reconnect with everybody. We are in Carroll County, Maryland, and also we would love to be able to host your events. You could also find our coffees at sundaymorningroast.com. And I would love to be able to chat with you. Find us also, we have cooking classes. We have events such as line dancing. We have weddings, baby showers, bridal showers. And we are going to be starting our brand new podcast. The podcast is called Hosted Well with Savannah. You will be able to see all the little tidbits and tricks of how you can entertain, whether it's for your next door neighbor or if you have a big party of 200, 300 coming. We will show you all of those incredible tips and tricks of how you host well. It has absolutely been my pleasure. I would love to see if there are any questions in the chat. I just want to be sure if you can hear me, if you can give me an emoji, a thumbs up that you can hear me, because I see a couple of questions in the chat and one said that they couldn't hear. Want to be sure that we are live and that you can hear me. Can anyone let me know? You can hear me. Thank you so much, Daryl. I greatly appreciate it. Daryl, I'm wondering if, yes, Tanisha, absolutely. Thank you so much for giving me that feedback. I want to ensure that I was able to address any questions that may have been asked. Again, my contact information is sundaymorningatsavannahs.com. That is my website. All of our social media handles are Sunday Morning at Savannah's. LinkedIn, I am Savannah Mitchell. We are in Carroll County, Maryland. We have a full service bed and breakfast, and we have our own coffee line, which is Sunday Morning Coffee. You could find our coffees on Amazon. You could find our coffees on staples.com. We are a national coffee award-winning brand. We have 15 curated blends, outstanding, smooth, sultry, sensuous coffee. Absolutely. Our coffees, they were all named with stories behind them. We have blends called Buttered Toast, Dynamic. We have a blend called Velvet Butterscotch. We have a French roast called Je t'aime Noir. We also have a beautiful breakfast blend called Dakota's Reserve. We have the smoothest Colombian coffee you will ever try called Tia Maria. And again, all of our blends are on our website, Sunday morning at savannahs.com. You can click the link that says coffee and you'll see all of our blends there. Or you can go straight to Amazon or straight to staples.com and you'll be able to order all of our coffees there. Absolutely. Yes. Lastly, before they take me to the back room, want to be ensure if you have not tapped into your purpose, please be sure you do that. You are a masterpiece.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jen Perez. I am known as the Spicy CEO. Not sure if you've ever met anyone like me, but I love to talk money. And honestly, sometimes to people, like, ooh, eek, right? But I want to make this fun and spicy for you. So I created what's known as the Spicy CEO method. A little bit of background, I am a profit strategist and a speaker and author of 69 Ways Money is Like Sex. But if you put a business strategist and a fractional CFO together and they had a baby, that would be me. So I wanted to make money and business more fun and entertaining versus just the boring old like 1 + 1 has to equal 2, right? And I created this method because as also a certified profit first professional, which is a cash flow method, I wanted to help people learn how money works, how to understand cash flow, how to understand pricing, making sure that their business supports their lifestyle and not the other way around. And that's where the Spicy CEO method was created. And so I want to go over that with you guys. So the first one, S for spicy, right? This is where you're going to structure your money. Profit is not a feeling, it's actually a system in your business. And so with that, and I'm going to speed through this with the short time that we have. Normally I spend like a good at least 30 minutes on all of these things, so bear with me. But I have one task for you to go do. Open up a second bank account, nickname it Profit, and start allocating 1% into that bank account. Okay. Now with Profit First, we actually expand that into 5 different bank accounts. But for this week, I want you to start with the 1. And when you're doing that, 1% is a small step, but you're now driving profit intentionally. And it helps you have that build up that financial healthiness of your company. Okay. So then the P for spicy, plan your profit. You need to have a plan in place, but what is that plan? What should that look like? Look to see at your personal finances, not just how much you have to pay the bills, right? We all have those. But what do you want in the next 12 months? And this is perfect timing. So do you want to take a vacation? Do you want to get your kids into soccer? Do what are all those things that you want to do and enjoy that lifestyle? And then reverse engineer that back into the business. So instead of being so focused on sales, we need to know what that number is. But then we reverse engineer that knowing this is how much we need to make so that we can have that lifestyle that we want. And then we can go from there, right? And make those decisions. And so then the I is identify the gaps. You have to understand where you're spending that money. So I recommend at least every 90 days looking at all of your expenses, literally every line item. See if there's subscriptions you're not paying for. Honestly, go look at if you have a accounting software, right? And you're tracking your numbers, which you should, as a business owner, then you go look at all those expenses and see what are maybe the top 3 things I can take a deeper dive into that I can maybe cut, or maybe there's a cheaper option out there or whatnot. So you want to be aware of your spending as well. And you may not have anything to cut, and that's okay. But as long as you're looking at this every 90 days and are clear on where your spending is, that's really what matters. C is control with clarity. I have this saying, I own a bookkeeping firm as well, and my tagline is numbers don't lie, but they do need a good bookkeeper. And so part of business is tracking your numbers. You want to make sure that you're tracking not just the financial numbers, but you're tracking other KPIs, which stands for key performance indicators. We actually use a CEO dashboard with our clients and a cash flow scorecard. So we can focus on different things in the business. But there are three key ones I want you to really start paying attention to is your revenue, your profit, and then your owner's pay, how much you are paying yourself. And really, you want to start paying yourself consistently. And then, of course, why? Yes to yourself, right? We are all in business to make money. Hopefully, we're enjoying and have a passion for what we do, but we want to make money to support that lifestyle. So, what I want you to do is schedule a weekly money date. It's 15 minutes where you just literally look at your income, look at those expenses, look at what's going on financially in your business, and see if maybe you can make some decisions based off of that or make some tweaks to help your business grow or your team grow, okay? Now, I went through those really, really fast. And so if you want more information, obviously you can get my book, 69 Ways Money is Like Sex. It's on Amazon. It is a bestseller. Or if you go to thespicyceo.com/checklist, you can download the top 10 profit killing habits in your business before you burn out. And these, I don't see the results, but this is a way for you to see how it's going to help you in your business. And this book is just something where I wanted to help people in fun terms better understand those numbers. So you can, of course, reach me on all the different social media platforms. Again, I am Jen Perez, the Spicy CEO, and I thank you all for your time.
Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited to be here. I am Dr. Tina Cooper Smith, and I love to play. And my word is plays. First, I want to thank Dr. Smiley for doing this acronym-a-thon. That's in and of itself a hard word, but I love playing with words. Who would think that this doctor, this medical doctor, this scientist loves words, but I do. And I also want to put a shout out to Pat Scipio and Roosevelt Williams, my fellow travelers on the 2025 Top Talent Kenya Keynote Tour, who helped me play with my life and my career and words and acronyms. It's just amazing. So who am I? Just a little. I am Dr. Tina Cooper Smith. I'm a physician, gynecologist, fertility expert, and I deal in wellness, right? And for years, my goal, I thought, was bringing life to my patients, new life. But I realized my signature strength was bringing my patients back to life. Because, my friends, play is not a postscript for life. Play, pleasure, safety, PPS, it should be the prequel to your best life. So let's play with the word plays. P is for play and pleasure, even pain and purpose. Because, my friends, your life is a play that you get to write, and I want you to write it with love, with play and pleasure. And sometimes pain happens. That's life, that's humaning. But when we can transform pain into purpose, we get back to playing with the life that we were given. L is for love, loving yourself, loving life, loving others, loving circumstances. Love is what makes the world go round. It's a cliche, but it's real. Now, most of us live in survivor child mode. That's the inner judge criticizing, why is this happening to me? And am I safe? Oh my gosh, what if this happens? Blah, blah, blah. That's the judge in us. The sage in us, the wise elder is like, if I'm breathing, I'm alive and I am okay. So love yourself, love your life, love others. Just come from love. A is acceptance and alchemy. What do I mean by that? Life is lived right here, right now, in this moment. If you look at an hourglass, the past, it's over. It's story, but you can edit your story and change it to be more fun, more play. And the future, that's a fake story. It hasn't even happened yet. So life is lived right here, right now. So I ask you, what are you feeling in your body right now? Because when you feel, number one, in 90 seconds, whatever you're feeling, the sensation will probably pass. The emotion is the story you give to what you're feeling. And that too, you can change. We just talked about that. And so what you feel heals, what you resist persists. So you can alchemize the emotions. Emotions are energy in motion. So you can accept the now and alchemize it. And you can go from despair to depression, to rage, to anger, to acceptance, peace, joy. I'm playing with life again. So, acceptance and alchemize your life. Why? The why is for your essence, your values, who you are. My friends, you are the only one of you. So, your why is you, and you are uniquely chosen to be here. So, get rid of the fluff and the labels everybody else gives you and live your values, live your why, your dharma. That's Indian word for your mission and purpose in life. It is with you always. So emanate that. And finally, S. You are safe. If you're breathing, you are alive and safe to write your story. And my friends, don't do it solo. Find your team sport. Try find your supporters. Find the people you want to play with. If you want to find me, you can find me at drtinaplays.com. You can always also find me at womensreproduction.com because I help people reproduce their best life. And listen to me at Your Healing Playground, my podcast. So, Dr. Tina Plays, Your Healing Playground, Women's Reproduction on social media. And my friends, my new book is coming out. Design Your Playground, Heal Your Life, Know What Lights You Up. Thank you. Dr. Tina Plays.
Hi, it's your turn now. You can record. Can you unmute yourself? Okay. Best of luck.
Hey, Faizan.
Hi, you can start.
Okay, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. So my acronym is BLISS. Bravery, leverage, instinct, shalom or salam, strength. Having courage, have courage, be bold, be brave. Create leverage in every situation through your efforts and strategy. Trust your instincts. Remember, the gut is a brain that doesn't see or hear, so it's the most reliable. Go into the situation with peace and have peace with others. That's what shalom or salam means. Keep your strength and develop your strength daily. Do everything that you can to at least put a good situation, make a good situation better. Then I have another acronym I was making, which is having overjoy, magnanimously entrenched, which is very definitional, but yeah. And yeah, you can find me on social media. You can find me as Simply Daryl on Instagram, and you can find me as Simply Daryl, I believe, also on YouTube the same way. But yeah, thank you for having me on. Yeah, kept it brief. Yeah. And then Dream Body RX. I have a company, Dream Body RX. So dreambodyrx.com. You can, if you're wanted to learn about peptides and you were interested in it, my referral code to actually be able to buy it would be BABF32. And yeah, so peptides, joy, very simple focuses. I'm building a telecommunications company. Anyways, thank you.
All righty. Well, welcome, Peace Breakthrough and Divine Increase. Today on this acronym-a-thon, my word is faith, Faith. Write it down. And the acronym, my personal acronym, is functioning as if things happen. By the way, just a little disclaimer is Dr. Breakthrough, I can't provide a breakthrough. I just prescribe the breakthrough. But when you follow the breakthrough prescription, God provides it. And the breakthrough is exploding through barriers that at one time seemed insurmountable. And this one word creates more breakthroughs than anything else I know. Faith, functioning as if things happen. That's right. See, you got to step out on faith. Faith sees the victory, doubt sees the way. Doubt sees a dreary night, faith sees the day. Doubt dreads to take a step, faith soars on high. Doubt yells out, "Who believes?" And faith yells back, "I." And so the people, the men, the women of faith, the ones that actually function as if things happen. See, this wouldn't have happened unless Dr. Smiley had faith and he started functioning as if things happen. Too many people are waiting for something to happen. Others are just watching things to happen. But the true champions like you watching, oh, you're going to have the true faith. You're going to function as if things happen. The greatest book ever written says, "He calleth those things which be not as though they were." Well, the Dr. Breakthrough version, I say, "He called those things which be not until they are." Faith, functioning as if things happen. Years ago, they used to say, "Fake it until you make it." And then about three decades ago, I started teaching, no, don't fake it until you make it. Faith it until you make it. And then just the other day on my breakthrough walk while I was out tuning up my temple, it hit me, wait a minute, upgrade that to faith it because you made it. See, because in the mind of God, everything's already done. So Jesus on Calvary, Calvary was catching up to what God already saw in his mind. And that's why God doesn't give up on you and I, my friend. Why? Because he sees us as a finished product. Even when we want to give up on ourselves, he's like, no. You remember the story of Gideon? He says, "Gideon, thou mighty man of valor." And Gideon's like, wait a minute, no, I'm a coward. I'm in the runt tribe, the runt nation, the runt in my family. I'm hiding right now. And God's like, no, no, no. I'm calling you the way I see it when you end up doing what I believe you will. And so faith, functioning as if things happen. Just, Tony Robbins puts it this way. What would you do if you knew you couldn't fail? Well, I don't know if he knows this, but he got that from the Bible. Nehemiah 2:20, "The God of heaven, he shall prosper us. Therefore we, his servants, shall arise and build." See, Nehemiah said, I know God's going to prosper us. So let's have faith. That's function as if things happen. How many books would you get out if you started functioning as if things happen? How much more powerful of a speaker would you do if you truly spoke in real faith, functioning as if things happen? Because that's what I do with my life, my friend, and that's how we've accomplished so many things. And we take things that others, it's invisible to them, but we can see it and we keep working to make it happen. Because think about this, a building and everything in life is built 3 times. And the building, first, it's on paper, the blueprint. Secondly, or first, excuse me, it's in the mind of the person. Secondly, it's on the blueprint. And then thirdly, it's constructed. And that's what life has to be. So again, faith, functioning as if things happen. Do that, and I promise you'll have a breakthrough. Hey, God bless you. They call me Dr. Breakthrough, and I'm so grateful for Dr. Smiley inviting me to be part of this endeavor. God bless.
Honesty is the first chapter in the book of wisdom. Thomas Jefferson. Auditing has been around for ages. But today, auditing has progressed from looking backwards to looking forward. 75% of board and executive leaders say that audit adds value. I have been invited by Roosevelt Williams to share with you my acronym and my background. I am Dr. Patricia Scipio. I have over 4 decades of helping global companies shape their risk strategies, mentoring upcoming leaders, and sharing with audiences around the globe. I am an expert on corporate governance and risk management. I realize that the same things that make a company successful can also empower you as an individual. So I have a 5-step audit system. AUDIT. And this system is going to allow you to audit your internal world, your beliefs and your habits, and to make sure that they are in alignment with your external world, the impact and the legacy you want to leave. Step number 1, A, audit is for awareness. Awareness means, do you know where you are right now and where you want to go? Are you aware of your beliefs and your habits? Step number 2 is understanding. Understanding is moving not from just observing and being aware, but to actually understanding the root cause. Understanding, why do you have these beliefs? Why do you have these habits? Step number 3, D, is for discipline. That is making sure that your results are where you want them to be. Discipline is about creating those routine things, those on a daily basis, that's going to make you successful. Discipline is the glue to make sure that where you want to go and where you are, there's a clear road path from discipline. Step number 4 is integrity. And I love integrity because integrity means living up to your own standards, doing what you agreed to do for you, self-care. Integrity is all about being authentic and being ethical. Step number 5 is T for transformation. Transformation pulls it all together. Transformation is that ongoing process. It's making sure that you are always in step with becoming who you want to become. So those are my 5 steps to do your personal audit to live your best life. Awareness, understanding, discipline, integrity, and transformation. Companies audit to protect themselves, and we need to audit to protect our purpose. An unexamined life is not worth living, and that's from Socrates. So if you are ready to look into your personal audit, please connect with me. I'm on LinkedIn at Dr. Patricia Scipio, and you can always visit my website. That's drpscipio.com. drpscipio.com. Thank you.
Hey, Tanisha.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on.
Yes, now I can see you. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? You already know.
You good.
Okay. Yes, you already know.
You're good. Listen, I just wanted
Okay.
to come in and I wanted everybody to know that Tanisha Clancy is one of the reasons that we are having the Acronym-A-Thon. You've seen her face on the flyer. She is another one of our acronym queens, y'all. I'm trying to learn from people like her and Dr. Smiley and Dr. Smile, my girl. And so Tanisha Clancy is one of those acronym professionals. She has written a whole book about it. So I'm going to give her an opportunity to share her acronym and tell you a little bit about herself and her book. And then we're going to go on. But I wanted y'all to know that this woman she's an acronym queen like some of these other people. And I'm trying to just, and like Dr. Breakthrough, who was just on. Same thing. So go ahead and share who you are and what you do.
Hi, Grand Rich Day multimillionaires. Hey, y'all. My name is Tanisha Lachey Clancy, TLC, Gender Love and Care, acronyms. I can't help it. I was born like that. First and foremost, I'm a child of the Most High, a light worker. I was sent here to help heal the land. Amongst, I wear many hats. And one of them is being an author of what? You know, I got to bring it up for y'all. 22 doses. A dose of inspirational acronyms to jumpstart your day. And y'all know I got a little jingle. I got them 22 doses of them inspirational acronyms. Yeah. So the acronym that I chose was none other than dream. Dream. And that's being in alignment, first off, you all, with the creator, the source. And that D stands for divine. Divine comes from above, heavenly, inspirational. What inspires us to be great? What gives us the willpower? That comes from above, the source, the Most High. So that is essential in our lives to dreaming. Revelations to reveal. To reveal. The secrets belong to the Most High, but He reveals those things He wants us to know, to His children, to share with the world. And definitely, you want those revelations. Oh my goodness. Each awakening, that transformation of life, being transformed, your mental, the way you look at things, the way you do things, the way you perceive things, that whole essence of awakening, like your whole mindset change. And to dream properly, you definitely need to be awakened to a higher consciousness. Divine revelations, each awakening moment, day by day, second by second. Dream. And it's not just, oh, I'm asleep. We're not asleep. We are awake and we are being awakened by the divine. So that is my word. Divine revelations, each awakening moment. Let's keep dreaming. Let's keep living. Let's keep loving. You know what I'm saying? Let's be reminded of whose we are, who we are, and know that greater is He that is in us than he that's against the world. And we have great things to do because we are what? Dreaming. And you got that what? 22 doses of them inspirational acronyms to jumpstart your day, where you can get on Amazon or TanishaClancy.com. I also want to give a huge shout out to Dr. Smiley and Tanisha and Dana Hammond for this amazing opportunity. As you all heard, I am the renowned acronym queen, and I am working on 22 more doses. So that is coming soon. But you all be blessed and continue to dream. Continue to dream. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Keys, Dr. Stephanie Keys, and I'm super excited to share my acronym with you today. But first, I want to thank Dr. Smiley and Perfect Publishing for giving us all this opportunity to share our acronyms today. I'm so excited because this is one of my favorite acronyms, love. Love. I mean, you can create all kinds of acronyms for the word love, but I chose this year to live in love by living obediently and understanding that victory will emerge. So, thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my acronym with you today. And of course, with an acronym like this, I have a boatload of Bible verses that I use to stand on, because this is truly the way that I live, right? And one of the first things that I like to focus on when I'm looking for a great Bible verse is I look up the actual words. So if you love me is in relation to living in faith. And that's one of the wonderful scriptures that I've chosen, because if you love God, you'll be living in a space of love. It says that if you love me, you will keep and obey. So the second word is obey. And if we love God, then we will obey. And that's when the victory emerges. Obedience releases God's victory in our lives. So we don't have to strive for it. We actually get to participate in it, because this is what happens. It's like 1 + 1 is 2. So I just wanted to share this acronym with you. I'm super excited about this Acronym-A-Thon and everything that it stands for. I'm Dr. Stephanie Keys. I can be found on social media. In Facebook, it's Stephanie Ellison-Keys, or Dr. Stephanie. On Twitter? Is it Twitter? Yeah. I'm new at all of this, but I am Dr. Stephanie Keys there. And what I do is I celebrate people's lives. We do a Dream Big Dream campaign every year. And with that comes doctorates and accolades. We love celebrating your accomplishments. We love celebrating all the great things that you've done in your community. This is the victory that comes from love. Many of us have passion projects. And so when we put a little love in our passion projects and we live obediently doing the things that God has called us to do, then your victory will emerge. Come on, check it out. I'm Dr. Stephanie Keys, and I'm looking forward to helping you honor yourself with honorary doctorates, actual earned doctorates, and all the other accolades that come along. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hey, how's everybody doing? My name is Kayem, pronounced Kai M. That's simple. Kayem Bonus. I'm 43 years old, husband, father of 4. I retired from the military, the Navy. Was in the military for 24 years, retired last year. And Roosevelt Williams, he nominated me to speak at this event. And I'm very privileged and honored to be here. So I want to talk about patience and leadership. So me being a former sailor, being in the military, towards the end of my term, I was propelled in leadership roles. So I was just going. Now that I've got a chance to reset, kind of take my time, figure out what's going on, plan. I'm not saying we wasn't planning in the military, but everything is a go. The mission is here. We got to get it accomplished. If it's this time for this mission, we got to get it going. We got to get it done. Sometimes we do more with less. Here in the civilian world where things are a little slower, I'm learning I could practice patience in my leadership. And when I talk about leadership, I'm talking about in the workplace, I'm talking about in your household, I'm talking about whether it's in school or whatnot. It's very simple, everybody, very simple. Let's just say you're a parent. Your child is bothering you. Mommy, daddy, can I have this? Can I have that? Can I have this? Have that? Stop bothering me. Just get it. take a step back, take a step back. Learn to practice patience, not to ignore your child, but to calm down, get your thoughts gathered, and say, hey, you're not doing this at this time. You're not doing it this moment. We're going to go ahead and do it this way. Now, you eliminated all of that extra, your child is feeling resentment, these type of things. Your patience is going to be contagious. It's going to go throughout the workplace. It's going to go throughout your home. You just practice patience. And I feel that once I did that, I'm able to tackle bigger problems. Bigger emergencies come up. I'm talking about everything up to death. God forbid. You will be more equipped to handle those type of things. Patience in leadership. And I like to take the acronym as PAY, P-A-Y, PAY. Pay your patience so your patience can eliminate chaos in your life. And just practice patience. Thank you for your time.
Come on, Ross. We're going to invite Dr. Ross, Dr. Smile to come and join me as we get ready to head into our last section. I mean, we have made it through an entire day. Look who's here.
Barry.
Tanisha and Auntie Roz. What a
Yes, it's Mr. Barry.
Here, oh my goodness.
Happy New Year. Happy another year.
Yes, we are filled with joy.
And it's so good to see you.
And to be seen.
I love it.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Zion, you gonna join us? We are so happy to have you here. We're so happy that you are here. When we think about acronym-a-thons, and when we think about acronyms, when we think about joy and spreading joy, then that is you exactly. We think about Barry Shore. And so talk to us a little bit just about how acronyms got dropped into your life.
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Tanisha, how can I make the categorical statement? All the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people around the world that will be seeing this are all good-looking? Because by definition, if you tuned into the Acronym-A-Thon, it means that you're always looking for and finding the good in life. So you speak about joy. I am honored to be known as the ambassador of joy. Notice I didn't say the ambassador of joy. The ambassador of joy. And joy is one of the most remarkable acronyms you could ever utilize, internalize, and leverage in your life, because joy stands for Journey of You.
Yes.
You are on a journey. Everybody's on a journey. When you love your journey, then you make the world a better place. You become MAD. Now, MAD is a great acronym. It stands for make a difference. You want to become a MAD person in the world. My acronym that I want to use today, and to answer your question directly, I was privileged to be involved with words from a very young age. From the age actually of 9, I can remember my father introducing me to a wonderful book, and the book is called The Dictionary. He would love to play once a day and say, okay, my dear beloved son, which he used to call me that, my dear beloved son, just go through the dictionary and pick out a word and let's learn what it is. whether it was short, long, tall, big, whatever it was, how to pronounce it. I'm 9 years old. I'm doing, and you start learning and I'm playing with words, and they just become fun. And fun, of course, we use the four-letter FU word. FU, capital N, capital N. That's how we spell fun. We have an acronym for it. I won't do it right now. So the acronym that I want to use for me for this year for the Acronym-A-Thon is the word breathe. Breathe. BREAT. Okay, now I'm
All that
unmuted.
joy. It's all that joy. It's all
Okay,
that joy.
now I'm unmuted. So the word for this year that for the mission is breathe. So let me tell you what it stands for, and then we'll tell why. Breathe stands for bringing resilient energy, awakening transformational health enthusiastically. We're in a very trying time in our world. I think everybody would agree to that. The United States, everywhere in the world, things are happening. And it's not just easy moving happening, it's plate tectonics where things are in difficult situations. People rising up, overthrowing dictators, or being oppressed. Things are happening all over the world. The key to living life well is to learn how to breathe. So if people say to me oftentimes when I mention this, well, Barry, everybody breathes. How do you think you live? We're talking about not shallow breathing, which is what everybody does just to stay alive. We're talking about deep inner breathing, which we call tummy breathing. Tummy breathing. Why? Because when we talk about the area where you want to bring breath into your being, which animates your entire life, makes all your red blood cells alive, makes everything happen. Well, that happens in what we call the diaphragm. Now, most people, 99.2% of human beings, can't spell diaphragm and they don't know where it is. So I call it tummy breathing. So the ability to breathe in through your nose deep into your tummy or your diaphragmic area, and then gently let it out through your mouth. And to do that 4 times slowly, consciously, conscientiously, and do it twice per day. Once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Before the noon, afternoon. I do in the morning, I get up, and in the evening before I go to sleep. And we call it learn how to blab. What is blab? Breathe like a baby. Babies naturally breathe into their diaphragm, their tummy. You watch baby, that's where they breathe. When we learn to do that consciously and conscientiously, and here's the key, repetition creates transformation. So breathe, bringing resilient, because you want to be resilient in life, right? Bringing resilient energy, awakening transformative health enthusiastically. So that's what I bring today to the, thank God, thousands, tens of thousands, possibly even hundreds of thousands of people that will be experience this recording of the Acronym-A-Thon over the course of the next few months. And a great thank you to our wonderful Dr. Smiley, beautiful Tanisha, fabulous Auntie Roz, and all the people who are participating. So I'm a blessing for everybody, if I may. Go forth, live exuberantly, spread the seeds of joy, happiness, peace, and love.
Guess what?
thought you
That
said
was so
joy.
wonderful.
Go mad. Go
Very
make a difference.
sure. That was so wonderful. Barry, listen to this. This spoke to my spirit because I've been challenged with my health. So you can't overdose on breathe or blab. I've been doing mine multiple times during today when I have either pain or the vertigo wants to act crazy in my body. But guess what? Let's do it together. Let's all three do it together. Breathe in and then breathe out. Don't you feel something? No matter what's going on around you, there's a sense of peace, Barry. And I know you have an acronym for peace, but this has gone so well. And what would it be without the father of acronyms? So, Barry, we love you, we love you, we love Barry Short.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's do a group hug. Let me tell you what hug is the acronym. Heartfelt, unlimited, giving. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for not only being here with us, but being the inspiration to Dr. Ken, Dr. Smiley, Rashawn, for being an inspiration and a mentor to him, and thereby becoming a inspiration to all of us, to trickle down to all of us. We're so grateful to have you, to be a part of what we're doing here. And we're excited. I hope that everyone not only heard what was said in this moment, but also you take an opportunity to apply it, to implement it, and to put it into practice in your life, that there is a reason to have joy. There is a reason to make a difference. There is a reason to journey. What is it? Journey of you.
Woo!
Hey. We're so grateful. We really wanted to take a moment and just sit with you and let you kind of just talk and inspire us, because it's such a blessing, such a blessing.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you so much. And we are going to if we all head backstage, we're going to let Steve talk a little bit more and share another acronym.
Enjoy.
See you
Bye.
soon.
Hello and good day. Words have meaning, power, and impact. Today, on this Acronym-A-Thon, I think I said that right. I'd like to thank Dr. Smiley, but I'd like to talk about beautiful, but not in beauty or aesthetics, rather in be you to full. Be yourself, be you to the fullest, be fulfilled. So good afternoon. I'm Steve Higgy, also known as the Coffee Coach. I'm a career progression coach and emerging leaders mentor. And if I had to name my superpower, it would absolutely be resilience. Not because that's what I want it to be, but it's earned. It is not gifted. And over the years, I've come to believe in myself. I've come to believe that a full life rests on 3 pillars: passion, purpose, intent. Today, I'd like to encourage you to follow your dreams and let your heart lead the way. This simple acronym, Beautiful, began as a simple concept for me, but over the years, it has shaped my life, my career, and it's given me purpose. The word doesn't need a better version of someone else. It lends to needing the fullest version of you. I've worked with business leaders, small in very large global companies, and I've paid attention to the way people show up at work. And over the past 3 decades, a lot of people focus too much on work and not enough on life. And they call this work-life balance. I'd like to encourage you to shift that paradigm and start thinking about it and that passion and that purpose, and consider it as a work-life harmony. When these 3 pillars are aligned, life doesn't become easier, it becomes clearer. And that clarity changes everything. Your passion is about growth. It's about movement, momentum. I like to think of it as progression, not perfection. It's understanding that mistakes aren't failures. They're proof that you were in the arena and you tried your best. I wrote my first book, Mirror Management, Bruised, Not Broken. And bruises simply mean that you showed up. They mean that you didn't sit on the sidelines. And life isn't about perfection. It's all about progression. And if you don't yet know what you're passionate about, that's okay. But I encourage you to take that responsibility to find it, because the richest things that I've seen in life have to do and they have to come from the heart. I often ask people 2 questions, and I'll ask you the same ones today. What is your vision for your life? What do you want to do with your life? The second question is, what does that feel like to you? Is that success? Not what does it look like? What does it feel like? Early on in my leadership journey, I learned a very powerful lesson from the great one, Wayne Gretzky. He spoke about preparation, arriving early, visualizing the game even before it happened, and skating through the outcomes in his mind. Greatness, that's what he taught me. It is not accidental. It is intentional. That's where the purpose comes in. Purpose is the deep sense of meaning that pulls you out of bed in the morning, sometimes early, maybe sometimes late, and keeps you steady when things get hard. But purpose is the difference between having a career or just a job and building a life. I spoke about earlier on this Acronym-A-Thon about life, living individually free every day. You can dream big. You should dream big. But dreams without discipline just remain wishes. But I also want to remind you, please wake up from that dream. Purpose requires work. It requires sacrifice. And it requires honesty, especially about why you do what you do. Titles will come and go. They'll fade. Money will fluctuate. But fulfillment, that comes from the contribution from yourself, from you, personally and professionally. And here's what I know to be true. Everything meaningful starts from the heart, within the heart. How do you feel? And it leads back to the heart. Maya Angelou said it the best. It's not what people say. It's not what people do. It's how they make you feel. And beautiful, how does your life make you feel right now? Which brings me to intent. Intent is the quiet decisions you make every single day about how you show up to both work, life, relationships, conversations. It's choosing to serve instead of impressing, to listen instead of dominate, to lead yourself before trying to lead others. At work, the most important thing people say around you is loved ones. Send them a thank you note. Appreciate them. And yet research tells us about the majority of people are disengaged at work, living smaller. I encourage you to rise above mediocrity and level up your life. You don't need permission, but I encourage you to look at that. Become a warrior, not a worrier. Act instead of waiting. Live intentionally instead of drifting. Dare to be who you wish you were. Believe in yourself and be beautiful. I'm Steve Higgy. Have a great day.
Hello, everybody. How are you today? My name is Dr. Kevin McGuire, and my acronym today is CODE, C-O-D-E. That stands for Create, Optimize, Defend, and Execute. When people hear the word code, they think of programmers. But code runs everything beneath the surface, from systems to habits to organizations. I use CODE as a framework for how things are built, protected, and activated today. C stands for Create. Creation is easy. Intentional creation is hard. Ask, what are we building? Why does it exist? Systems without purpose become liabilities. If you don't define your system's purpose, someone else will exploit it. O for optimize. Most systems don't fail, they age. In fact, optimization really means speed, efficiency, visibility. And I think we're all looking for that in our lives. Everything nowadays is really fast, but you got to be out there on the internet and on social media and building your brand. But what helps you can also help an attacker. So every time we put ourselves out on a new platform, it exposes us to more of the things that might help somebody get back at you. Anything optimized without oversight eventually optimizes against you. D stands for defend. And defense is proactive, not reactive. If we wait for something to happen and then react to it, that's too late. We need to be proactive by doing things like protecting ourselves ahead of time. Maybe that's installing patches on our system. Maybe that's switching our password from time to time. Maybe that is providing training for our employees so they know ahead of time what potential issues they might run into. People are the biggest vulnerabilities, and they're also our first line of defense. We should build layers, not walls. Think of defense as an onion. There are multiple different layers. You don't have just one layer of an onion. And that's how defense should be also. It should not be, well, I have virus protection, so that's enough here. Or I have a firewall, or that's enough. Or I have a 8-character password, so that's enough. No, when you're putting multi-layered defense in, it starts with the people and then builds out to the technology and builds with the training and everything else that you're doing. Most breaches don't come through code. They come through trust. E for execute. Knowledge without action is exposure. Timing matters just as much as strategy. And when we hesitate, it creates openings. The difference between control and chaos is execution. And, I think when we talk about execution, it's not just about what you're doing today, but it's tomorrow, it's next week, it's next year, it's 5 years from now, it's 10 years from now. Having that plan in place really allows us to kind of see where the future is going to bring. And in a world today where things are changing as much as they are, having that plan and executing to that plan, and then adapting to that plan when things maybe go off the rails a little bit is so very important. And it was this mindset of code, create, optimize, defend, and execute, that really kind of inspired me to write my international #1 best-selling and now award-winning book, Sleeper Code. And this talks about how when we are so relying on software and technology, and the world is so interconnected today. I mean, my wife and I bought a coffee pot the other day, and it wanted us to connect it to the internet. Our dishwasher is connected to the internet. Our washing machine is connected to the internet. Our new solar system is connected to the internet. And All of those things are possible ways of creating incursions into people's lives. Obviously, on a bigger scale, we have things like gas and water and power and hospital systems and defense systems. Um, my book explores what happens when the systems that we trust, those financial, digital, national systems, are quietly created, optimized, and defended against, but then executed against us. It's fiction, but it's not as far away from a reality as we'd like to think. Because in today's world, it's not about whether you have code, it's whether you understand it and whether it's running you. So when we're thinking about today's acronym, I want you to think about code: create, optimize, defend, and execute. And when you do that, don't even think about it as just a digital world. Use that as your personal life. Create friendships, optimize those friendships, fiercely defend those friendships. And when you do, execute on those friendships. Execute on the family life. Execute on your personal relationships with your spouse. And I think at the end of all of that, your life is going to be so much happier. And if you do that in the digital age, you're not going to have to hire a cybersecurity professional like myself to come and help get you out of the hole that you've made. Hey, make sure that you have those incredibly long, complicated passwords. Don't use password 123 or the names of your children or your birth date in anything. And when you do that, you're going to be optimizing your systems and creating a defense layer for them so that, quite honestly, you'll be safer in the long run. In this interconnected world, it's not just about technology. It's about building personal and creating interconnections amongst people too. And I hope that through reading my book, through talking to the other authors, to listening to all of the other people's acronyms that you are doing today, as Ken would say, we're going to keep smiling and we're going to build a better future together and we're going to build a better world together. And I can't wait to see where that comes up. Thank you so much for your time and attention today. And remember, when you're talking about acronyms, think about code: creation, optimization, defense, and execute. Have a great day.
Hello, from wherever you are tuning in. I want to say what's up to Dr. Roz, Tanisha, and of course, Dr. Smiley. I am the dot connector, June Archer. Thank you so much for coming on this acronym-a-thon. And my acronym for you this year, I want to inspire and motivate you to get your shift together. That's right. Get your shift together. SHIFT. Something happens intentionally for transformation. So this year, 2022, 2026, I want you to figure out what it is that you did in 2025 that worked well, and also the things that didn't work well. And I want you to make that shift this year and make sure you put all of your ducks in a row and get your shift together. Now, what does that mean? When I say something happens intentionally, that means there are going to be people and things that you're going to have to replace or eliminate to get to the next level. So in 2026, we want to level up. We want to get to the next levels. There are multiple levels, and some of these young people say there's levels to this. So I want you to look at what level you are representing right now, or what you're leaving from 2025, and figure out those next steps for 2026 and beyond. Because we are in a day of shift, right? We have to pivot. We have to reinvent ourselves. And it is important to understand what are those things that either held you back last year, those things that were blocking your blessings last year, those people who were gatekeeping you last year. And I specifically want to speak to the women that are watching and listening. I want you to make that shift in terms of imposter syndrome for 2026. If you are doing the work, if you follow Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hour mentality, if you've gone to school for what it is that you do, if you've opened up a business and got your LLC filed and you got your EIN number, or you started a nonprofit, if you're doing the work, there's no reason why you need to pull up a chair at the table and feel uncomfortable. If you don't feel comfortable at any table that you have a seat at, then create your own table. But don't allow anyone to tell you that you don't belong, that you're not supposed to be here, that you don't deserve this. If you have done the work, if you put in your time, if you have put in those 10,000 hours, you deserve to be where you are, to sit at the table, any table, as long as you add value. So I want you to get rid of the mindset and the perspective of imposter syndrome, because you do belong, and I want to support you. I want to continue to inspire you, but get your shift together. All right. So I don't want to take up too much time. There are so many great people that came before me and so many great people after me. I hope that all that are watching and listening are having a really great time. I hope you're writing some of these acronyms down. It is an acronym-a-thon, by the way. So please make sure you stay in contact with Dr. Smiley, Roz, and listen, keep doing what you're doing. 2026 is yours, but let's not stop here. Let's collectively get our shift together. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. I appreciate you for allowing me to jump in. I can't tell you how much this means. Thank you all. God bless you. And I look forward to seeing and hearing some of the amazing things that you're going to be doing in 2026. Get your shift together.
Hey there, I just want to say thank you so much to Mr. Barry Shore, who is the reason that I am here on this awesome online event. So there's something that the world doesn't talk about very often. It's not talent, it's not intelligence, it's not even confidence. It's essence. Essence is my word for today. Essence is what remains when we stop trying to be impressive and start being true. I define essence in my acronym, which is extra special significance, emanating naturally, creating Eden, a heavenly experience. So when we show up as our truest selves, our real design with a capital D, we activate the purest influence that we can have on this earthly plane. Your essence is your programming, your passion, your purpose, all encompassed in your ability to be exactly who you are. Sounds simple, but it's not easy, because being fully yourself requires bravery. Bravery to stand for your values, bravery to show your humor, your curiosity, your geekiness, your intelligence. Bravery because, especially for women, sometimes we have to focus on how to stop shrinking in anticipation of judgment. Most people don't fail because they lack ability. They fail because they blend in when they abandon their truest essence in order to belong. So only about 3% of people have the courage to live from their essence and to go after what I call their big dream, a big impact. History shows us something fascinating. When people align with their purpose, they don't always become popular. Sometimes they become disruptive. That's when we see the big difference, though, because when disruption is rooted in truth, it has the power to transform. That is the power of true essence in action. So one powerful example, so you can understand maybe a little better, is Princess Diana. As she stepped more fully into her purpose, she was falling out of favor with significant people right in her immediate world. Yet through that globally viewed chaos that we can remember, she created compassionate, meaningful change for children all around the globe. Another woman I deeply admire for living from her essence, and you'll recognize it here, is Jane Goodall. So when she entered the world of science, she didn't follow the rules, she disrupted them. She shocked and infuriated, honestly, the scientific establishment by naming the chimpanzees that she studied. They weren't numbers, she gave them names. By doing so, she gave them individuality, something that science resisted vehemently at the time. Her work reshaped how we currently understand animal intelligence, emotion, and connection. So what was once radical is now more widely accepted, although it's still not without some controversy, of course. Jane Goodall reminds us, and these are her words, you cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference, but you have to decide what kind of difference. Now, I once told a woman, your essence is like a unique fragrance that you bring into the room, and it's the lasting impression that remains after you've gone. So here's my question for you. What would change in your work, in your leadership, your relationships, your life, if you stopped trying to be acceptable and started being true? Because when you are courageous enough to live from your essence, the right people find you, the right opportunities, the ones that you seek will appear, and your influence becomes effortless. See, the world doesn't need more people trying to fit in. It's the last thing we need. It needs more people brave enough to show up as to who they really are. Hey, if what I'm saying resonates with you, you can find me. If you think you're part of 3%, I'd love to have a conversation with you about what you want to accomplish in 2026. I wish you the best. Sandra D. Robinson, thanks for having me.
Hello, my wonderful friends. I'm Randy McNeely, known as Captain Kindman, and I am so thrilled to be here today. I want to share with you the word kindness. Go figure. I'm a big kindness advocate. And what that means is an acronym is kindling interactions that neutralize division, naturally engenders sustainable success. My friends, our world needs love now more than ever, and kindness is love in action. Well, when we kindle those interactions that neutralize division, what does that mean? That we're building things and doing things and showing behaviors that create unity, that repair division and break down polarization. If there's ever been a time when we needed to be able to do those things, that time is now. And you think about it, kindling interactions that neutralize division naturally engender sustainable success. We all want to have sustainable success in our lives, right? We want to be able to build strong relationships. How many of you know people who can build strong relationships if they don't lead with kindness? My definition of kindness overall is kindness is love in action that embraces every behavior by which we show value and appreciation for ourselves and others. We can make a difference. We can see each other, not just think about each other, look at each other as objects, but see each other as people, as human beings that deserve to be valued and appreciated. We can look at other people and go out there, and every interaction that we have, remember, kindling interactions that neutralize division. Every interaction we have, we can strive to make it an interaction that lifts, that builds, that strengthens. We never know when an interaction that we have with somebody might be a major milestone in their life that day. We don't know what somebody's else is going through. Some kind word, some interaction that we kindle that neutralizes division, that brings unity, that helps them to feel loved and cared about, is naturally going to engender sustainable success for you, for me, for them. That day, you might be their kindness superhero. I dress up like Captain Kindman. I put a cape on. Some people think it looks ridiculous, but you know what? It's memorable because every time I get on a stage and speak to people, they see those things. And then when they go away, they think of the words that I said, talking about kindness and how it impacts our lives and how it can make a difference. And I can speak from the heart, knowing and saying directly that kindness saves lives. Why? I'm a survivor. I survived multiple forms of childhood abuse. I survived, multiple forms of abuse. My father committed some heinous crimes, and I had to work through those things. And in that period of time in my life, I thought I was going to take my life. I didn't want to be around. I wanted to end the pain. But love saved me because friends extended it to me through kindness. They put their arms around me. They let me know that they cared about my family. They put their arms around our family. They invited me into their homes and helped me to see what it was like to be in a home where people really cared about each other. That's what kindness does. Every time we kindle an interaction that neutralizes division, in other words, rebuilds unity, that naturally engenders sustainable success. My friends, over time, we can make a difference. We can help other people. We can help the world to become different, to repair itself from all the division that we see going on in our country, around the globe. We can make a difference, but we have to have the courage every day to step up and step into kindness. And the natural result of this, if we think about it this way, wherever I go, I help love to grow because I'm giving away kindness, which is kindling interactions that that neutralize division, naturally engendering sustainable success. My friends, thank you for enabling me or for listening today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here. I want to thank Smiley for the blessing of having the chance to just share this little tidbit of information with you. And I'm grateful for all the other wonderful speakers who have taken the time to share their wonderful acronyms, their marvelous acronyms. I hope that you all go away from this remembering the things that you've learned, uplifted, inspired, and ready to go forward and pay it forward. Remember, kindness makes a difference. Embrace it every day. You never know when you might, through one simple act of kindness, be someone's major milestone. You might even save a life. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. I am Dr. Patricia Rogers. I am your visibility strategist, and I am the CEO of Unity in Service, where people need people. And first, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Ross for inviting me to this event. I'm always happy to be among thriving entrepreneurs. And Ron, thank you for setting this platform. And we're going to jump right in today. This is my first time attending an acronym-a-thon. Acronym-a-thon. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. Because everything we do has representation. And titles are definitely meaningful. And my company is Unity in Service, but today I'm just going to focus on the word unity. What does unity mean? And first of all, what Unity in Service does is we set a platform for entrepreneurs like you to speak, promote your product and services, increase your leads so that you can get new clients. We also provide you an email list after every event that we host so that you can follow up expeditiously. And of course, we do podcast interviews prior to any speaking appointments that you have with us. Why? Because our goal is, as I said, I am a visibility strategist. And if you're not there, nobody sees you. So we help you be more visible on this social media landscape. And we also host in-person events. So I'm going to go with the word U. My acronym is Unity. And U stands for uniqueness. We honor the uniqueness in all that we do, bringing fresh ideas, bold platforms, and innovative approaches that set entrepreneurs apart from the crowd. We love to do things big, and we do it differently. So when you attend our events, it's not just an event, it's an experience. The letter N stands for nurturing. We nurture talent, potential, and community by creating a safe space where entrepreneurs can grow, learn, and feel supported every step of the way. The letter I stands for impact. We focus on creating impact empowering voices, building credibility, and transforming lives through visibility opportunities that matters. And speaking, ladies and gentlemen, is definitely an investment into you. It's an investment in your business because you get to reach so many more people at one time rather than just calling one person at a time. So we fill the seats while you speak. The T stands for transformation. We guide others through powerful transformation. Been doing this over a decade. And that's what keeps me doing it, because when I can look around and see the relationships that have been built by the platforms that Unity in Service has provided, when I see people such as those behind me on this banner that keep coming back for more, it keeps me going. It keeps me going. So again, transformation is helping them elevate from overlooked to unforgettable. How do we do that? Through speaking. We do it through our collaboration books. And of course, we do it through podcast interviews. And lastly, I like to talk about that letter Y. The letter Y. The letter Y stands for yes and minus. Yes to every opportunity that comes your way. Say yes, even when you're fearful, just say yes. Go in and worry about the how later. Because at the end of the day, God gave you the vision and he's going to take you through it. So we got to trust the process. We have to trust a God, a higher power, and all we have to do is be willing to serve. And we operate in unity and service with the yes. You can, yes, you will, and yes, I'm in. That's my story for you all today. Unity. Where there's unity, there's strength. I'm Dr. Patricia Rogers, visibility strategist, and I am the CEO of Unity in Service, where people need people. And you can reach me at drpatriciarogers.com and pick up a copy of my ebook.
All right. We are here back. My partner, my host, my co-host, the catalyst for the Acronym-A-Thon. How are you, Dr. Roz?
I am God amazing. This is so fun. Enjoying the process.
I want to give you a second. I want you to just talk for a second. I just want you to tell people, how did you come up with this Acronym-A-Thon?
So the Acronym-A-Thon, when I was a young girl, aptitude, comprehension, school was not the best for me. And my mom was teaching me, even though I was going to school. So when I wanted to do a spelling bee, she helped me to create an acronym of something that meant wealth of heart to me. And I would create that, and that helped me remember the words. As I was still growing up, SMILE came to me, and that meant simply make intentional love encounters, starting with myself first. And she just kept on encouraging me, because I didn't care for school because I had such a challenging time with school because I had to learn differently. So acronyms have just been a part of me since very little, that I would like just communicate acronym as I spoke. When I would do the acronyms, I started doing a little bit of calligraphy and would do a birthday card with someone's name. And I would pay attention to their characteristic and be able to create that acronym. So acronyms have been a part of me forever and ever. So for the past 10 years, just so you know, Dr. Smiley and I have been crossing paths. I would end up at an event and get my swag bag, and I would find a smile card. The first one was Joy for Barry Shore, and that is his mentor. I did not know that, but I noticed the material of how the cards were made. I'm like, this must be the same printer. Then I finally got a card for Smile, and I was told you just missed Dr. Smile, Ken Rashawn. So finally, my mentor, Dr. Breakthrough, he introduced us last May, and I had the most wonderful birthday because May is my birth month of meeting Dr. Smiley. So from there, I had just met him. I was already giving him work because the man does work, and work is a good thing because it means worship. When you do your history of the word, and I said, "Hey, we ought to do Acronym-A-Thon. Can you say it 3 times?" And he said, "You know what? We're gonna do that." So the previous, I guess I want to say the show that he has, Word Nerd Word. It has the Acronym-A-Thon has taken that place, but this today has been so powerful to hear the heart of brothers and sisters through the word that was created as an acronym.
Well, I wanted to give you the spotlight because without you, the catalyst, there is no Acronym-A-Thon. I remember when we were on our Baldathon or Smile-A-Thon or whatever a thon it was, you said, you know what thon you need to do? You need to, and you said, listen here, Ebony. And I said, what's that, Ivory? And and you said, you need to do the Acronym-A-Thon. And it was like one of those moments where it's just complete quiet, peace rolled around the world. And they had to just adjust and say, wow, a new word has been born. And
yes,
I have an acronym for school because you said you weren't like totally a big fan of school. And there's a lot of people that don't like school. And it's not that they don't like school, they don't like the experience they're having because they don't have the right experience in the moment. And,
yes,
you know, I was actually one of those people, just like you.
That's why we love each other. We have so many similar nuggets, touchstones, you know?
That's right. Well, can I give you an acronym for school?
Yes, I'm ready to write.
All right. C, collaboration. Higher, optimized, organized learning.
Oh, that's cool. And guess what? I think that you and I are the epitome of that.
Yes, we are. So I want to show you, Barry was on earlier, and he did a book. And his book he did was a pocket full of acronyms. And acronyms standing for all concepts relating optimally and neurologically to your mind strength book. And he's brought some amazing people on today. And we are giving every single person that's watching this, if you connect with us, you get the free PDF of that book. But here's what's really cool. Because of you, and I can say almost only because of you, the event was created, so was the book. Do you see your name on this book cover? Isn't that cool?
Yes, I do.
Right next to me. And we are not taking credit for writing it. We are taking credit for hosting. We are hosting a book where a page template can look like this. And that is the nice little graphic you can use to show that you created a word today that created a new year. And in my opinion, a new world. So a word can change the world. And we believe that the people that are saying these new words are actually leaders that are changing the world as well. So this is a really good marriage of how language and leadership fit together.
Yes, this is so awesome. I mean, I'm still getting God bumps every time I hear the word acronym, Acronym-A-Thon, Acronym-A-Thon, Acronym-A-Thon.
That's so cool. I did a book recently, and that book actually has a tribute to you in there as well. And it is about God. May I show it to you real quick?
Yes.
All right, let me see. Here it is. So this is a tribute to you, young lady. So ego versus God. Edge God out versus God opens doors. And those are two sneaky ways of getting more acronyms into the Acronym-A-Thon. But if you think about it, ego is an interesting aspect of not letting anything else in, but only you. You can only be the thing. And when you let go of ego, you are able to open up the world to anybody, to include God, because there's plenty of room.
Yes, and we're multifaceted, Dr. Ken. We are so multifaceted that there's going to be a new teaching that I do want you to be a part of that will represent my best friend who has passed away. And make sure men and women get your mammograms, breasts. It doesn't just deal with women. And she had wrote a book called The U Team. And the ego, yes, we have an acronym that it says edging God out. But guess what? Your ego is a very part of the team, the spirit, the ego, the rational self. But it has to learn, it has to be tamed like a wild bucking horse. Who's in control? Ken's spirit. Who's in control? Roz's spirit. We need ego. We need ego. Ego plays a very good part, but the world has given it a bad name because if there were no ego, we would not be here. So it's an interesting thing to think about. And she did a mighty work of that. But we've talked about it and we're gonna talk more about it. But y'all, Acronym-A-Thon, Acronym-A-Thon, Acronym-A-Thon. It's been a wonderful day today so far.
Yes, it has, and we're moving and grooving. We got plenty. We have 90 speakers today, so we are going to yield the stage back. We have some amazing speakers coming in, so we will yield to bring them in.
Yes.
Thanks for the invite. Hello, everyone. My name is Mark Perlow, and I'm thrilled to share my first children's book with you. For 32 years, I worked as a physician specializing in IVF, helping families bring new life into the world. Now retired, my favorite thing is spending time with two wonderful grandsons. They inspire me every day. I also have a special partner named Andrew, my therapy dog. Together, we visit schools, nursing homes, putting smiles on people's faces. Watching how one wagging tail and a gentle nuzzle from Andrew can transform someone's day taught me something powerful. Joy is contagious. This experience inspired Milo's superpower, a story about a little boy who discovers that his smile and kindness are his greatest gifts. Let me share what makes this book special. We created an acronym using our main character's name, M-I-L-O. M is for making others laugh. In the story, when Milo's brother Oliver falls into the mud and feels embarrassed, Milo doesn't let him stay upset. He tells Oliver he looks like a superhero landing in a secret hideout. One playful moment turns frustration into laughter. Children have this power too. A silly joke, a funny face, or playful words can brighten anyone's day. I is for inspiring happiness. Milo doesn't just create one happy moment. His joy becomes contagious. His positive attitude ripples through his whole family, changing how they see the world. I witnessed this with Andrew, the therapy dog, as well. One smile, one kind gesture creates a chain reaction. When we inspire happiness in others, it spreads far beyond that single moment. Next comes L. L is for love through kindness. Milo's superpower comes from genuine love. When Oliver gets upset about turning off the TV, Milo doesn't dismiss his feelings. Instead, he shows kindness by turning the moment into an imaginative pirate game. Love through kindness means meeting people where they are, helping them feel seen and valued. That's what my grandsons have taught me and what Milo teaches young readers in this story. O is next for overcoming challenges with joy. Life brings challenges for everyone. In our story, Milo sometimes feels invisible when his brother Oliver gets all the attention. But instead of becoming sad, he focuses on what he can do: spread joy. This is the heart of his superpower. Joy isn't just about feeling happy, it's about choosing to bring life and light into difficult moments for ourselves and also for other people. The acronym MILO reminds us that every child has the power to make a difference. You don't need to be the loudest or the strongest voice out there. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is smile, show kindness, and spread joy. And want to thank you for letting me share Milo's story. I hope it inspires you. You'll check out our book, and the children in your life, I know, will enjoy this, and hope you both discover your own superpowers. I invite you to join Milo's adventure at milosuperpower.com. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have had an amazing day of wonderful leaders sharing their acronyms. And we also have a couple of announcements of future events coming up. And my sister, Dr. Roz, is here to share. My goodness, I woke up this morning, Roz, and I thought about this. What a way to start the year off.
Yes.
January A, Acronym-A-Thon. February B, Black History Month. And we are doing an event that I almost have to take an extra breath. I cannot believe how big this event is.
I thought I was the only one who was paying attention to A, B. What we doing for C?
Carpe Diem Day. That's February 28th, Beth Robbins. I don't know what D is, but we have ABC. We will have 3 books come out from the Smile Channel through Perfect Publishing, through the collaboration of other publishers, other authors, other leaders, other readers, other inspirational speakers. I mean, this is magical. So we have your book, and I call it almost your book because I can't even imagine the Acronym-A-Thon happening without you saying, Ken, you're doing all these athons. You need to do the Acronym-A-Thon. And even like the way you're shaking like that, that's the way you said it. You were holding it in as the big surprise, the big reveal. Like, you don't know what I'm about to say. When I say it, you're going to fall over. And you said it, and I did almost fall over. Do you remember how it was complete silence and you couldn't hear anything in the world? Even a cat that was about to go meow said, wait. Did I just hear the Acronym-A-Thon? So we just shared that this Acronym-A-Thon book is a book that is going to be, it's going to be a directory. It's going to be a lexicon of words that empower you. It's going to be an access point to speakers. You're going to be able to connect with people that use words to move the world. So the second one is, I think I'll give a lot of credit to Tanisha Carroll, and indirectly you and Dr. Stan for this uplift of an event we're calling Black, Bold Leaders of Authority, Courage, and Knowledge. And again, isn't that another acronym? Isn't that funny?
Yes.
So you're on the cover. I'm on the cover. Tanisha's on the cover. Dr. Stan, I mentioned the people that I inspired, and here they are. And of course, my lovely partner, Dr. Michelle Mraz. And then we have Russell Thomas in Vegas. And then here is our other set of leaders. And Roosevelt's actually coming up pretty soon. Roosevelt Williams is speaking in about 15 minutes. We had Pastor Ronald Randall speak earlier today, a couple hours ago. And Beth Robbins is speaking. So these are 24. Well, not quite 24. This is about 20 of the hosts. And by the way, do you see who that is on the far right on the bottom?
It's
Talia Ali. That's Muhammad. That's Muhammad Ali's wife.
Yes.
And
that's going to be awesome.
And I had dinner with her.
You mentioned that, so I didn't know it was going to look. You've talked about her, so to know that we rode into another year, that when we speak things, we make them come into fruition.
Yes.
That's
and then
awesome.
Dr. Getty's here in Atlanta, I believe he's from Jamaica, if I recall. and he's a
Okay.
scientist, and he teaches STEM to kids in I just want to bring this up. Look at there's
Okay.
Dr. Rasta Fagettes. Then we have the amazing Paul McFadden. We have Dr. Paul Miller, and we have Dr. Charles Wheeler, and then Kalia Ali. And then look at
She
the
looks
people.
so well. Oh
Look
my
at the
gosh.
people. Look at the people here. That I mean, Nat King Cole, Quincy Jones, Harriet Tubman, Louis Armstrong, Dr. Dr. Ben Carson, Les Brown. These are
Yes.
heroes. These are all heroes that have created a better world, more inspiration.
Have paved the
So
way for our culture.
yes, and by the way, not just with civil rights, and not
Mm-mm.
just with science, and not just with innovation, and not with business acumen, all of it. All of it.
Yes. Awesome.
So
Awesome.
those are two of the events, and then I don't have the graphics for the other two, but I do want to mention them. We have the love event, which may be the event I love more than the other event. His name is Evans Kamaro. He's from Kenya, and we are making an event for him because he made a book called Love. He wrote a book called Love. He published a book called Love, but he is love, and we are making an event, 24 hours of people speaking of the power of love, and then we have Carpe Diem Day, which is February 26th. So we have so many big events happening. Carpe Diem is for people that seize the day. They seize it personally, they seize it business-wise, they seize it philanthropically. And we are giving 24 hours to Carpe Diem Day because guess what Carpe Diem Day is? It's 24 hours. So we got to do 24
hours.
And by the way, we don't got to do 24 hours. We get to. God gives us the ability to do whatever we want with the time we have.
Yes. We're
So
going to see each quarter have a strong leader, and that's how we help each other to replenish ourselves, working together for that 24 hours.
So I got a challenge for the audience. We have ABC, we have the acronym book, we have the Black History book, which is called Hour of Power, and we have Carpe Diem C. So think of what the D book will be, and if we like the title, we may make a day out of it because we don't want to make a D day, but D Day did give us freedom.
Yes. That is so
All right.
good.
Dr. Roz, thank you so much for not only being a catalyst and a friend and a sister, but a beacon of light for those that have lost hope and say, there is hope. There is a way, and we will get through it. Let's head on back down and let's give the next speaker.
Hello, everyone. It is such an honor to be here at the Acronym-A-Thon. My name is Rayanne Lakatina. I am a certified professional business coach, a Reiki master, and a mental health therapist who is committed to helping entrepreneurs, founders, and leaders build their business in the most happy, healthy, wealthy way possible. And my acronym is called STEER, Clear, and Anchor, as you can see here on my name. STEER stands for situation, T stands for thoughts, E stands for emotions, and A stands for actions, and R stands for results. Basically, what we have in the Steer, Clear, and Anchor is we have a tried and true framework that is built from 25 years in personal development, mental health, and clinical evidence-based practice that helps entrepreneurs to navigate the challenges that inevitably come up in their day. And what we really want to understand when we're working in using Steer, Clear, and Anchor is that the only thing in the whole wide world that we can actually control is which thoughts we energize and which thoughts we energize into emotion and how we behave after we have those emotions, which inevitably creates results. And so the Steer, Clear, and Anchor acronym is designed as a self-coaching tool. And I also use this with all of my clients to help them sort through what they choose to focus on, where they choose to give their energy. And it goes through the process of sorting through the disempowering thoughts that they might have, the disempowering emotions that they no longer want to bring into their day, or their activities and behaviors that are no longer serving them, and then giving them the opportunity to drag their thoughts, their emotions, and their results into a different way of being, thinking, and believing. When we understand this core truth that we only control the thoughts that we choose to energize, then we're allowed to move into this empowering experience of reframing, and we can choose different stories and different narratives and different experiences that we have and control those controllables, which is so empowering in my opinion. Now, the rest of the acronym is clear and anchor, because what we also want to acknowledge is that sitting down in front of a piece of paper where we're sorting through our thoughts, our emotion, and our actions, that's only part of the process. We really have to acknowledge that sometimes when we have thoughts, they're very sticky. Sometimes they want to stick around, they don't want to let go, and just journaling our thoughts isn't always the answer. And so sometimes we need to tack on what I call clearing and anchoring onto this experience, into this process, where we work on clearing out which no longer serves us and anchoring into what we choose instead. So I tend to use what is called the emotional freedom technique, which is called tapping. And we use all different tools with the clients that I serve. We sort through the wonderful tools to help manage our central nervous system, to help process anger, to help move through frustrations, to learn how to create discernment and decisiveness in our business, in our life. Whether we're parents, we're busy entrepreneurs, caretakers, we learn how to take control of what we want to do and really focus on what works for us to move on to the other side of the story. And so Steer Clear and Anchor was designed as that self-coaching model, that self-coaching tool that helps integrated entrepreneurs live that happy, healthy, wealthy life. If you're interested in learning more about what this looks like, you can visit my website, rayanlacatina.com/steer, and I have a whole free downloadable workbook where you can begin practicing taking power over your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, and your results, and therefore getting everything that you want, you dream, and knowing that you can have it all. So I invite you to join me on this journey. I really hope that you enjoy using the free workbook. If you'd like to check out my book, it's called The Integrated Entrepreneur, and I go into deep, deep understanding of this model. And I really am grateful for being here today. Thank you, everyone, for having me.
Hi there, everyone. I'm John Verico, and my company is Share Your Fire. If in case you can't see that over here on my shirt. Hey, listen, let me tell you a little bit about what I do and why. What I do is I'm a speaker and coach and author, and I help people learn how to share their story, how to be able to express the excitement that they get, the passion that they have for doing what they do, and how they work with others. And that's what I think makes the world go round, right? We have to understand that we are all motivated in a little bit different ways. And if we can express that motivation, then it makes us feel better about what we do. It makes others understand us more. It makes everybody get along better. There's a whole lot behind it. Let me explain a little bit by going through what my acronym is. My acronym is TORCH, and it stands for the important elements that help us to keep that motivational fire burning inside of us. The things that we need in order to keep ourselves going, the things that we need to share with others, and the way we need to treat others so that they also remain motivated. So the torch is the thing that provides that light. And that stands for trust, opportunity, respect, communication, and humanity. And allow me just to expand on that just a little bit. The first and most important thing we need is to have trust and to be able to trust each other, right? We need to be able to know that we are being open and honest with each other, that we have integrity. That's the first thing, that safety net that we need to be able to get along, to be able to trust each other and to know that we, in fact, also are trusted. The second piece of that is opportunity. We need to have and feel as if we have the same opportunity as everyone else. All we really want in life is the opportunity to try, the opportunity to make a mistake, the opportunity to prove ourselves, to show that what we do does matter. That leads us to the R, which is respect. And that is so critical. Being respected as an individual that has certain skill sets, certain experiences. You know, not everybody goes through life the same way. Everybody experiences things differently. And that experience, when when we combine all that together, boy, that's what really makes organizations work when people bring their skills and everything else together. We need to respect people for that. If you're in a hiring situation and you hire somebody for their expertise, you need to respect them for that expertise. You bring them in and you start micromanaging them, you're not respecting them for what they've brought to the table. The next piece is the C for communication, and communication is critical. We need to be able to openly, honestly communicate with one another, to express what it is that we need, that we desire it to be able to listen to each other. That communication is both ways. Another next piece of it and the final piece, which probably might be the most important, the H stands for humanity. Understanding that all of us, each and every one of us, is a human being, which means we've got stuff going on in our lives. It also means that we're not infallible and we need a little bit of forgiveness. The humanity is probably one of the most important pieces of all of this. There's an ancient proverb that says, if you live long enough, everything will happen to you. That means at some point in your life, things will go well, maybe not so well. You'll have food, you'll be hungry, you'll have money, you might need money, you'll have a job, you might need a job. All these different things will happen throughout your life. At some point in your life, you may be the hero of the story. In another chapter, you may very well be a victim. And yet, in another chapter of your life, you may even be the villain in someone else's story. All these things are going on in people's lives. We don't know where they are in their life cycle. We don't know what they're going through. So treating each other with that understanding, a little bit more compassion, that is recognizing the fact that they are human beings. So those are the important critical pieces. In order to keep our motivational fires going, we need to feel like we're trusted. We need to feel like we're getting the same opportunities that other people are. We need to feel respected for what we bring to the table. We need to feel like we're being communicated with openly and honestly, and things aren't being hidden. And we need to be recognized as a fellow human being. And then let's twist that around just a little bit. We need to trust others in order to make them so they can trust us. We need to give everybody the opportunities they deserve to be able to prove themselves and to take risks and to do things and to grow. We need to respect each other for the skills that we bring and for their background and for their life and for everything else. We need to communicate openly and honestly, and we need to treat them like fellow humans. Where does this all come from? When I was a kid, I was a bullied youth. I got inspiration from watching old classic monster movies, knowing that um, the little guy could still win no matter how big and bad the monster was. The way we fought off the monster, we brought torches. That light, it was not the fire of the torch that was the weapon, it was the light the torch brings. And when my torch is lit and your torch is lit, we combine our torches, we combine our brightness, we illuminate for everyone, we can scare away all of the monsters. When we illuminate the darkness, we cut away the fear, and we can then shine as individuals. So remember that. We don't have to blow out each other's candle in order to make ours turn brighter. We can take our torch, our inner torch, let's get that fire burning right in here. Take that fire burning and then get that lit up with someone else and share that fire. Share your fire, share your torch. Trust, opportunity, respect, communication, and humanity. Remember that. Thank you. Share your fire.
Hi. Hey, thank you, Beth Robbins and Dr. Smiley, for inviting me to be part of today's Acronym-A-Thon. My name's Deborah Jarvis, and my acronym is the 5 L's. That's right, LLLLL. And it stands for Leave a Legacy of Leadership, Learning, and Love. For much of my life, I defined myself by what I did, my titles, my roles, my accomplishments. Like many people, I thought my work was my identity. But here's what I learned. We are not the work we do. Who we are is how we show up across all the roles that we play in life. Half of my life was behind me before I could answer the question, what kind of legacy do I want to leave? And I realized something important. The legacy we leave shouldn't change depending upon whether we're at home, at work, or in the community. It should be consistent. Whether we're a parent, a sibling, a teacher, a mentor, a manager, a volunteer, that realization led me to my acronym, the 5 L's: leave a legacy of leadership, learning, and love. The first 2 L's is leave a legacy. A legacy isn't something you leave behind someday. You are building it every day, often without realizing it. It shows up in how you treat people when no one's watching. It shows up in the words you choose when things are hard, in the courage you show or withhold when someone needs support. Your legacy is not your resume. It's the impact you have on people's lives. The third L is leadership. Leadership, in my view, is a vital life skill, not a job title. There's a leader in every single one of us. Leadership happens when we care enough to step forward, and just as importantly, when we care enough to step back and support others whose gifts are most needed in that particular moment. True leadership requires solid ground, core values that anchor us and give us the moral courage to act even when it's uncomfortable and even when we don't have formal authority. Some of the most powerful leadership moments, too, happen quietly, when someone feels seen, encouraged, or supported at exactly the right time. The fourth L is learning. Lifelong learning is another vital life skill. Albert Einstein once said the only real constant is change. If that's true, and I believe it is, then choosing to stop learning is essentially choosing to fall behind while the rest of the world continues to move forward. Learning isn't about having credentials or degrees. It's about curiosity. It's about being willing to say, I don't know yet, but I'm willing to learn. And the fifth L is love. Love, that's the most misunderstood and yet the most powerful word of all. Love requires us to be a window that allows the light of unconditional caring for others to shine through. Each person is worthy of being valued, not necessarily for their current behavior, but for the possibility they carry. When we focus only on what we see in the moment, we miss the whole person. So often, our desire to be right overpowers our ability to stay in relationship. But love, real love, requires curiosity instead of judgment. It asks us to pause and wonder, what might this person be carrying that I can't see? That kind of love does not weaken us. It strengthens families, communities, organizations. So here's my invitation to you. Think about the legacy you're leaving right now, not someday in the future. Is it consistent across the roles you play in life? Does it reflect leadership rooted in values? Learning fueled by curiosity? Love grounded in compassion rather than judgment? We choose to leave a legacy of leadership, learning, and love because that's not about changing our own lives. It's about supporting and pouring into the lives of everyone we touch. That's the power of the 5 L's. Thank you for listening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Michael Coons. Real excited to be here. Thanks for Dr. Smiley for having me. My acronym, it's a little different than the rest of what you guys did because mine, it's more like the what it is at the end as opposed to each letter individually. I picked CLIF as my acronym, and that stands for Can't Live in Fear Forever. And the reason that resonates well with me is because I feel that a lot of my all of my successes are due in part because I learned to stop being afraid and just go for what it was that I wanted, whether it be relationships or moving across country, career changes, my success in powerlifting. It's just, and then just for overall happiness. I mean, all of us, we all have our insecurities, we all have our fears. And ultimately, like the best thing we could do is just overcome them, just go for it. And whatever happens, happens. I mean, if you fail at whatever it is you're trying, it's still better than not trying at all and stuff. No, nobody likes to think woulda, shoulda, coulda their life. So yeah, so my thing, can't live in fear forever and stuff. Whatever it is that, that you're going for, that you want, whatever it is that you're striving for and stuff, just, I mean, try to do your best, just overcome your fear, put it aside and just go for it and stuff. I mean, sure, it's if you're hiking in the woods and a mountain lion comes, that you should be very afraid of that. That is rational fear and stuff. But if it's that, you're too scared to go to your boss to ask for a raise, or you're too scared to go up uh, to a person to ask them out on a date and stuff, these fears are kind of, that's just, you don't need them. Those aren't helping you and stuff. So that's just kind of the that's just the acronym that I like to live by. I apologize for not being more prepared for giving this speech, this presentation and stuff. I'm not as well versed as most of you and this stuff. I mean, yesterday was my first podcast really ever with Dr. Smiley, and it was awesome and I loved it and stuff. But I definitely need to do some polishing on my speaking for these and stuff. But yeah, I know I was given 5 minutes, but I apologize. I don't think I'm going to be able to fill that. So, like I said, can't live in fear forever. Whatever it is that you want, whatever it is, they go as long as it's not hurting anybody, or as long as you're not breaking any laws or doing anything, that's going to like shame somebody that you care about. To just go for it and stuff. I mean, being scared and running away or just avoiding it altogether is just going to make you miserable, and you're going to have regrets, and it's not a good time. Thank you for having me.
So my word is heal. To heal is to honor. First, honor, empathy, awareness, and love. To heal is to honor a safe place within us so that we can help others to heal. With empathy, which is helping others to find their voice. Not just helping them to find their voice, but walking in their shoes, kind of helping them. So we really can help them at the core. Awareness of our emotional pain and that of others. And love, to accept our imperfections unconditionally. After years of silence, I learned to heal is how we find the power to be brave and to turn pain into purpose. My name is Hannah Park Lusterman, and the person who invited me here is Yarona Boster. And all my entire life, I wanted to make a difference in the world, to leave my mark, to reach and motivate millions. I found out that I needed to dedicate my life to healing my broken self first. And something magical happened. Today, I am changing the world. We failed because we're lacking something. We're all broken. The first step is to put on our investigative hat and find out what's lacking and give it to ourselves. We cannot and will not become whole in the absence of this diagnosis. I ran away from home when I was just 16 in a smelly fishing boat and a crew with 4 men to cross the Atlantic Ocean to find freedom in the neighboring country of Venezuela. The Branch Davidian religion was suffocating me. Dancing was forbidden. But the moment I heard Bob Marley's Love, One Love, my entire body came alive. It lit a fire of desire in me. My determination to be a dancer at whatever cost was also born in that moment. This decision altered the course of my life. I began dancing in nightclubs and stages anywhere there was music. But I was existing in the shadows of my past, and the yearning to be glamorous, to be seen and validated, stayed just out of reach for many years. I knew there was something important missing. I saw my determination alone wasn't enough. The shame and fear from my father's belt was keeping me from believing I could be the glamorous dancer I dreamed of becoming. I saw that I needed to heal myself. It wasn't until I dug deep and accepted who I was at my core and stopped living by the expectations others placed on me that I began to heal. When I embraced the freedom to dance, it moved me from fear to confidence, not just in the dance floor, but in every area of my life. My broken spirit turned rebellion into resilience, and my freedom to dance into healing. Today, healed, I dance confidently for my mother, who died with her music still inside of her, and for all the courageous women still choosing silence. When I move, I invite others to find their own magnetic rhythm to heal themselves. Healing isn't a destination, a finish line. It's how we lead, how we listen and love, and light the way to liberate one another. It begins when we honor our stories, meet pain with empathy, grow in self and social awareness, and restore dignity by loving others. My journey reminds people that healing isn't about being perfect. It's about unconditionally loving and accepting your imperfections. When I perform my stories with dance, audiences don't just listen. They feel, they lean in. I spent years in the healing journey, and I'm on my way back to guide others, not the donkey route I took, but jet stream style, quantum leap style. I help them to rise into a version of themselves they've never felt before. And that's the magic I live for. And now that you know what's waiting on the other side, I invite you to step confidently through that door. Again, my name is Hannah Park Lusterman, and I am stepping into a one-woman show and writing a book to share my experiences and my stories, showing it, not telling it, showing it, not just telling it. Thank you.
All right, all right. Happy New Year. Everyone get excited because not only am I going to teach you about power today, I'm going to teach you about how a lot of power will keep you warm, but a little power, it'll burn out just like a match. So that's the word for today is power. And when you have power, you can make power moves. Okay. You can make power plays. Okay. You can be able to enhance
your situation for your future generations. So let's break down what is power. The P in power, did you know, is the 16th letter in the alphabet is P. That's going to kick off power. P stands for purpose driven. Okay. You got to be on purpose. You got to do things on purpose, with purpose, for purpose, on purpose. P in power is for purpose driven. When you wake up in the day, it starts before the morning. It actually starts at nighttime. You have to be on purpose. You have to be moving on purpose, with permission, with no permission. So the P in power in this acronym is the 16th letter in the alphabet and it's for purpose. Be purpose driven. Do you know the 15th letter in the alphabet? The 15th letter in the alphabet is O. Did you know it's O? The letter O is the 15th letter in the English alphabet. And O in this acronym stands for opportunity chaser. You have to chase opportunities every single day. You heard it, no opportunity wasted. So in this acronym, the O stands for opportunity chasers. Get up, rise up, show up, be an opportunity chaser. Okay, that's the 15th letter in the English language. Did you know that the word W has 2 syllables? It's the only letter in the English alphabet to have 2 syllables. W. W, okay, stands for willingness to go solo. Okay, in this world, sometimes you got to go by yourself. Everyone's not going to want to go with you. So you have to be willing to go solo, willing to go by yourself. A lot of times when you travel on this journey of life by yourself, that's how you discover new people, new networks, a new way of thinking. You know what you like when you can go solo. And a lot of times in this world, you have to be able to stand alone. You were born alone. Most likely, you might transition alone. So you need to network and find your bird tribe alone in most cases. You have to be able to identify your bird tribe, know who you are so you can actually achieve your destiny. Learn your bird tribe. That'll be another segment at another time. And the E, did you know the letter E is in every color there is? Okay, blue, yellow, red, orange. E is in approximately 16% of all the words in the English language. But in this acronym, the E stands for energetic. Can you feel the excitement? You got to be energized. This is how you make power moves. Excitement is contagious. Okay, so the E stands for energetic. Excitement. You got to be energized when you want to have that power. And the R in this acronym stands for not the Rose. It doesn't stand for Roosevelt Williams III. It stands for relationship builders. You have to be are relationship builders. Build relationships, build bridges and not barriers. So let's recap power so you can make power moves. Today, the P is for purpose driven. The O is for opportunity chaser. The W is for willingness to go solo. The E is for energetic excitement. And the R is for relationship builders. I will let you know this power is like fire. Power is like fire. A little bit of fire may keep you warm, but a lot of fire, it'll create heat and you may burn yourself. So you have to know how to use your power. When you use your power, you can achieve the Better Business Bureau recognition, and be able to set precedents in your community with your family. You can be able to ascertain your destiny, but you have to be able to wield it like a sword. Again, know how to use your power and not abuse your power. Be purpose driven, be an opportunity chaser, be willing to go solo, be energetic, and be a relationship builder. Power is essential in the 21st century because the 10 most powerful 2-letter words in the world, if it is to be, it is up to us. We have the power to take charge of our definite chief executive aim. Your definite, what is for sure, chief executive. We are our executives. And your aim has to be so far out there, your 100-year plan. Use your words, use your power to plant seeds, not weeds. Use your words to create worlds. Use your words to create worlds. Don't plant weeds with your words. Plant oak trees. Whatever you do, how you wield your power to live for 100 years. That's the mindset that you have to have when you're making power moves in the 21st century. My name is Roosevelt Williams III. You have the power. Yield your power. Control your power and go from a light bulb to a laser with your power. I'm proud of you. And not only would I see you at the top, I won't see you from the top because we'll be shoulder to shoulder. Get excited, get involved, and get connected. I want to say thank you again, Dr. Smiley, for inviting me to be able to showcase and to be able to share this power with the people. Power to the people. Let's go from light bulbs to laser. Harness your power today. Again, purpose driven, opportunity chaser, be willing to go solo, be energetic, and be a relationship builder. You have the power. Yield it, control it. Look at what we're living in today, how people use and abuse their power. Make sure that you harness your power to stay focused so you can be on purpose, with purpose, for a purpose. Power driven. You can make power moves, power plays. Be purpose driven, opportunity chaser, willing to go solo, energetic, relationship builder. I'm Roosevelt Williams III, and today I shield and give you the power to achieve, the power to keep your positive mental attitude, power to get up refreshed, energized every single day. You have the power to plan, okay? You have the power to be able to plan your future nightly, not in the daytime. Your power comes at night before you even go to sleep because you're telling your subconscious how to get up and make power moves the day before. Proper preparation prevents poor performance, and you have the power to make power plays on a daily basis. Choose wisely. We're waiting. We're excited to see you at the finish line. We're excited to see you on the podium. You have the power today to make it happen. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm so excited to be here. I want to begin by sharing my gratitude. I was invited into this conversation by Cyrus Prescott and Dr. Ken Rashan, and I'm honored to be here. Before I begin, I want to anchor this conversation with an acronym that guides everything that I do, and that's BRAND, and that's beautiful, radiant, authentic, natural, and divine. This is the lens I move through, and today it's exactly how we're talking about over-functioning versus divine alignment, because I'm talking about the thing that no one wants to admit. Over-functioning is not alignment. For those of you meeting me for the first time, my name is Brandy Alexander, and I'm the founder of Branded by Brandy. It's a brand alignment and identity strategist working at the intersection of beauty, energy, and self-expression. That's what I do. At the heart of my work is this. I help women step into their next season with clarity, peace, and purpose, not by doing more, but by becoming more aligned with who they already are. And this message matters deeply to me because I lived on the other side of it for so long. For a long time, I thought being capable meant being responsible. Responsible for fixing, responsible for holding, responsible for making sure everything worked, even when it cost me my peace. And because I was good at it, no one questioned it. They praised it. But here's the truth. I had to learn the hard way. And some of us, we have to learn things the hard way. Just because you can do it doesn't mean it's yours to carry. Overfunctioning is often celebrated as leadership, loyalty, or love. But spiritually and emotionally, it's frequently misalignment. It's when your nervous system is working overtime, trying to manage what was never divinely assigned to you. Overfunctioning looks like this: anticipating everyone else's needs before your own, filling in gaps no one asked you to fill, confusing exhaustion with purpose, calling self-abandonment commitment. And here's the uncomfortable part: overfunctioning isn't just about doing too much, it's about control. Control disguised as responsibility, control disguised as competence, control disguised as being the strong one. When we overfunction, we don't leave room for God to provide a miracle. We don't leave room for the Holy Spirit to do its part. We crowd the divine with our anxiety. Divine alignment doesn't require force, it requires trust. Alignment feels different, and you'll even feel it in your body. It's quieter, it's clearer, it doesn't chase, it doesn't rescue, it doesn't over explain. Aligned action comes from discernment, not urgency. Here's how you'll know the difference. Over functioning, it feels like pressure on your body, pressure on your mind, pressure in your stomach, pressure on your soul. Alignment feels like permission. There's a lightness to it. Over functioning says, if I don't do it, everything will fall apart. Alignment says, if it's meant for me, everything will come from me without depletion. If it's meant for me, it will meet me and come for me without depletion. When I stopped overfunctioning, something radical happened within my soul, my spirit, and my entire being. Things didn't collapse. People didn't disappear. The world didn't end. What did happen was that I got my energy back. I stopped playing roles I was never cast in. I stopped confusing proximity with responsibility. And I stopped carrying emotional, professional, and spiritual weight that wasn't mine. And in that space, clarity showed up, boundaries showed up, purpose sharpened. Divine alignment doesn't ask you to do more. It asks you to do what's yours, fully, cleanly, and without resentment. So if you're listening and thinking, I feel called out, good. You're supposed to be feeling that within your soul. You're supposed to be feeling uncomfortable and in the hot seat. That's not judgment. It's an invitation. It's an invitation to ask yourself, where am I overfunctioning instead of trusting? Where am I managing instead of allowing? And where am I exhausting myself in the name of being needed? Because being needed is not the same as being aligned. Alignment is when your effort and your essence agree. I'll say that for the person in the back. Alignment is when your effort and when your essence agree. When your work doesn't require self-betrayal. When your yes doesn't cost you your nervous system. I'll say that one more time for the person sitting there with a knot in their stomach. When your yes doesn't cost you your nervous system. Overfunctioning is not alignment. And the moment you stop carrying what was never yours, you make room for divine order to step in. Before I close, I do want to share that in spring 2026, this spring, I'll be releasing my new book. I released it, letting go of what wasn't mine to carry. A deeper exploration of overfunctioning, alignment, and what becomes possible when we stop carrying what was never ours. If this message resonated with you, you can find me across all social media platforms where I share reflections, tools, and conversations centered on brand alignment, energetic clarity, and living in integrity with who you truly are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you to all the friends and family that showed up. And thank you most of all for choosing alignment over exhaustion. I'm Brandy Alexander. Very nice to meet you. Happy to be here.
My name is Flossie Jama. My word is conscience. Choice, commitment, and consistency. It all begins with a choice, whatever it may be. It is then fueled by the commitment, which, with accountability to yourself, creates the desire to get results each day. Each day of continuous and consistency micro actions will eventually build into a habit and become part of your lifestyle. Life is about choices. The world is full of so many choices. It is your decision to make your choice. The choice you make can make you or break you. However, once you have made the choice, commit to the choice, be consistent, and reap the results. To inspire intentional living through empowered choices, personal ownership, and consistency of daily habits can create a long-lasting change. The mission is to guide you to create change through the choice, which becomes ownership, commitment, and then with action and the consistency, the individuals end up with simple practical tools, which brings reflection to daily actions. It helps them stay accountable, keep the discipline, and sustain a healthier lifestyle, which eventually brings transformation, which becomes achievable, repeatable, and personal. It is one choice, commitment, consistency with intentional every day, and results will show.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cassandra, and I am a leadership and alignment coach. And my word is real, REAL. So everything really changed for me when I stopped trying to fix my life on the outside and learned to get real with myself on the inside. For years, I did what many high achieving women do. I pushed harder, I performed better, and just tried to stay strong. And so on paper, everything looked successful. And inside my body, it felt like exhaustion and tension and this disconnection, despite everything being so connected on the outside with social media. And, it was a huge paradox in my life. And what I learned is that it was burnout and that it was a regulation problem, and that real change doesn't start with doing more. It starts with coming back into the body. So the R stands for regulate the body. Before clarity, before anything, the body has to feel safe. And most of us are trying to make big life decisions while our nervous system is in survival mode. Regulation isn't, it's not like you achieve it and then it's good. It's a practice. I continually go through this myself. It's a tool to come back to time and time again. And it's simple, but it's not easy until it is. Then we have E, which is to examine patterns. And once the body's regulated, we can do that, not with judgment, with curiosity. Patterns like overgiving or people pleasing, staying quiet when something feels off. When we slow down enough to really see those patterns, we can really understand and stop personalizing them and asking, what's wrong with me? And instead start to ask, what is this protecting me from? And then we can move into a place of A, which is align with your truth. From that space, alignment is really possible once you're regulated and you understand your patterns. And that's where a lot of people get uncomfortable because the truth often, is quiet and then it starts screaming and it's uncomfortable. But alignment means listening anyways. And once you have started to do that, then that brings us to L, which is living from the inside out, which is a framework that I've created in my book here behind me. So when regulation leads the way, your actions change naturally, boundaries become clear, and energy returns. You don't need more productivity. You need to get real with yourself. So thank you, everyone. And I hope, oh, I think that's it for me. If anyone's interested in getting in touch, you can book a coffee with me, virtual coffee using this QR code. I'm up in Canada on Vancouver Island, and I would be more than happy to meet and connect and see where there's some synergies and where we can get real with each other.
Hi, my name is Debrina Glastervan, and my acronym is, well, I was invited here by Roosevelt Williams III, and my acronym is, my company is called Recreate. Just a bit of a background. I'm a disabled veteran, and I had to recreate my life in order to live a quality life. And what I did was I have a passion for fashion, so I put disabled and special needs people on the runway. My acronym actually represents resilience, empowerment, kindness, representation, um, equality, and also the eight represents infinity, prosperity, and abundance. And that's what I do. I put people on the runway, I put people on the red carpet that are disabled, from nonverbal autism to cerebral palsy, any type of disability. I adhere to our disabled community. And, I really enjoy working with our disabled community because it brings such a pleasure for them to know that, they're included, there's inclusive, and I really love my community and what I do. And, if I travel to just do fashion shows and put people on the runway. And I thank every one of you I thank every one of you for allowing me to be on this panel today and speak about my company, Recreate. And like I said, it's REK 8 Universal. And you can find me at Recreate University, Universal on Facebook. And thank you very much and have an amazing, amazing day. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I thought as an acronym, uh, I'm a recent author, recently published, and the name of the book it's a poetry book, very personal to me. It's called Breaking the Vault. And so the word that I chose for an acronym was vault. And it has a lot of my personal aspects in it. Vitality, you've got to be awake to stay in the game and to recognize opportunities. Authentic, you've got to be true to yourself. Uh, Unique, something that sets you apart from others. And then the L for love. And like Emily Dickinson said, that all we know of love is all there is. And I like the L letter. Love, leadership, laughter, all those things are good. And look for vision. Trust, T for trust. Trust your gut, trust your heart.
I think that's critical in your writing, especially, if you're trying to get a message out there. It's got to be one that people can identify with, respect, and it can evolve as you evolve too, and your writing evolves. Um, but yeah, so vault, breaking the vault, vitality for V, A, authentic, U, unique, L, love, and one of the most critical things here is trust. And I'm Mike Mellion, and that's my story.
Dana, are you up here? Listen, I'm back, y'all. And usually I'm here to give just a little encouragement and reminder of what is going on with Perfect Publishing and all the things. And so look who's here with me.
Well, I'm not gonna
He was just jealous. That's what it was. He saw me up here and he was like, oh, she's not going up there by herself. No.
actually, it was more of I thought Dana was going up and I didn't see her. And I said, when I saw you, I said, is that Dana? And so anyway, I wanted to say thank you for a wonderful day. I can't express my gratitude enough for you, Tanisha. You have carried this event. You've been all heart and soul. And we have come from May of last year with an event that meant the world to me, the Smile-a-thon, the National Smile-a-thon. And here we've grown and attracted and created an event that actually is causing a book to happen. And Brian Livingston is elated. I mean, just absolutely elated that his book is that the book is honoring him as one of the templates. And I just want to show a couple things because for those of you who are watching right now, if you want to be in this book and you weren't here today and your acronym is just causing your heart to beat and you feel like you missed out, you didn't miss out. You can contact Tanisha, you can contact myself or one of our team members, and we will do a post recording for you. We had 4 people that had situations happen, and nothing can stop a leader if a leader cannot be stopped. So here is the book, and the book is all acronyms live loud. A word can change the world. And I want to say, like, I was thinking later about acronyms for all. Acronyms lead and learn. There's so many great words with L, but this is the gentleman, Brian Livingston, who his dad just passed and he lost a very important person in his life. And he did not want to miss the Acronym-A-Thon. I mean, we had June Archer today. He went to a funeral today. He did not want to miss the Acronym-A-Thon. And so I just want to applaud the people who were here, even though they had challenges. I want to applaud the people that don't let anything stop them. We just had a gentleman, Aaron Roosevelt, who spoke about power. And each of these words, when we embody these words, we become that identity. And this is the beautiful sales page we have for this word. But if you love the people, which I do, I love the people who have spoken today, you can be in a book with them. You can connect with them. That's their QR code to connect, not just to their video, but to their Instagram or to their social media, to their LinkedIn, to their website. The other thing is if you really love this and you want to be part of a new event, we have the biggest event we've ever done. It's 28 days long and it's an hour a day. And Tanisha and Roz and Dr. Stan have been so instrumental in helping this. And by the way, the people you see today, some of them are going to be speaking again. There's the Black Hour Power, Black standing for Bold Leaders of authority, courage, and knowledge. And these are the different hosts we have right now. You heard Roosevelt just recently. So, Tanisha, what do you think of this? Isn't this amazing?
I think it's been just a tremendous day. And the next things that are happening that we're going to be doing, I mean, I don't know that I've seen it done on this level. And so it's really an opportunity for people to learn more about the Black American culture and the people who have had such impact and influence in building this country. And people may not know about them, may not have heard about them. Of course, we all know Sidney Poitier.
Well, he's one of my favorite people in the entire world. He was the consummate gentleman. He was the guy who set the standard for who his character would embody as an actor. And you can be any color to speak in Black History Month. Choose a leader that inspires you. I, as a scientist, will tell you I'm inspired by so many Black scientists, so many Black innovators. And the more I learn, the more I realize that every single part of humanity is essential when it's done in a positive and powerful way. So we are celebrating Black History Month. And the Smile Channel would like to put smiles on your face because you learn, you earn, and you grow together.
Wow. That's powerful. It's amazing. And I don't know, like so many opportunities just in the first quarter of 2026, not only an opportunity to celebrate the greatness that is among us, but also to build relationship and collaborate at a level that we haven't yet.
Yes, we don't have the artwork for the exact event, but on January 30th, we have the Author-thon is the fourth one. So we've had the Author-thon one, we've had the Author-thon back to school, we've had Author-thon the gift, which was an awesome, the Author-thon the gift, it gave us the answer on how to do this particular event. No host, just 4 minutes of power in the word. And so the Author-thon 4 will break us into roughly 150 to 200 authors that will help support you as an author. So imagine you're an author and you have 100 to 150 authors support you, buy your book, write reviews for you because they actually care about you. I mean, that's priceless to me. So we're going to have that next event January 30th. Then we have the Love event honoring Evan's new book, Evan's Kamaru, and I think Flossie's here. He is from Kenya. And we have Beth Robbins with Carpe Diem Day, and these are actual holidays. Yeah. Valentine's Day is the love day. Carpe Diem Day is actually February 26th. If you look up Carpe Diem Day, it's February 26th. She wrote a book called Seize the Day with a Smile, Carpe Diem. So awesome. Let us get back to our wonderful speakers.
Yeah, we're almost at the end. We just got a few more people. Yes. So, I mean, what are you going to do? We got Tony, we got the Kenny Rashawn the third. I mean,
hey, have you ever heard of this word, Tanisha? To give.
To gift.
To give. To give. You know what you know what it means?
I can only imagine.
Thank God it's Friday.
Yay!
So we have had a wonderful closure of this week to give to all of you. And we've made some really interesting words from people that had something like to give and then turning into a word that's really in the dictionary. So every word that is going to be in the book is actually in the dictionary. And some of these words are words we don't use all the time that we want to start using. So every one of them positive and powerful. So next speaker coming in, and thank you so much to all of you who have made this day fantastic.
Hello, everyone. My name is author Dana Priyanka Hammond, and now my acronym for today is the SEED. Small Efforts Evolve Destiny. That's what my acronym is for today. Now, today I wanted to share a simple message to you, one that has shaped my life and my journey, which is once again the SEED. Small efforts evolve destinies. When you think about a seed, you think about something tiny, something that doesn't look powerful at first, but inside every seed is a potential. Inside every seed is growth, and inside every seed is a future waiting to happen. And the same is true to you. And so many of us believe that change comes from big moments, big wins, and big opportunity and big breakthrough. But real transformation usually begins with the small choices. In my own life, I didn't change everything overnight. I grew through small, consistent efforts. And with that said, choosing to keep going when felt heavy, and choosing to heal one step at a time, choosing to believe in myself even when doubt was loud, choosing to show up even when no one was watching. And that's the reason why I use the terminology seed. Those small efforts didn't just change my habits, they evolved my destiny. And a seed doesn't grow overnight. It needs time, it needs care, and it needs consistency. There were moments when I didn't see results, and moments when I wondered if my efforts even mattered. And so therefore, that's the reason why what I learned for every small steps forward still moves you forward. Every time you choose growth over comfort, that's a seed. Every boundary you set, that's a seed. Every goal every goal you work towards, that's a seed. And over time, those seeds grow into strength, confidence, and purpose. Seed reminds us that you don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be intentional. Your future is being shaped by what you do today, not by what you plan to do someday. So ask yourself, what seeds am I planting right now? What small efforts can I commit to today? And what kind of future am I growing? Because your destiny isn't built one big moment. It's built in a quiet, faithful, and everyday step. I chose seed because it represents resilience, patience, and belief in the process. So keep planning, keep growing, and keep showing up. Your small efforts are evolving your destiny. Thank you so much, everyone.
So here we go. All right. My name is Tony Drake, and the initials that I chose, or the acronyms that I chose today, is REP, REP. Just a quick little background. I am a lifestyle health and wellness transformation coach. I've lost 130 pounds. I've dropped 34% body fat, no longer taking medications, and I help people from all over the world through social media make that same type of lifestyle change. So today, the acronym that I chose is REP, REP. A lot of us in the fitness industry or at the gym, we're familiar with the reps, whether it's 5 reps, 10 reps, but today, the rep, I'll start with the letter R, that stands for rise. Every day, we should be thankful that we rise. I like to think of rise, grind, and conquer, but today I'm just going to use rise because when we rise, now we have an opportunity to take on the day, make the best of the day, but first, we have to rise. The second letter is E. It's going to be excel. I want to make sure that you excel on a daily basis. We're going to have setbacks. We're going to have challenges. We're going to have people getting in our way. We're going to have people questioning us on a daily basis. But no matter what, we have to excel in everything that we do. I like to focus on health. So we want to excel in our health. Why? Because we get one body and we get one mind. And if we can excel in that on a daily basis, we become unstoppable. Nobody can take us. Nobody can break us. But we have to excel on a daily basis. We can't just be comfortable. We can't just chill. We can't just be there. We have to excel. We have to move forward. We have to go above and beyond. And that's why I chose excel as far as the letter E goes in the rep. And the letter P, prioritize. Prioritize you first. A lot of people will say, oh, that's selfish. No, it's not selfish. But what I like to do is help people look great, feel great, live great, and give great. And if you prioritize yourself first, if you take care of yourself first, if you give yourself 100% effort, and then you get 100% results, and you can go now give that to other people. But if you're giving everybody else the best of you and you save nothing for you at the end of the day, eventually people are going to suffer from that because now your energy is gone. So prioritize you first. Take care of your mentality first. Listen to something that's phenomenal that's going to get you going throughout the day. Also, make sure that you're nourishing your body. Make sure you're staying active. Make sure you're hydrating your body. And also let your body rest, recover, restore, and rejuvenate with fasting. And that's why when you prioritize self, you start to feel better. And when you do that, you start to live better. And when you continue to do that, you start to give better. So if you could do that rep every single day, rise, excel, and prioritize, you'll be able to give the best of you because now you're living the best of you. And that's my acronym for rep today. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Kenny Roshan. My dad is Dr. Smiley. I'm an author of 14 books, and for my word, I chose Adidas, and it stands for all day I dream about smiles. And I like that word. I chose this word because it represents what we need a lot in life, and we just need smiles, and that will fix a lot of our world's problems. So,
Why don't you talk about what you're doing with your smiles today?
what do you mean?
Yeah, no, I'll share.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't you share what you're up to with bringing smiles to the world?
I want I have to think about that. I want to bring smiles in the world because I noticed that whenever people smile, like obviously not only are they happy, but you also feel more connected to them.
So I have two things you can talk about, and then you can you did a great job. You ready for this? Remember when you did the piano concert for the senior living home?
Yeah.
Didn't you bring smiles to those seniors?
Yeah.
So why do you like the piano?
I like piano because I like music, and I like classical music, but not too classical. But when I play music, I like to challenge myself with harder pieces, then I go back to easier pieces, and then I go to medium pieces. But it just makes me feel like peaceful and happy.
And you're fantastic with it. And then you're writing a book about how to write children's books, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
And that's your 15th book. And then the last thing I want you to share is maybe Boy Scouts. How do Boy Scouts bring smiles to the world?
Boy Scouts bring smiles to the world. I we were all Cub Scouts. They have the opportunity to sell popcorn, and we raise money for other Cub Scouts. Um, for example, to be able to, like, some people who are in need, they get some of the money. We get better facilities, and also we donate it to others, others in need. And yeah, it's a very good program.
And Boy Scouts, how many of them become first responders and defenders of our Constitution? What percentage do you think?
33%.
Yeah, about that. Isn't that pretty cool? So Boy Scouts build future leaders, and maybe next acronym we do next year, you'll do Scouts, or what would the next word be you do next year, so we can look forward to that. Do you have a new word that you're thinking about for next year that's powerful?
Now that you said it, I probably will do Scouts.
Scouts?
Yeah.
I'm just throwing this at you. If you were to do Scouts, because there's some amazing, Barry Shore's on line. He's about to say hello to you. Remember him?
Yeah.
Yep. And then we're going to do a surprise acronym from Barry, and we have Dr. Roz, but you can talk to Dr. Roz, say a word, and she'll come up with an acronym just like that. Do you think we can come up with a word for Scouts real quick?
Yes.
Okay. What would you say the S would be?
Okay. Smiles could.
Smiles could be the S, yeah. What about the C?
Smiles and C. Smiles
Okay.
could.
Okay, smile's good. Got it.
Uh,
Open.
yeah, that's how did I say open too?
All right. And then the U, open your.
Open your.
Yeah.
Your.
Smiles could open your thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, smiles could open your thoughts. Yeah, that's then
That's
Scout
pretty
works.
good.
Yeah, Scout works.
Scout works. Okay, there we go. So we want you guys to join us. So we're going to invite Barry to the screen, Dr. Roz, Tanisha, anyone that would like to say goodbye and do a farewell for the end of the day. You are welcome to join us to end the beautiful acronym day, the beautiful acronym-a-thon day. So here we got all these people. There's Barry. Barry, what'd you think of his acronym?
Say it again.
His acronym was Adidas. All say it. Say it.
All day I dream about smiles.
All day I dream about
All
smiles.
day I dream about smiling.
So Dr. Roz is the one who came up with the word acronym-a-thon, and you're the one who came up with the pocket full of acronyms. So it's only appropriate that she started the day with the word and you end the day with the word. And I thought you might end the day with the word that you do with me every week, which is hug.
We'll do hug
at
the very end because we'll involve everybody in a group hug. What
Okay,
I want to share with everybody now, an acronym for a very common word that people use every day. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Kenny, you ready?
Yes.
The word is goodbye. Kenny, do you say goodbye every day?
Usually, yeah, I do.
Right. So people say goodbye. First of all, everybody should know that goodbye really is a conflation of God be with you. That's what goodbye is. God be with you. However, we're going to do an acronym using goodbye, two words, GOODBYE. Are you ready, Kenny?
Yes.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Good. God orchestrates odysseys daily. Now, Kenny, I don't know if you got all those words. God, you know, maybe. Orchestrates means to arrange, correct?
Oh, he knows that one.
Odysseys, you know what an odyssey is?
Yes.
It's a journey daily. Don't think that what you do is random and things like that. It's all orchestrated from above. The key is for you to channel in with your heart and your mind. So God orchestrates odysseys daily. BYE stands for be youthful eternally.
Oh boy.
Be youthful eternally. So right now, look at what we have on the screen. We have Kenny Jr., we have Ken Roshan, and between them, there's about 30 plus years. And then between Ken and me is another 30 plus years. So we span Kenny, how old are you now? You're 12?
Oh, yes.
Yes, and he's Kenny the Third. I do want to make sure we echo that because he's got a grandpa that gave us his name.
Okay, but so Kenny the Third is 12 years old, correct, Kenny?
Yes.
And I am 7'7". Double sevens, baby. So 65 years between us. So pretty soon I'll be 125 and you'll be 37 or so. And we'll still be doing this. How do you like that? So right now, look at the span. So when I say bye, BYE, be youthful eternally. There is no such thing as an chronological age associated with youth. Am I right, everybody?
You are
Am I
right.
right, everybody?
That's right.
Yes.
So we're going to say goodbye to everybody, and then we'll do a group hug. So let's think. God orchestrates odysseys daily. Be youthful eternally. And now we're going to do a group hug. Are you ready, everybody?
Ready.
Let me tell you what HUG stands for. Heartfelt, unlimited,
Unlimited.
giving. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. And that included all the hundreds of thousands of people around the world who are listening from wherever they are, right? So go,
Yes.
can I give a blessing as we finish?
Yes.
Did you want to let Flossie do her song before he gives his blessing?
Actually, yeah, Flossie, do your song real quick.
Yes.
And I have my goodbye. So I guess I'll do the blessing.
Yeah,
Roosevelt is not
you're
here.
Go ahead, do it. Come on.
Come on, Flossie. Come on.
We're gonna do a Kenyan Swahili song, which he knows.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me see. Habari muzuri sana, karibu hapa kwetu, kwaheri ya kuonana, asanti sana, tunawapenda.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay,
That's
Rob.
beautiful.
So welcome and thank you, and we love you.
So we want to do a blessing, and then let's see the order. Should Barry do the blessing and then the closing prayer, or would we do a closing prayer and a blessing? Which would we do? Why don't we do? Why don't we have Barry be the final, and Dr. Roz, why don't you give a quick prayer?
Okay, I surely will. And Father God, for the goodbye, we're grateful for what was, open to what's next, owning the lesson, deciding to release, blessing what we leave, yielding to growth, and elevating forward for our next. Father God, as we say goodbye for now with gratitude, not with any sort of type of interruptions, but we release makes room for what God is revealing to us in our creativity each and every day. So, Father God, we thank you for this acronym. I just purposely messed it up because we know so many people weren't able to say it. But Acronym-A-Thon, Father, we thank you for the power of words and all of the participants who shared today. We give you all honor, praise, and glory for this first perfect publishing event that is taking place for 2026. In Jesus' mighty name, amen, amen, and amen.
Amen.
So Barry, before you say final words, I just want to see if there's anyone else who would like to say something in closing. And if not, I have a new acronym for HUG. May I?
Please.
Humanity, uniting gratitude.
Graciously.
Now, okay, I got to give you one now.
Come on.
That's a mic drop.
TGIFF stands for Thank God I'm Favored Forever. Come on now. Just like each and every one of you.
God bless you.
Thank
God
you.
bless all
I
of you.
enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I'm off speaker. Yes, I enjoyed it. It was interesting. I didn't know what I was walking into. I just said yes to the call.
Me too. But I survived it.
For you too. Well, I'm glad to know I wasn't alone.
No clue.
And for those of you who don't know, the beautiful man that may be in the bottom of your screen, Faison, he is the person that in last May did the very first show and created the concept of this channel even being born. So Faison, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Faison.
Can I finish telling my story now?
Do you have a story?
Since you opened the floor, I was trying to tell my story. I'm trying to practice listening more this year because it agitates me when people cut me off. I say, well, maybe it's me. But anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm well versed at technology. I pat myself on the back, but y'all got me today. I read those instructions that said use a laptop. I got on this platform, somebody said you can use a laptop or a desktop. So I took all the stuff on my desk and everything behind me when I thought I had to use the desktop or the laptop. Everything went under the sofa. Y'all know how that go, because I didn't even know if I was gonna have a virtual background. Y'all messed my head up today. But I'm gonna tell y'all, I walked by faith, and when Roz invited me in, I said, Roz there, I'll be all right. I'll conquer it. If she can do it, I can do it. So y'all shocked me today. I learned something new. And that, Ken, I want you to know that. And this is another reason I show up, because I never experienced this platform. And of course, I've never met you all either. And so I'm some of you. So I'm just grateful because I love learning, because this is the way of the world. It ain't changing. It's just going to keep going. So thank y'all for inviting me. And when Roz invited me, Ken, I had no idea it was your platform or Dr. Breakthrough's platform. I didn't know where I was coming to. I knew if Roz was there, I was coming, because she served me so many times in the past years. So when I got here and I saw, when I went on to look at the open website, I said, this is Ken's platform. And I know me and you been in back and forth. So I'm like, okay, everything happens just the way it's supposed to happen. So I've had a good time today, and thank all of you. And it's nice to meet you all. And you all have an awesome and amazing rest of the weekend. Thank you for again for inviting me, Ken and Roz.
Our pleasure. And I want to say that was a very touching story and wonderful closure. Barry, are you ready to give the final blessing, sir? My
Ready?
mentor.
Here we
Let's
come.
do it.
Go forth, live exuberantly, spread the seeds of joy, happiness, peace, and love.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have an amazing
All
weekend,
right.
everybody.
It's beautiful.
Thank y'all, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Nice.
All right, Faison, we are wrapping up. Barry, thank you so much for being here 2 times today. We have a book that's going to be beautiful, and it's going to really complement the book you made.
Faison, I can't wait till you, I know you're our back behind the stage superstar, but I can't wait for you to be on camera just sharing the expertise of what you've been. I know he's been, but
he's going to be on camera for the 101st show of Dr. Smiley Show.
Yay,
And Barry,
okay. I
we have
remember
the
that.
author. We have the author-thon January 30th. I want you to share your book, Shift, for that one.
Okay, see, he kind of looked like he didn't believe you, but everything that Dr. Smiley says, it comes to fruition.
Thank you, Barry. Have a blessed day and a beautiful
Love
weekend.
y'all.
Talk to you soon. All right, Faison, we did good. You did great as always.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a picture of the three of us.
Congratulations to you. And
yeah, we're gonna get a picture of the 3 of us right now.
Yeah.
I got it.
And look at that haircut of Faison's. Isn't that awesome?
Wait, Faze, your eyes were closed. Let's do it one more time.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
Good. All
Okay,
right,
I love
Faison.
y'all.
Love you too. All right, so
Wow.
Faison, we crushed it. It was a beautiful day.
Yeah, amazing.
90, and it's getting better and better. Now, if we get the promotional link early, 3 weeks out, which apparently ChatGPT said there's a way to do it. I don't know how you do it, but there's a way to get a live link out.
Yes, I'll take care of it, sure.
But you did great, Faison. And by the way, the more people that can watch it, the more people that can celebrate this. Obviously, the more business and the more opportunities we can create for everyone here, and then that means that we have better funding for the program.
And one thing I want to say, big congratulations to you and to the whole team. And you have big influence, and we did amazing today.
Yeah, it was a beautiful day. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Love you. Take care.
Love you too.